Back to the Beast by Manly Wade Wellman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Back to the Beast by Manly Wade Wellman. From the Smith City Mirror, June 26, 1927. Police are searching today for Dr. J. E. Lawler, well-known physician and scientist, following a report from his secretary, James Brock, that he had disappeared from his home at 2100 Van Ness Avenue. According to Brock, Dr. Lawler locked himself in his private laboratory 12 days ago, ordering his servants not to disturb him, and to send food down by means of a dumb waiter. As he had followed this plan several times before while working on experiments, Brock complied with his request. The time set was 10 days, and when there had been no response from the laboratory during the 2 days following the elapse of this period, Brock feared some accident, and with the help of George Dmitri, Dr. Lawler's cook, and Emile Bonner, his chauffeur, he forced the door this morning and found that the doctor was gone. A weird angle is added to the incident by the dead body of a large ape, which Brock found in a corner of the disordered laboratory. Although Dr. Lawler was known to be interested in natural history and to have conducted several experiments with animals recently, Brock stated he was sure the ape was not in the laboratory when it was closed 12 days ago. The table was covered with papers, which have been turned over to the police. Dmitri and Bonner are held for questioning by Chief of Police John Walton. Dr. Lawler has no immediate family. A brother, Stanley Lawler, of Topeka, Kansas, has been notified. From the Smith City Mirror, June 28, 1927. Attempts to determine the species of the ape found dead in the laboratory of Dr. J. E. Lawler, who disappeared last Saturday, were unsuccessful when Professor F. W. Baylor, head of the Natural Science Department of the State University, said today that he had never seen such a creature before. "There are 8 kinds of anthropoid apes known to science," said Professor Baylor, "but this ape belongs to none of them. It has some of the characteristics of several, but resembles no single kind greatly. It is either a freak or of a species unknown until now." Professor Baylor has ordered the animal embalmed and intends to send it to fellow students of natural history in Chicago. From the Smith City Mirror, June 29, 1927. James Brock, private secretary of Dr. J. E. Lawler, 2100 Van Ness Avenue, was placed under arrest today to face charges of kidnapping and possible murder of his employer last Saturday. The arrest took place following the reading of papers purporting to be a journal of an experiment performed by the doctor, which Brock turned over to the police upon his employer's disappearance. Brock had been held for questioning but was given his liberty Saturday. The contents of the journal were not made public, but Chief John Walton described them as preposterous and unbelievable, a forgery by Brock to cover a very evident crime. Extracts from the papers given to police by James Brock is the journal of Dr. James Everett Lawler. June 15th. All is in readiness for my experiment, the final step in my great work that will afford scientists a true glimpse of how man appeared in the dim past. The narrow persons who refused to believe in evolution will be forced to see the truth, for we will confront them, not with theories but with proofs. I have material now that would fill a great book, notes telling how I first discovered the combination of elements that induces deterioration and of my experiments with it. First on the lowest forms of life, then on more complex animals, with surprising and enlightening results. Years have been consumed in this study, but soon they will be paid for when I reveal what I have learned. The elements for the 2 serums, products of nearly a lifetime of labor and observation, are at hand. One serum is the deteriorator, which, when properly mingled and administered, will make vital changes in the organs and tissues of an animal, changes which finally result in giving it the appearance of its ancestors untold ages ago. This change can be arrested by the administration of the counter-agent, which will restore the transformed creature to its former condition. I do not suppose that any person less determined or less scientific in mind than I would dare perform this experiment upon himself. But after all, it is as safe as such a thing can be. I have studied its effects and powers too much and too long to go wrong now, and I know that I shall not be mentally incapable of handling it. The change is physiological, not psychological. Foretelling the course of the whole process is a mere matter of rationalization. As I plan it, I will let the deteriorator work in my blood for 5 days, then the counteragent for 5 days, to make sure that the effects of the experiment are completely dissipated. Thus I expect to see in my mirror what my ancestors were like 5,000 centuries ago, and then return to the body and semblance of Dr. Lawler, all within 2 weeks at the least. I have locked my door for 10 days. Brock, a sound, sensible fellow who obeys my orders without questioning, will see to it that I am undisturbed. And after this private experiment, I shall present my findings to my fellow scientists as the proof of their theories. Who can say that my name shall not be numbered with those of the great evolutionists? June 16th. For 24 hours I have had the serum in my blood. With what care I compounded it and injected it into the vein of my arm, you may well imagine. The effects were noticeable at once. My blood flowed faster, and for a few moments I felt strangely light-headed, as if I had been drinking. This latter feeling passed away, and I perspired freely but felt no unpleasant sensations. Throughout the day I have taken notes on the progress of the experiment, and tonight my mirror shows me that it is a success. The change in my appearance has not been so great as I expected, but it is very evident. I am florid and ruddy where I have generally been pale. I am far more robust, and all over my body my hair has grown out, especially on the breast and shoulders and outsides of the arms, a strange condition for me, always smooth-skinned and of late years partly bald. I never felt better physically in my life, and I look not the fine-drawn and slender scientist, but a full-bodied, really splendid savage. In excess of well-being and in joy, at the certain fulfillment of my expectations, I danced and leaped up and down this evening. Then, a little ashamed of myself, I sat down to write. June 17th. The effects of the serum are more pronounced today. Where yesterday I was but a primitive man, still decidedly human, I am today a man with a pronounced bestial look. My forehead has receded, my jaw is heavy, with sharp-pointed teeth. The change works in me every moment. I can feel it in my flesh and bones. Among other things, I am positively shaggy. The hair makes my clothes a discomfort, and I have left them completely off. I am never weary of watching my body as it changes almost before my very eyes. It is especially interesting to see how springy and flexible my joints have become, and how my feet have a tendency to turn their palms inward. This is because of the great toe, which is beginning to stand out from the others like a thumb. Excellent proof that our ancestors were tree-dwellers and could get a grip with their feet. June 18th. When I awoke on my cot this morning, my first glance was toward the mirror. It was unable to recognize myself, unable to recognize even the thing I had been last night. In the broad, coarse face, with flat nose, splay nostrils, little beady eyes under the beetling brows, wide mouth and brutal jaws, and the hairy, hulking body. There was no reminder of what had once been Dr. Lawler. Some scholars would be frightened at the speed and effectiveness with which the serum has worked, but I can think of nothing save the triumph of science. I am stooped considerably and stand unsteadily on my legs. Not that they are not strong, but the tendency of my feet to turn inward has increased, so that I walk for the most part on the outer edges. Their prehensile powers are developed too, and they can pick up objects quite easily. It is also interesting to note that my mental processes have not changed one whit. I can think as clearly and as deeply as ever. As I predicted, the serum does not affect the brain tissues, or if it does not keep them from functioning properly. I have been hungry all day. The food Brock sent to me was not sufficient, especially as regards meat, and I must send up a note with the empty dishes for him to increase the amount. June 19th. This part of the experiment will stop tomorrow, for I shall then mix and administer the counteragent. Tonight I see myself to be an eerie creature, half beast, half man. I am hard put to it to walk without supporting myself on the table and the backs of the chairs. So must our ancestors have looked when they swung down from the trees to achieve their first adventures on the ground and to conquer the world. These 5 days, what with the many notes I've taken, will provide a fitting climax for the scientist's book that I contemplate. How it will astound the world! What honors and distinctions may descend upon me! Fame is mine, certainly. Fortune, if I wish it, may follow. So good night and goodbye, my primitive self yonder in the mirror. Tomorrow I shall commence the journey back to the appearance of Dr. Lawler, that I may immortalize you in all your fascinating grotesqueness. June 20th. How could I not provide against this? With all the machinery of my experimentation evidently flawless, I must forget a single item, an item maddeningly simple, maddeningly obvious, and yet a thing that has proved my undoing. Let me remain sane for a moment and marshal the incidents as they occurred. There is not much to tell. This morning I went to my shelf of chemicals for the ingredients to compound into the counteracting serum. My hands, which of course had become clumsy and primitive, seemed to have trouble in picking up the little vials, but this did not worry me as I began the combining of my materials. 2 of them I mixed in a graduated glass and then reached for a pipette to administer the third. But my unsteady manipulation did not allow the proper proportion to flow in. I released a drop too much, and though there was a corresponding effervescence, I could see that the mixture was a failure. I poured it out and tried again, with the same result. With growing uneasiness, I made a third attempt, and again my clumsy hands failed me. Too late I realized that the mingling of the elements in the proper proportions and manner had been a task that required all the delicacy of a skilled chemist. My hands, no longer the deft, steady hands of Dr. Lawler, were those of a subhuman creature, and as such, not equal to the feat. Horrible! Horrible! I moaned aloud when I realized what had happened and what would follow. Without the counteragent, I could not neutralize, or even halt, the progress of the deteriorator. Down I must go, back along the road up which the human race has struggled for untold centuries. Again and again I desperately tried to mix the dose until I had used up all my materials. Once or twice I thought I had approximated the proper mingling, but when I injected it, there was no effect. I sit here tonight, a rung farther toward the beast from whence we sprang, instead of on the road back toward man. Like one lowered into a well, I see above me a circle of light growing smaller and dimmer as I descend into darkness and horror. What shall I do? From this point forward, the journal is written in an almost unintelligible scrawl. June 24th. For 3 days I have not written. I have not slept, and have eaten only when the pangs of hunger roused me from my half-trance of misery. Horror has closed over my head like water. At first I searched frantically for more materials for the counter-agent, literally wrecking my laboratory, but to no avail. I had used it all in trying to mix the saving dose 3 days ago. Today was to have been the last day of my experiment. Perhaps the servants will force the lock if I do not come out. And then? I can never make them understand I have no more power of speech than any other beast, for a beast I have surely become. I cannot bear to look in the mirror, for I see only a dark, hairy form, hunched over the table, a pencil clutched in its paw. And that is I, James Lawler. What wonder that I border on the edge of insanity? Let whoever reads these words take warning from my plight. Do not meddle with the scheme of things as nature has planned. Delve not into her mysterious past. I have done that, and it was my complete and dreadful undoing. If it had not come in this way, it would have come in another. I do not doubt for a moment. June 25th. Morning. I have not budged from the chair where I sat to write last evening. I heard Brock's voice outside the door, asking me if I was coming out. I dared not make a sound in reply, and he went away. Is existence bearable in such a condition? Even now the sliding back into lower and lower form continues. It will not be long before I am no longer even the ape thing I appear. Perhaps the serum will carry me back through the ages until I am the slimy sea crawler from which all life had its beginning. Oh, God! And as if in answer to that name comes the memory of what still remains in a drawer of my table. Arsenic. Not an easy death, but a quick one. So shall I die, for if ever a creature was justified in taking its own life, that creature is myself. I will leave this journal as an account of what has happened, and as a warning to others. The formulas for my serum, and all that pertains to them, I will destroy. Never shall another scientist meet with my fate, if I can order it otherwise. There. The papers are now flaming in the grate. Now for the arsenic. So much in a glass of water. Farewell. Here the journal ends. End of Back to the Beast by Manly Wade Wellman.
The Closing Hand, a powerful short story by Farnsworth Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Closing Hand, a powerful short story by Farnsworth Wright. Solitary and forbidding, the house stared spectre-like through scraggly trees that seemed to shrink from its touch. The green moss of decay lay on its dank roofs, and the windows, set in deep cavities, peered blindly at the world as if through eyeless sockets. So forbidding was its aspect that boys, on approaching its cheerless gables, stopped their whistling and passed on the opposite side of the street. Across the fields, a few huddled cottages gazed through the falling rain, as if wondering what family could be so bold as to take up its abode within the gloomy walls of that old mansion, whose carpetless floors for 2 years had not felt the tread of human feet. In an attic room of the house, 2 sisters lay in bed, but not asleep. The younger sister cringed under the dread inspired by the bleak place. The elder sister laughed at her childish fears, but the younger felt the spell of the old building and was afraid. "I suppose there really is nothing to frighten me in this dreary old house," she admitted, without conviction in her voice. "But the very feel of the place is horrible. Mother shouldn't have left us here alone in this gruesome place." "Stupid," her sister scolded. "With all the silverware downstairs, somebody has to be here, for fear of burglars." "Oh, don't talk about burglars," pleaded the younger girl. "I am afraid. I keep imagining I hear ghostly footsteps." Her sister laughed. "Go to sleep, Goosey," she said. "Haunted houses are nothing but superstition. They only exist in imagination." "Why has nobody lived here for 2 years, then? They tell me that for 5 years every family moved out after being here just a short time. The whole atmosphere of the house is ghastly, and I can't forget how the older Berkheim girl was found stabbed to death in her bed, and nobody ever knew how it happened. Why, she may have been murdered in this very room. Go to sleep and don't scare yourself with such silly talk. Mother will be with us tomorrow night, and Dad will be back the next day. Now go to sleep." The elder sister soon dropped into slumber, but the younger lay open-eyed, staring into the black room, and shuddering at every stifled scream of the wind or distant growl of thunder. She began to count, hoping to hypnotize herself into drowsiness, but at every slight noise she started and lost her count. Suddenly she turned and shook her sister by the shoulder. "Edith, somebody is prowling around downstairs," she whispered. "Listen. Oh, what shall we do?" The older sister struck a match and lit the candle. Then she slipped on her dressing gown and drew on her slippers. "You're not going down there. Edith, tell me you're not going downstairs. It might be that murdered Berkheim girl. Edith, don't." Edith shot a glance of withering scorn at her sister, who lay on the bed with blanched face and wide, terrified eyes. "There is something moving around downstairs. I'm going to find out what it is," she said. Taking the candle, she left the room. Her younger sister lay in the darkness, listening to the patter of rain on the roof, and straining her ears to catch the slightest sound. The noise downstairs ceased, but the wind rose and the rain beat upon the roof in sudden furious blasts that made her heart jump wildly. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, and Edith had not returned. A door slammed, and the younger sister thought she heard something moving again, but the wind began to sob and drowned out all other noises. Between gusts she heard the portentous sound, and each time it seemed nearer. Then she started as she realized that something was coming up the stairs. Once she thought she heard a cry, to which the wind joined its plaintive voice in a weird duet. Nearer and nearer the strange noise came. It mounted the stairs step by step, heard only when the wind and rain softened their voices. It passed the first landing and moved slowly up the second flight, while the girl fearfully awaited its coming. The wind howled until the house quaked. It shrilled past the eaves and fled across the fields like a hunted ghost. And now the girl's pounding pulses drowned out the screaming of the wind, for the presence had invaded her bedroom. She cowered under her covers, a cold perspiration chilling her body until her teeth chattered. Her imagination conjured up frightful things, a disembodied spirit come to destroy her, a corpse from the grave, gibbering in terror because it could not tear the cerements from its face, the murdered Bergheim girl with the knife still sheathed in her heart, or some escaped beast licking its lips in greedy anticipation of the feast her tremulous body would provide. Or was it a murderer who, having killed her sister, was now bent on completing his bloody work? A flash of lightning split the sky, and the thunder bellowed its terrifying warning. The girl threw back the bedclothes and shrank to the wall, her eyes starting from their sockets, fearful lest another flash reveal some sight too ghastly to contemplate. Slowly the being dragged itself across the floor, lifted itself onto the bed, and uttered a choking sound of agony. The girl sat petrified. Then timorously she extended a shaky hand, but quickly withdrew it in dread of some hideous contact. Again she thrust her trembling hand into the gloom, farther, farther, until it touched something shaggy and wet. A clammy hand closed over hers, and she started to her feet with a horrified scream. The hand tightened with sickening tremor and dragged her down. Then her tortured senses gave way, and she fell back unconscious upon the bed. When she awoke, it was day. Beside her, on the bed, lay the bleeding body of her sister Edith, stabbed in the breast by the burglar she had tried to frighten away. The younger girl was clutching the clotted wisps of hair that had fallen across the breast of her sister, whose cold hand had closed over hers in the last convulsive shudder of death. End of the closing hand.
An Egyptian Hornet by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winnifred Assmann. An Egyptian Hornet by Algernon Blackwood. The word has an angry, malignant sound that brings the idea of attack vividly into the mind. There is a vicious sting about it somewhere. Even a foreigner, ignorant of the meaning, must feel it. A hornet is wicked. It darts and stabs. It pierces, aiming without provocation for the face and eyes. The name suggests a metallic droning of evil wings, fierce flight, and poisonous assault. Though black and yellow, it sounds scarlet. There is blood in it. A striped tiger of the air in concentrated form. There is no escape if it attacks. In Egypt, an ordinary bee is the size of an English hornet, but the Egyptian hornet is enormous. It is truly monstrous, an ominous, dying terror. It shares that universal quality of the land of the Sphinx and pyramids, great size. It is a formidable insect, worse than scorpion or tarantula. The Reverend James Milligan, meeting one for the first time, realized the meaning of another word as well, a word he used prolifically in his eloquent sermons: devil. One morning in April, when the heat began to bring the insects out, he rose as usual betimes and went across the wide stone corridor to his bath. The desert already glared in through the open windows. The heat would be afflicting later in the day, but at this early hour the cool north wind blew pleasantly down the hotel passages. It was Sunday, and at 8:30 he would appear to conduct the morning service for the English visitors. The floor of the passageway was cold beneath his feet in their thin native slippers of bright yellow. He was neither young nor old. His salary was comfortable. He had a competency of his own, without wife or children to absorb it. The dry climate had been recommended to him, and the big hotel took him in for next to nothing. And he was thoroughly pleased with himself, for he was a sleek, vain, pompous, well-advertised personality, but mean as a rat. No worries of any kind were on his mind as, carrying sponge and towel, scented soap, and a bottle of Scrubb's ammonia, he traveled amiably across the deserted, shining corridor to the bathroom. And nothing went wrong with the Reverend James Milligan until he opened the door, and his eye fell upon a dark, suspicious-looking object clinging to the window-pane in front of him. And even then, at first, he felt no anxiety or alarm, but merely a natural curiosity to know exactly what it was, this little clot of an odd-shaped, elongated thing that stuck there on the wooden framework, 6 feet before his aquiline nose. He went straight up to it to see, then stopped dead. His heart gave a distinct, unclerical leap. His lips formed themselves into unregenerate shape. He gasped, "Good God, what is it?" For something unholy, something wicked as a secret sin, stuck there before his eyes in the patch of blazing sunshine. He caught his breath. For a moment he was unable to move, as though the sight half fascinated him. Then, cautiously and very slowly, stealthily in fact, he withdrew towards the door he had just entered. Fearful of making the smallest sound, he retraced his steps on tiptoe. His yellow slippers shuffled. His dry sponge fell and bounded till it settled, rolling close beneath the horribly attractive object facing him. From the safety of the open door, with ample space for retreat behind him, he paused and stared. His entire being focused itself in his eyes. It was a hornet that he saw. It hung there, motionless and threatening, between him and the bathroom door. And at first he merely exclaimed, below his breath, "Good God, it's an Egyptian hornet!" Being a man with a reputation for decided action, however, he soon recovered himself. He was well schooled in self-control. When people left his church at the beginning of the sermon, no muscle of his face betrayed the wounded vanity and annoyance that burned deep in his heart. But a hornet sitting directly in his path was a very different matter. He realized in a flash that he was poorly clothed. In a word, that he was practically half naked. From a distance he examined this intrusion of the devil. It was calm and very still. It was wonderfully made, both before and behind. Its wings were folded upon its terrible body. Long, sinuous things, pointed like temptation, barbed as well, stuck out of it. There was poison and yet grace in its exquisite presentment. Its shiny black was beautiful, and the yellow stripes upon its sleek, curved abdomen were like the gleaming ornaments upon some feminine body of the seductive world he preached against. Almost he saw an abandoned dancer on the stage. And then, swiftly in his impressionable soul, the simile changed, and he saw instead more blunt and aggressive forms of destruction. The well-filled body, tapering to a horrid point, reminded him of those perfect engines of death that reduce hundreds to annihilation unawares. Torpedoes, shells, projectiles, crammed with secret, desolating powers. Its wings, its awful, quiet head, its delicate, slim waist, its stripes of brilliant saffron, all these seemed the concentrated prototype of abominations made cleverly by the brain of man, and beautifully painted to disguise their invisible freight of cruel death. "Bah!" he exclaimed, ashamed of his prolific imagination. "It's only a hornet, after all, an insect." And he contrived a hurried, careful plan. He aimed a towel at it, rolled up into a ball, but did not throw it. He might miss. He remembered that his ankles were unprotected. Instead, he paused again, examining the black and yellow object in safe retirement near the door, as one day he hoped to watch the world in leisurely retirement in the country. It did not move. It was fixed and terrible. It made no sound. Its wings were folded. Not even the black antennae, blunt at the tips like clubs, showed the least stir or tremble. It breathed, however. He watched the rise and fall of the evil body. It breathed air in and out as he himself did. The creature, he realized, had lungs and heart and organs. It had a brain. Its mind was active all this time. It knew it was being watched. It merely waited. Any second, with a whiz of fury and with perfect accuracy of aim, it might dart at him and strike. If he threw the towel and missed, it certainly would. There were other occupants of the corridor, however, and a sound of steps approaching gave him the decision to act. He would lose his bath if he hesitated much longer. He felt ashamed of his timidity, though pusillanimity was the word thought selected, owing to the pulpit vocabulary it was his habit to prefer. He went with extreme caution towards the bathroom door, passing the point of danger so close that his skin turned hot and cold. With one foot gingerly extended, he recovered his sponge. The hornet did not move a muscle. But it had seen him pass. It merely waited. All dangerous insects had that trick. It knew quite well he was inside. It knew quite well he must come out a few minutes later. It also knew quite well that he was naked. Once inside the little room, he closed the door with exceeding gentleness, lest the vibration might stir the fearful insect to attack. The bath was already filled, and he plunged to his neck with a feeling of comparative security. A window into the outside passage he also closed, so that nothing could possibly come in. And steam soon charged the air and left its blurred deposit on the glass. For 10 minutes he could enjoy himself and pretend that he was safe. For 10 minutes he did so. He behaved carelessly, as though nothing mattered, and as though all the courage in the world were his. He splashed and soaped and sponged, making a lot of reckless noise. He got out and dried himself. Slowly the steam subsided. The air grew clearer. He put on dressing gown and slippers. It was time to go out. Unable to devise any further reason for delay, he opened the door softly 1/2 inch, peeped out, and instantly closed it again with a resounding bang. He had heard a drone of wings. The insect had left its perch and now buzzed upon the floor directly in his path. The air seemed full of stings. He felt stabs all over him. His unprotected portions winced with the expectancy of pain. The beast knew he was coming out and was waiting for him. In that brief instant he had felt its sting all over him, on his unprotected ankles, on his back, his neck, his cheeks, in his eyes, and on the bald clearing that adorned his Anglican head. Through the closed door he heard the ominous, dull murmur of his striped adversary as it beat its angry wings. Its oiled and wicked sting shot in and out with fury. Its deft legs worked. He saw its tiny waist already writhing with the lust of battle. Ugh! That tiny waist! A moment's steady nerve, and he could have severed that cunning body from the directing brain with one swift, well-directed thrust. But his nerve had utterly deserted him. Human motives, even in the professedly holy, are an involved affair at any time. Just now, in the Reverend James Milligan, they were quite inextricably mixed. He claims this explanation, at any rate, in excuse of his abominable subsequent behavior. For, exactly at this moment, when he had decided to admit cowardice by ringing for the Arab servant, a step was audible in the corridor outside, and courage came with it into his disreputable heart. It was the step of the man he cordially disapproved of, using the pulpit version of hated and despised. He had overstayed his time, and the bath was in demand by Mr. Mullins. Mr. Mullins invariably followed him at 7:30. It was now 7:45, and Mr. Mullins was a wretched drinking man, a sot. In a flash the plan was conceived and put into execution. The temptation, of course, was of the devil. Mr. Milligan hid the motive from himself, pretending he hardly recognized it. The plan was what men call a dirty trick. It was also irresistibly seductive. He opened the door, stepped boldly, nose in the air, right over the hideous insect on the floor, and fairly pranced into the outer passage. The brief transit brought 100 horrible sensations: that the hornet would rise and sting his leg, that it would cling to his dressing gown and stab his spine, that he would step upon it and die like Achilles of a heel exposed. But with these, and conquering them, was one other stronger emotion that robbed the lesser terrors of their potency: that Mr. Mullins would run precisely the same risks 5 seconds later, unprepared. He heard the gloating insect buzz and scratch the oilcloth. But it was behind him. He was safe. "Good morning to you, Mr. Mullins," he observed with a gracious smile. "I trust I have not kept you waiting." "Mornin'," grunted Mullins sourly in reply, as he passed him with a distinctly hostile and contemptuous air. For Mullins, though depraved, perhaps, was an honest man, abhorring parsons and making no secret of his opinions, whence the bitter feeling. All men, except those very big ones who are supermen, have something astonishingly despicable in them. The despicable thing in Milligan came uppermost now. He fairly chuckled. He met the snub with a calm, forgiving smile, and continued his shambling gait with what dignity he could towards his bedroom opposite. Then he turned his head to see. His enemy would meet an infuriated hornet, an Egyptian hornet, and might not notice it. He might step on it. He might not. But he was bound to disturb it and rouse it to attack. The chances were enormously on the clerical side, and its sting meant death. "May God forgive me," ran subconsciously through his mind, and side by side with the repentant prayer ran also a recognition of the tempter's eternal skill. "I hope the devil it will sting him." It happened very quickly. The Reverend James Milligan lingered a moment by his door to watch. He saw Mullins, the disgusting Mullins, step blithely into the bathroom passage. He saw him pause, shrink back, and raise his arm to protect his face. He heard him swear out aloud, "What's the damned thing doing here? Have I really got him again?" And then he heard him laugh, a hearty, guffawing laugh of genuine relief. "It's real!" The moment of revulsion was overwhelming. It filled the churchly heart with anguish and bitter disappointment. For a space he hated the whole race of men. For the instant Mr. Mullins realized that the insect was not a fiery illusion of his disordered nerves, he went forward without the smallest hesitation. With his towel he knocked down the flying terror. Then he stooped. He gathered up the venomous thing his well-aimed blow had stricken so easily to the floor. He advanced with it, held at arm's length, to the window. He tossed it out carelessly. The Egyptian Hornet flew away uninjured, and Mr. Mullins, the Mr. Mullins who drank, gave nothing to the church, attended no services, hated parsons, and proclaimed the fact with enthusiasm, this same detestable Mr. Mullins went to his unearned bath without a scratch. But first he saw his enemy standing in the doorway across the passage, watching him, and understood. That was the awful part of it. Mullins would make a story of it, and the story would go the round of the hotel. The Reverend James Milligan, however, proved that his reputation for self-control was not undeserved. He conducted morning service half an hour later with an expression of peace upon his handsome face. He conquered all outward sign of inward spiritual vexation. The wicked, he consoled himself, ever flourish like green bay trees. It was notorious that the righteous never have any luck at all. That was bad enough. But what was worse, and the Reverend James Mulligan remembered for very long, was the superior ease with which Mullins had relegated both himself and Hornet to the same level of comparative insignificance. Mullins ignored them both, which proved that he felt himself superior. Infinitely worse than the sting of any hornet in the world. He really was superior. End of An Egyptian Hornet.
The Fireplace by Henry S. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Fireplace by Henry S. Whitehead. When the Planters Hotel in Jackson, Mississippi burned to the ground in the notable fire of 1922, the loss to that section of the South could not be measured in terms of that ancient hostelry's former grandeur. The days indeed had long passed when a Virginia ham was therein stewed in no medium meaner than good white wine, and as the rambling old building was heavily insured, the owners suffered no great material loss. The real loss was the community's, in the deaths by fire of two of its prominent citizens, Lieutenant Governor Frank Stackpoole and Mayor Cassius L. Turner. These gentlemen, just turning elderly, had been having a reunion in the hotel with two of their old associates, Judge Varney J. Baker of Memphis, Tennessee, and the Honorable Valdemar Peel, a prominent Georgian from Atlanta. Thus 2 other southern cities had a share in the mourning, for Judge Baker and Mr. Peel both likewise perished in the flames. The fire took place just before Christmas, on the 23rd of December, and among the many sympathetic and regretful comments which ensued upon this holocaust was the many times repeated conjecture that these gentlemen had been keeping a kind of Christmas anniversary. A fact which added no little to the general feeling of regret and horror. On the request of these prominent gentlemen, the hotel management had cleared out and furnished a second-floor room with a great fireplace, a room for long used only for storage, but for which the late mayor and lieutenant governor had assured them the 4 old cronies cherished a certain sentiment. The fire, which gained headway despite the truly desperate efforts of the occupants of the room, had its origin in the fireplace, and it was believed that the 4, who were literally burned to cinders, had been trapped. The fire had started, it appeared, about half an hour before midnight, when everybody else in the hotel had retired. No other occupant of the house suffered from its effects, beyond a few incidental injuries sustained in the hurried departure at dead of night from the blazing old fire trap. Some 10 years before this regrettable incident ended the long and honorable career of this one-time famous hostelry, a certain Mr. James Callender, breaking a wearisome journey north at Jackson, turned into the hospitable vestibule of the Planters with a sigh of relief. He had been shut up for 9 hours in the mephitic atmosphere of a soft coal train. He was tired, hungry, thirsty, and begrimed with soot. 2 grinning Negro porters deposited his ample luggage, toted from the railway station in the reasonable hope of a large emolument, promised by their patron's prosperous appearance and the imminence of the festival season of Christmas. They received their reward, and left Mr. Callender in the act of signing the hotel register. "Can you let me have number 28, he required of the clerk. "That, I believe, is the room with the large fireplace, is it not? My friend Mr. Tom Culbertson of Sweetbriar recommended it to me in case I should be stopping here." Number 28 was fortunately vacant, and the new guest was shortly in occupation, a great fire at his orders roaring up the chimney, and he himself engaged in preparing for the luxury of a hot bath. After a leisurely dinner of the sort for which the old hotel was famous, Mr. Callender first sauntered slowly through the lobby, enjoying the first fragrant whiffs of a good cigar. Then, seeing no familiar face which gave promise of a conversation, he ascended to his room, replenished the fire, and got himself ready for a solitary evening. Soon in pajamas, bathrobe, and comfortable slippers, he settled himself in a comfortable chair at just the right distance from the fire, and began to read a new book which he had brought with him. His dinner had been a late one, and it was about 9:30 when he really settled to his book. It was Arthur Machen's House of Souls, and Mr. Callender soon found himself absorbed in the eerie ecstasy of reading, for the first time, a remarkable work which transcended all his previous second-hand experiences of the occult. It had, he found, anything but a soporific effect upon him. He was reading carefully, well into the book with all his faculties alert, when he was interrupted by a knock on the door of his room. Mr. Callender stopped reading, marked his place, and rose to open the door. He was wondering who should summon him at such an hour. He glanced at his watch on the bureau in passing and was surprised to note that it was 11:20. He had been reading for nearly 2 hours steadily. He opened the door and was surprised to find no one in the corridor. He stepped through the doorway and glanced right and then left. There were, he observed, turns in both directions at short distances from his door, and Mr. Callender, whose mind was trained in the sifting of evidence, worked out an instantaneous explanation in his mind. The occupant of a double room, so he guessed, had returned late, and mistaking the room, had knocked to apprise his fellow occupant of his return. Seeing at once that he had knocked prematurely on the wrong door, the person had bolted around one of the corners to avoid an awkward explanation. Mr. Callender, smiling at this whimsical idea of his, turned back into his room and shut the door behind him. A gentleman was sitting in the place he had vacated. Mr. Callender stopped short and stared at this intruder. The man who had appropriated his comfortable chair was a few years older than himself, it appeared, say about 35. He was tall, well-proportioned, and very well-dressed, although there seemed to Mr. Callender's hasty scrutiny something indefinably odd about his clothes. The two men looked at each other appraisingly for the space of a few seconds in silence, and then abruptly Mr. Callender saw what was wrong with the other's appearance. He was dressed in the fashion of about 15 years back, in the style of the late 90s. No one was wearing such a decisive-looking Piccadilly collar, nor such a huge puff tie which concealed every vestige of the linen except the edges of the cuffs. These, on Mr. Callender's uninvited guest, were immaculate and round, and held in place by a pair of large, round, cut cameo black buttons. The strange gentleman, without rising, broke the silence in a well-modulated voice, with a deprecatory wave of a very well-kept hand. "I owe you an apology, sir. I trust that you will accept what amends I can make. This room has for me a peculiar interest which you will understand if you will allow me to speak further, but for the present I confine myself to asking your pardon." This speech was delivered in so frank and pleasing a fashion that Mr. Callender could take no offense at the intrusion of the speaker. "You are quite welcome, sir, but perhaps you will be good enough to continue as you suggest. I confess to being mightily puzzled as to the precise manner in which you came to be here. The only way of approach is through the door, and I'll take my oath no one came through it. I heard a knock, went to the door, and there was no one there." "I imagine I would do well to begin at the beginning," said the stranger gravely. "The facts are somewhat unusual, as you will see when I have related them. Otherwise I should hardly be here, at this time of night, and trespassing upon your good nature. that this is no mere prank, I beg that you will believe." "Proceed, sir, by all means," returned Mr. Callender, his curiosity aroused and keen. He drew up another chair and seated himself on the side of the fireplace opposite the stranger, who at once began his explanation. "My name is Charles Bellinger, a fact which I will ask you kindly to note and keep well in mind. I come from Biloxi, down on the Gulf, and unlike yourself, I am a Southerner, a native of Mississippi. You see, sir, I know something about you, or at least who you are." Mr. Callender inclined his head, and the stranger waved his hand again, this time as if to express acknowledgment of an introduction. "I may as well add to this, since it explains several matters, though in itself sounding somewhat odd, that actually I am dead." Mr. Bellinger, at this astounding statement, met Mr. Callender's facial expression of amazement with a smile clearly meant to be reassuring, and again with a kind of unspoken eloquence waved his expressive hand. "Yes, sir, what I tell you is the plain truth. I passed out of this life in this room where we are sitting almost exactly 16 years ago. My death occurred on the 23rd of December. That will be precisely 16 years ago, the day after tomorrow. I came here tonight for the express purpose of telling you the facts, if you will bear with me, and suspend your judgment as to my sanity. It was I who knocked at your door, and I passed through it, and, so to speak, through you, my dear sir. On the late afternoon of the day I've mentioned, I arrived in this hotel in company with Mr. Frank Stackpoole, an acquaintance who still lives here in Jackson. I met him as I got off the train and invited him to come here with me for dinner. Being a bachelor, he made no difficulty, and just after dinner, we met in the lobby another man named Turner, Cassius L. Turner, also a Jacksonian, who proposed a game of cards and offered to secure 2 more gentlemen to complete the party. I invited him to bring them here to my room, and Stackpoole and I came up in advance to get things ready for an evening of poker. Shortly afterwards, Mr. Turner and the 2 other gentlemen arrived. One of them was named Baker. The other was Mr. Valdemar Peel, of Atlanta, Georgia. You recognize his name, I perceive, as I had expected you would. Mr. Peel is now a very prominent man. He has gone far since that time. If you happened to be better acquainted here, you would know that Stackpoole and Turner are also men of very considerable prominence. Baker, who lives in Memphis, Tennessee, is likewise a well-known man in his community and state. Peel, it appeared, was Stackpoole's brother-in-law, a fact which I had not previously known, and all 4 were well acquainted with each other. I was introduced to the 2 newcomers, and we commenced to play poker. Somewhat to my embarrassment, since I was both the host and the stranger of the party, I won steadily from the very beginning. Mr. Peel was the heaviest loser, and although as the evening wore on he sat with compressed lips and made no comment, it was plain that he was taking his considerable losses rather hardly. Not long after 11 o'clock, a most unfortunate incident took place. I had in no way suspected that I was not among gentlemen. I had begun, you see, by knowing only Stackpoole, and even with him my acquaintance was only casual. At the time I mentioned there began a round of jackpots, and the second of these I opened with a pair of kings and a pair of 4s. Hoping to better my hand, I discarded the 4s with the odd card, and drew to the pair of kings, hoping for a 3rd. I was fortunate. I obtained not only the 3rd king, but with it a pair of 8s. Thus equipped with a full house, I considered my hand likely to be the best, and when within 2 rounds of betting the rest had laid down their hands, the pot lay between Peel and me. Peel, I noticed, had also thrown down 3 cards, and every chance indicated that I had him beaten. I forced him to call me after a long series of raises back and forth, and when he laid down his hand he was holding 4 4s. You see, he had picked up my discard. Wishing to give Peel the benefit of any possible doubt, I declared the matter at once, for one does not lightly accuse a gentleman of cheating at cards, especially here in the South. It was possible, though far from likely, that there had been a mistake. The dealer might for once have laid down his draw on the table, although he had consistently handed out the cards as we dealt in turn all evening. To imply further that I regarded the matter as nothing worse than a mistake, I offered, at once to allow the considerable pot, which I had really won, to lie over to the next hand. I had risen slightly out of my chair as I spoke, and before anyone could add a word, Peel leaned over the table and stabbed me with a bowie knife, which I had not even seen him draw, so rapidly was his action. He struck upwards, slantingly, and the blade, entering my body just below the ribs, cut my right lung nearly in two. I sank down limp across the table, and within a few seconds had coughed myself almost noiselessly to death. The actual moment of dissolution was painful to a degree. It was as if the permanent part of me, myself, my soul, if you will, snapped abruptly away from that distorted thing which sprawled prone across the disordered table, and which no longer moved. Dispassionately, then, the something which continued to be myself, though now, of course, dissociated from what had been my vehicle of expression, my body, looked on and apprehended all that followed. For a few moments there was utter silence. Then Turner, in a hoarse, constrained voice, whispered to Peel, "You've done for yourself now, you unmentionable fool." Peel sat in silence, the knife which he had automatically withdrawn from the wound still grasping in his hand, and what had been my life's blood slowly dripping from it, and gradually congealing as it fell upon a disarranged pile of cards. Then, quite without warning, Baker took charge of the situation. He had kept very quiet and played a very conservative game throughout the evening. "This affair calls for careful handling," he drawled, "and if you will take my advice, I think it can be made into a simple case of disappearance. Bellinger comes from Biloxi. He is not well known here." Then, rising and gathering the attention of the others, he continued, "I'm going down to the hotel kitchen for a short time. While I am gone, keep the door shut, keep quiet, and clear up the room, leaving this," he indicated my body, "where it lies. You, Stackpool, arrange the furniture in the room as nearly as you can remember how it looked when you first came in. You, Turner, make up a big fire. You needn't begin that just yet." He threw at Peel, who had begun nervously to cleanse the blade of his knife on a piece of newspaper. And with this cryptic remark he disappeared through the door and was gone. The others, who all appeared somewhat dazed, set about their appointed task silently. Peel, who seemed unable to leave the vicinity of the table, at which he kept throwing glances, straightened up the chairs, replaced them where they had been, and then gathered up the cards and other debris from the table, and threw these into the now blazing fire which Turner was rapidly feeding with fresh wood. Within a few minutes Baker returned as unobtrusively as he had left, and after carefully fastening the door and approaching the table, gathered the three others about him and produced from under his coat an awkward and hastily wrapped package of newspapers. Unfastening this, he produced 3 heavy kitchen knives. I saw that Turner went white as Baker's idea dawned upon his consciousness. I now understood what Baker had meant when he told Peel to defer the cleansing of his bowie knife. It was, as plans go, a very practical scheme which he had evolved. The body, the corpus delicti, as I believe you gentlemen of the law call it, was an extremely awkward fact. It was a fact which had to be accounted for, unless, well, Baker had clearly perceived that there must be no corpus delicti. He held a hurried, low-voiced conversation with the others, from the immediate effect of which all, even Peel, at first drew back. I need not detail it to you. You will have already apprehended what Baker had in mind. There was the roaring fire in the fireplace. That was his means of making certain that there would remain no corpus delicti in that room when the others left. Without such evidence, that is, the actual body of the murdered man, there could be, as you are of course well aware, no prosecution, because there would be no proof that the murder had ever been committed. I should simply have disappeared. He had seen all that, and the opportunity which the fireplace afforded for carrying out his plan all at once. But the fireplace, while large, was not large enough to accommodate the body of a man intact. Hence his hurried and stealthy visit to the hotel kitchen. The men looked up from their conference. Peel was trembling palpably. The sweat streamed from Turner's face. Stackpole seemed unaffected, but I did not fail to observe that the hand which he reached out for one of the great meat knives shook violently, and that he was the first to turn his head aside when Baker, himself pale and with set face, gingerly picked up from the table one of the stiffening hands. Within an hour and a quarter, for the fireplace drew as well then as it does tonight, there was not a vestige left of the corpus delicti, except the teeth. Baker appeared to think of everything. When the fire had pretty well burned itself out and had consumed what had been placed within it piecemeal, he remade it, and within its heart placed such charred remnants of the bones as had not been completely incinerated the first time. Eventually all the incriminating evidence had been consumed. It was as if I had never existed. My clothes, of course, had been burned. When the four, now haggard with their ordeal, had completed the burning process, another clearing up and final rearrangement of the room was undertaken. Various newspapers, which they had been carrying in their coat pockets, were used to cleanse the table. The knives, including Peel's, were washed and scrubbed, the water poured out, and the water basin thoroughly scoured. No blood had got upon the carpet. My not inconsiderable winnings, as well as the coin and currency which had been in my possession, were then cold-bloodedly divided among these four rascals, for such I had for some time now recognized them as being. There arose then the problem of the disposal of my other belongings. There was my watch, pocket-knife, and several old seals which had belonged to my grandfather, and which I had been accustomed to wear on the end of the chain in the pocket opposite that in which I carried my watch. There were my studs, scarf-pin, cuff-buttons, 2 rings, and lastly my teeth. These had been laid aside at the time when Baker had carefully raked the charred but indestructible teeth out of the embers of the first fire. At this point in his narrative, Mr. Bellinger paused and passed one of his eloquent hands through the hair on top of his head in a reflective gesture. Mr. Callender observed what he had not before clearly noted, that his guest possessed a pair of extraordinarily long, thin hands, very muscular, the hands of an artist and also of a man of determination and action. He particularly observed that the index fingers were almost, if not quite, as long as the middle fingers. The listener, who had been unable to make up his mind upon the question of the sanity of him who had presented this extraordinary narrative in so calm and convincing a fashion, viewed these hands indicative of a strong character with the greatest interest. Mr. Bellinger resumed his narrative. There was some discussion about the disposal of all these things. The consensus was that they must be concealed, since they could not easily be destroyed. If I had been one of those men, I should have insisted upon throwing them into the river at the earliest opportunity. They could have been carried out of the room by any one of the group with the greatest ease and with no chance of detection, since altogether they took up very little room. But this simple plan seemed not to occur to them. Perhaps they had exhausted their ingenuity in the horrible task just finished, and were over-anxious to depart. They decided only upon the necessity of disposal of these trinkets, and the actual disposition was haphazard. This was by a method which I need not describe, because I think it desirable to show them to you. Mr. Bellinger rose and led the way to a corner of the room, closely followed by the amazed Callender. Bellinger pointed to the precise corner. "Although I am for the present materialized," he remarked, "you will probably understand that this whole proceeding is in the nature of a severe psychic strain upon me and my resources. It is quite out of the question for me to do certain things. Managing to knock at the door took it out of me, rather, but I wish to give you as much warning of my presence as I could. Will you kindly oblige me by lifting the carpet at this point?" Mr. Callender worked his fingers nervously under the corner of the carpet and pulled. The tacks yielded after several hard pulls, and the corner of the carpet came up, revealing a large piece of heavy tin which had been tacked down over an ancient rat-hole. "Pull up the tin, too, if you please," requested Mr. Bellinger. The tin presented a more difficult task than had the carpet, but Mr. Callender, now thoroughly intrigued, made short work of it, though at the expense of 2 broken blades of his pocket-knife. At Mr. Bellinger's further direction, inserting his hand, he found and drew out a packet of cloth which proved on examination to have been fabricated out of a trouser's pocket lining. The cloth was rotted and brittle, and Mr. Callender carried it carefully over to the table and laid it down, and emptying it out between them, checked off the various articles which Mr. Bellinger had named. The round cuff buttons came last, and as he held these in his hand he looked at Mr. Bellinger's wrists. Mr. Bellinger smiled and pulled down his cuffs, holding out his hands in the process, and Mr. Callender again noted carefully their peculiarities, the long muscular fingers being especially conspicuous, thus seen under the direct light of the electric lamp. The cuff buttons, he noted, were absolutely identical. "Perhaps you will oblige me by putting the whole collection in your pocket," suggested Mr. Bellinger. Then smiling, as Mr. Callender not unnaturally hesitated, "Take them, my dear man, take them freely. They're really mine to give, you know." Mr. Callender stepped over to the wardrobe where his clothes hung, and placed the packet in his coat pocket. When he returned to the vicinity of the fireplace, his guest had already resumed his seat. "I trust," he said, "that despite the very singular, I may say, bizarre character of my narrative, and especially the statement with which I thought best to begin it, you will have given me your credence. It is uncommon to be confronted with the recital of such an experience as I have related to you, and it is not everybody who is, may I say, privileged to carry on an extended conversation with a man who has been dead 16 years. My object may possibly have suggested itself to you. These men have escaped all consequences of their act. They are, as I think you will not deny, 4 thorough rascals. They are at large and even in positions of responsibility, trust, and prominence in their several communities. You are a lawyer, a man held in high esteem for your professional skill and personal integrity. I ask you then, will you undertake to bring these men to justice? You should be able to reproduce the salient points of my story. You have even proofs in the shape of the articles now in your coat pocket. There is the fact of my disappearance. That made a furor at the time, and has never been explained or cleared up. You have the evidence of the hotel register for my being here on that date, and it would not be hard to prove that these men were in my company. But above all else, I would pin my faith for a conviction upon the mere recounting, in the presence of these 4 duly subpoenaed of my story as I have told it to you. That would fasten their guilt upon them to the satisfaction of any judge and jury. They would be crying aloud for mercy and groveling in abject superstitious fear long before you had finished the account of precisely what they had done. Or 3 of them could be confronted with an alleged confession made by the other. Will you undertake to right this festering wrong, Mr. Callender, and give me peace? Your professional obligation to promote justice and set wrong right should conspire with your character to cause you to agree." "I will do so with all my heart," replied Mr. Callender, holding out his hand. But before the other could take it, there came another knocking on the door of the hotel room. Slightly startled, Mr. Callender went to the door and threw it open. One of the hotel servants reminded him that he had asked to be called and that it was the hour specified. Mr. Callender thanked and feed the man, and turning back into the room found himself alone. He went to the fireplace and sat down. He looked fixedly at the smoldering fire in the grate. He went over to the wardrobe, and felt in his coat pocket in search of negative evidence that he had been dreaming, but his hand encountered the bag which had been the lining of a trouser's pocket. He drew it out, and spread a second time that morning on the table the various articles which it contained. After an early breakfast, Mr. Callender asked for permission to examine the register for the year 1896. He found that Charles Bellinger of Biloxi had registered on the afternoon of the 23rd of December, and had been assigned room 28. He had no time for further inquiries, and, thanking the obliging clerk, he hastened to the railway station and resumed his journey north. During the journey his mind refused to occupy itself with anything except his strange experience. He reached his destination in a state of profound preoccupation. As soon as his professional engagements allowed him the leisure to do so, he began his inquiries by having looked up the owners of those names which were deeply imprinted in his memory. He was obliged to stop there because of an unprecedented quantity of new legal business claimed his more immediate attention. He was aware that this particular period in his professional career was one vital to his future, and he slaved painstakingly at the affairs of his clients. His diligence was rewarded by a series of conspicuous legal successes, and his reputation became greatly enhanced. This heavy preoccupation could not fail to dull somewhat the sharp impression which the adventure in the hotel bedroom had made upon his mind, and the contents of the trousers pocket remained locked in his safe deposit box, undisturbed, while he settled the affairs of the Rockland Oil Corporation and fought through the appellate division the conspicuous case of Burnett versus De Castro, etc. It was in the pursuit of a vital piece of evidence in this last-named case that his duties called him south again. Having obtained the evidence, he started home, and again found it expedient to break the long journey northward at Jackson. It was not, though, until he was actually signing the register that he noted that it was the 23rd of December, the actual date with which Mr. Bellinger's singular narrative had been concerned. He did not ask for any particular room this time. He felt a chill of vague apprehension, as if there awaited him an accounting for some laxity, a feeling which recalled the occasional lapses of his remote childhood. He smiled, but this whimsical idea was quickly replaced by a somber apprehension which he could not shake off, and which emanated from the realization that the clerk, by some strange fatality, had again assigned him room 28, the room with the fireplace. He thought of asking for another room, but could not think of any reasonable excuse. He sighed and felt a positive sinking at the heart when he saw the figures written down at the edge of the page, but he said nothing. If he shrank from this room's occupancy, this room with its frightful secret shared by him alone of this world's company with the 4 guilty men who were still at large because of his failure to keep his promise, he was human enough and modern enough in his ideas to shrink still more from the imputation of oddity which his refusal of the room on no sensible grounds would inevitably suggest. He went up to his room, and as it was a cold night outside, ordered the fire to be made up. When the hotel servant rapped on his door in the morning, there was no answer, and after several attempts to arouse the occupant, the man reported his failure at the office. Later, another attempt was made, and, this proving equally ineffectual, the door was forced with the assistance of a locksmith. Mr. Callender's body was found lying with the head in the grate. He had been, it appeared, strangled, for the marks of a pair of hands were deeply imprinted on his throat. The fingers had sunk deeply into the bluish, discolored flesh, and the coroner's jury noted the unusual circumstance when they sent out a description of the murderer confined to this peculiarity, that these marks indicated that the murderer, who was never discovered, possessed very long, thin fingers, the index fingers being almost or quite as long as the middle fingers. End of The Fireplace by Henry S. Whitehead.
From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie M. From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft. Horrible beyond conception was the change which had taken place in my best friend, Crawford Tillinghast. I had not seen him since that day, 2 months and a half before, when he had told me toward what goal his physical and metaphysical researches were leading, when he had answered my awed and almost frightened remonstrances by driving me from his laboratory and his house in a burst of fanatical rage. I had known that he now remained mostly shut in the attic laboratory with that accursed electrical machine, eating little and excluding even the servants, but I had not thought a brief period of 10 weeks could so alter and disfigure any human creature. It is not pleasant to see a stout man suddenly grown thin, and it is even worse when the baggy skin becomes yellowed or grayed, the eyes sunken, circled, and uncannily glowing, the forehead veined and corrugated, and the hands tremulous and twitching. And if added to this there be a repellent unkemptness, a wild disorder of dress, a bushiness of dark hair, white at the roots, and an unchecked growth of pure white beard on a face once clean-shaven, the cumulative effect is quite shocking. But such was the aspect of Crawford Tillinghast on the night his half-coherent message brought me to his door after my weeks of exile, such the spectre that trembled as it admitted me, candle in hand, and glanced furtively over its shoulder as if fearful of unseen things in the ancient, lonely house set back from Benevolent Street. That Crawford Tillinghast should ever have studied science and philosophy was a mistake. These things should be left to the frigid and impersonal investigator, for they offer two equally tragic alternatives to the man of feeling and action: despair if he fail in his quest, and terrors unutterable and unimaginable if he succeed. Tillinghast had once been the prey of failure, solitary and melancholy, but now I knew, with nauseating fears of my own, that he was the prey of success. I had indeed warned him 10 weeks before, when he burst forth with his tale of what he felt himself about to discover. He had been flushed and excited then, talking in a high and unnatural, though always pedantic, voice. "What do we know," he had said, "of the world and the universe about us? Our means of receiving impressions are absurdly few, and our notions of surrounding objects infinitely narrow. We see things only as we are constructed to see them, and can gain no idea of their absolute nature. With 5 feeble senses we pretend to comprehend the boundlessly complex cosmos, yet other beings with a wider, stronger, or different range of senses might not only see very differently the things we see, but might see and study whole worlds of matter, energy, and life which lie close at hand yet can never be detected with the senses we have. I have always believed that such strange, inaccessible worlds exist at our very elbows, and now I believe I have found a way to break down the barriers. I am not joking. Within 24 hours, that machine near the table will generate waves acting on unrecognized sense organs that exist in us as atrophied or rudimentary vestiges. Those waves will open up to us many vistas unknown to man, and several unknown to anything we consider organic life. We shall see that at which dogs howl in the dark, and that at which cats prick up their ears after midnight. We shall see these things, and other things, which no breathing creature has yet seen. We shall overlap time, space, and dimensions, and without bodily motion peer to the bottom of creation. When Tillinghast said these things, I remonstrated, for I knew him well enough to be frightened rather than amused, but he was a fanatic, and drove me from the house. Now he was no less a fanatic, but his desire to speak had conquered his resentment, and he had written me imperatively in a hand I could scarcely recognize. As I entered the abode of the friend so suddenly metamorphosed into a shivering gargoyle, I became infected with the terror which seems stalking in all the shadows. The words and beliefs expressed 10 weeks before seemed bodied forth in the darkness beyond the small circle of candlelight, and I sickened at the hollow, altered voice of my host. I wished the servants were about, and I did not like it when he said they had all left 3 days previously. It seemed strange that old Gregory, at least, should desert his master without telling as tried a friend as I. It was he who had given me all the information I had of Tillinghast after I was repulsed in rage. Yet I soon subordinated all my fears to my growing curiosity and fascination. Just what Crawford Tillinghast now wished of me I could only guess, but that he had some stupendous secret or discovery to impart I could not doubt. Before I had protested at his unnatural pryings into the unthinkable, now that he had evidently succeeded to some degree I almost shared his spirit, terrible though the cost of victory appeared. Up through the dark emptiness of the house I followed the bobbing candle in the hand of this shaking parody on man. The electricity seemed to be turned off, and when I asked my guide, he said it was for a definite reason. It would be too much. I would not dare, he continued to mutter. I especially noted his new habit of muttering, for it was not like him to talk to himself. We entered the laboratory in the attic, and I observed that detestable electrical machine, glowing with a sickly, sinister, violet luminosity. It was connected with a powerful chemical battery, but seemed to be receiving no current, for I recalled that in its experimental stage it had sputtered and purred when in action. In reply to my question, Tillinghast mumbled that this permanent glow was not electrical in any sense that I could understand. He now seated me near the machine, so that it was on my right, and turned a switch somewhere below the crowning cluster of glass bulbs. The usual sputtering began, turned to a whine, and terminated in a drone so soft as to suggest a return to silence. Meanwhile, the luminosity increased, waned again, and then assumed a pale, ochre color or blend of colors which I could neither place nor describe. Tillinghast had been watching me and noted my puzzled expression. "Do you know what that is?" he whispered. "That is ultraviolet." He chuckled oddly at my surprise. "You thought ultraviolet was invisible, and so it is. But you can see that and many other invisible things now. Listen to me. The waves from that thing are waking 1,000 sleeping senses in us, senses which we inherit from eons of evolution from the state of detached electrons to the state of organic humanity. I have seen truth, and I intend to show it to you. Do you wonder how it will seem? I will tell you." Here Tillinghast seated himself directly opposite me, blowing out his candle and staring hideously into my eyes. "Your existing sense organs, ears first, I think, will pick up many of the impressions, for they are closely connected with the dormant organs. Then there will be others. You have heard of the pineal gland?" I laugh at the shallow endocrinologist, fellow dupe and fellow parvenu of the Freudian. That gland is the greatest sense organ of organs, I have found out. It is like sight in the end, and transmits visual pictures to the brain. If you are normal, that is the way you ought to get most of it. I mean, most of the evidence from beyond. I looked about the immense attic room with the sloping south wall, dimly lit by rays which the everyday eye cannot see. The far corners were all shadows, and the whole place took on a hazy unreality which obscured its nature and invited the imagination to symbolism and phantasm. During the interval that Tillinghast was silent, I fancied myself in some vast and incredible temple of long-dead gods, some vague edifice of innumerable black stone columns reaching up from a floor of damp slabs to a cloudy height beyond the range of my vision. The picture was very vivid for a while, but gradually gave way to a more horrible conception, that of utter, absolute solitude in infinite, sightless, soundless space. There seemed to be a void, and nothing more, and I felt a childish fear which prompted me to draw from my hip pocket the revolver I always carried after dark since the night I was held up in East Providence. Then, from the farthermost regions of remoteness, the sound softly glided into existence. It was infinitely faint, subtly vibrant, and unmistakably musical, but held a quality of surpassing wildness which made its impact feel like a delicate torture of my whole body. I felt sensations like those one feels when accidentally scratching ground glass. Simultaneously there developed something like a cold draught, which apparently swept past me from the direction of the distant sound. As I waited breathlessly, I perceived that both sound and wind were increasing, the effect being to give me an odd notion of myself as tied to a pair of rails in the path of a gigantic approaching locomotive. I began to speak to Tillinghast, and as I did so, all the unusual impressions abruptly vanished. I saw only the man, the glowing machine, and the dim apartment. Tillinghast was grinning repulsively at the revolver which I had almost unconsciously drawn, but from his expression I was sure he had seen and heard as much as I, if not a great deal more. I whispered what I had experienced, and he bade me to remain as quiet and receptive as possible. "Don't move," he cautioned, "for in these rays we are able to be seen as well as to see. I told you the servants left, but I didn't tell you how. It was that thick-witted housekeeper. She turned on the lights downstairs after I had warned her not to, and the wires picked up sympathetic vibrations. It might have been frightful. I could hear the screams up here in spite of all I was seeing and hearing from another direction. and later it was rather awful to find those empty heaps of clothes around the house. Mrs. Updike's clothes were close to the front hall switch. That's how I know she did it. It got them all. But so long as we don't move, we're fairly safe. Remember, we're dealing with a hideous world in which we are practically helpless. Keep still. The combined shock of the revelation and of the abrupt command gave me a kind of paralysis, and in my terror my mind again opened to the impressions coming from what Tillinghast called beyond. I was now in a vortex of sound and motion, with confused pictures before my eyes. I saw the blurred outlines of the room, but from some point in space there seemed to be pouring a seething column of unrecognizable shapes or clouds, penetrating the solid roof at a point ahead and to the right of me. Then I glimpsed the temple-like effect again, but this time the pillars reached up into an aerial ocean of light, which sent down one blinding beam along the path of the cloudy column I had seen before. After that, the scene was almost wholly kaleidoscopic, and in the jumble of sights, sounds, and unidentified sense impressions, I felt that I was about to dissolve or in some way lose the solid form. One definite flash I shall always remember. I seemed for an instant to behold a patch of strange night sky, filled with shining, revolving spheres, and as it receded I saw that the glowing suns formed a constellation or a galaxy of settled shape, this shape being the distorted face of Crawford Tillinghast. At another time I felt the huge animate things brushing past me and occasionally walking or drifting through my supposedly solid body, and thought I saw Tillinghast look at them as though his better-trained senses could catch them visually. I recalled what he had said of the pineal gland, and wondered what he saw with this preternatural eye. Suddenly, I myself became possessed of a kind of augmented sight. Over and above the luminous and shadowy chaos arose a picture which, though vague, held the elements of consistency and permanence. It was indeed somewhat familiar, for the unusual part was superimposed upon the usual terrestrial scene as much as a cinema view may be thrown upon the painted curtain of a theater. I saw the attic laboratory, the electrical machine, and the unsightly form of Tillinghast opposite me. But of all the space unoccupied by familiar material objects, not one particle was vacant. Indescribable shapes, both alive and otherwise, were mixed in disgusting disarray, and close to every known thing were whole worlds of alien, unknown entities. It likewise seemed that all the known things entered into the composition of other unknown things, and vice versa. Foremost among the living objects were great, inky, jellyish monstrosities which flabbily quivered in harmony with the vibrations from the machine. They were present in loathsome profusion, and I saw to my horror that they overlapped, that they were semi-fluid and capable of passing through one another and through what we know as solids. These things were never still, but seemed ever floating about with some malignant purpose. Sometimes they appeared to devour one another, the attacker launching itself at its victim and instantaneously obliterating the latter from sight. Shudderingly, I felt that I knew what had obliterated the unfortunate servants, and could not exclude the things from my mind as I strove to observe other properties of the newly visible world that lies unseen around us. But Tillinghast had been watching me, and was speaking. "You see them? You see them? You see the things that float and flop about you and through you every moment of your life? You see the creatures that form what men call the pure air and the blue sky. Have I not succeeded in breaking down the barrier? Have I not shown you worlds that no other living men have seen?" I heard him scream through the horrible chaos, and looked at the wild face thrust so offensively close to mine. His eyes were pits of flame, and they glared at me with what I now saw was overwhelming hatred. The machine droned detestably. "You think those floundering things wiped out the servants? Fool, they are harmless. But the servants are gone, aren't they? You tried to stop me. You discouraged me when I needed every drop of encouragement I could get. You were afraid of the cosmic truth, you damned coward. But now I've got you. What swept up the servants? What made them scream so loud? Don't know, eh? You'll know soon enough. Look at me. Listen to what I say. Do you suppose there are really any such things as time and magnitude? Do you fancy there are such things as form or matter? I tell you, I have struck depths that your little brain can't picture. I have seen beyond the bounds of infinity and drawn down demons from the stars. I have harnessed the shadows that stride from world to world to sow death and madness. Space belongs to me, do you hear? Things are hunting me now, the things that devour and dissolve, but I know how to elude them. It is you they will get, as they got the servants. Stirring, dear sir? I told you it was dangerous to move. I have saved you so far by telling you to keep still, saved you to see more sights and to listen to me. If you had moved, they would have been at you long ago. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. They didn't hurt the servants. It was seeing that made the poor devils scream so. My pets are not pretty, for they come out of places where aesthetic standards are very different. Disintegration is quite painless, I assure you. But I want you to see them. I almost saw them, but I knew how to stop. You are not curious? I always knew you were no scientist. Trembling, eh? Trembling with anxiety to see the ultimate things that I have discovered? Why don't you move, then? Tired? Well, don't worry, my friend, for they are coming. Look! Look, curse you, look! It's just over your left shoulder. What remains to be told is very brief and may be familiar to you from the newspaper accounts. The police heard a shot in the old Tillinghast house and found us there. Tillinghast dead and me unconscious. They arrested me because the revolver was in my hand, but released me in 3 hours after they found it was apoplexy which had finished Tillinghast, and saw that my shot had been directed at the noxious machine which now lay hopelessly shattered on the laboratory floor. I did not tell very much of what I've seen, for I feared the coroner would be skeptical, but from the evasive outline I did give, the doctor told me that I had undoubtedly been hypnotized by the vindictive and homicidal madman. I wish I could believe that, doctor. It would help my shaky nerves if I could dismiss what I now have to think of the air and the sky about and above me. I never feel alone or comfortable, and a hideous sense of pursuit sometimes comes chillingly on me when I am weary. What prevents me from believing the doctor is this one simple fact, that the police never found the bodies of those servants whom they say Crawford Tillinghast murdered. End of From Beyond by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Ali M.
Ye Good Old Ghost Story by William A. P. White. From Weird Tales, January 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Chilling Chamber of Phantom Heath Fields, or The Winning of Alicia the Beautiful. Ye Good Old Ghost Story by William A. P. White. But there ain't no such thing, said Jed Hoskins' old man forcefully. No such thing as what? Queried the stranger with the black bag, who had just seated himself near the group. Haunts, Jed hastened to explain. Granddad Miller there, he says the old Lawrence house is haunted. And my dad, he said it can't be, 'cause there ain't no haunts. Aren't there, though? Said the stranger, half to himself. You believe there be, don't you? Said Granddad Miller hopefully. Yes, I do. I had a horrible experience once over in England. England? This was Jed, who thought it a place only geography teachers could be familiar with. England it was. Would you like to hear about it? Yes, came a chorus of assent, even from Old Man Hoskins. All right. And so he began. It must have been about 2 years ago that Lord Fathomheath invited me to spend a weekend at Fathomheath Fields, his ancestral domain. I accepted with pleasure and promptly forgot all about it. I was to have left London on well, I don't exactly remember the train, but it was something about noon on Friday. I didn't remember my engagement until about 6 Friday evening. Then I hurried down, lo más pronto posible. Lo más, said Grandad Miller, the only Catholic in Higginsville. Lo más pronto posible. It's a Spanish phrase meaning as quick as possible. Oh! Percy, that is, Lord Fathomheath. A gasp of surprise went around. A man who could call a lord by his first name was awfully angry at my being late. Harry, he said, if we weren't such good friends, I'd cut you altogether. Well, Percy, said I, as long as you don't cut me all apart, that's all right. But that's just what might happen, he explained. If you stay, you will have to sleep in the chilling chamber, otherwise known as the Bloody Bedroom. It was there that my revered ancestor, Lord Felix of Fathomheath, committed suicide by slitting his throat with a razor. Since then, every guest that has slept in the beastly boudoir has been found the next morning with his throat cut. A shiver ran around the little circle, even though the fire was blazing gaily away. "Did you sleep there?" asked Bob Hill. Of course. Would I be afraid of a ghost of a long-dead Englishman? Never. So Percy had Barracks the butler show me upstairs to the horrible haunt of the suicidal spirit. Feeling marvelous, I began to dress for dinner. Now, if it hadn't been for Percy's sister Alicia, it might never have happened. But I was hopeful of persuading her someday to marry me. She was pretty, rich, and of one of England's best families. Can you blame me? I'd already shaved once that day, but the thought of Alicia inspired me to shave twice in one day for the first time in 5 years. I had lathered my face and was all set to begin. Then I saw in the mirror a horrible form at the other end of the room. It was absolutely and indescribably horrible. It was one of those things that are unmentionable, that should not be. It had a slight semblance of human form, but it was horribly distorted. It was unholy, sacrilegious. It was not healthful for a man to see such things. Slowly, it advanced on me. I was helpless, spellbound, standing there motionless with a razor in my hand. An arm appeared from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan. "Like the which of a what?" asked Jed. Never mind. Anyway, an arm appeared. The thing was standing directly behind me. Slowly it reached out and seized my hand. I could not move. Still more slowly, it drew my own razor, in my own hand, across my throat. "But you're not dead," Bob Hill objected. "How come?" Wait a moment and you'll see. I came into Alicia's arms. She was supporting me while Barracks poured brandy down my throat to revive me. "My hero!" cried Alicia. "You've freed the family of its curse. It has been foretold that if anybody survived the gruesome ghost's attack, he I mean the ghost, of course, would never be able to appear again. Alicia, I said, I claim but one reward. Will you marry me? And Barracks discreetly turned his head. And so we lived happily ever after. But I don't see, Hill reiterated, how come it didn't kill you? Very, very simple. But how? I was using a safety razor. Now, gentlemen, he went on, opening the black bag, I have here a very fine assortment of Burnham triplex safety razors at very reasonable prices. The end of Ye Good Old Ghost Story by William A.P. White.
The House of Death, a strange tale by F. Georges Straub. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The House of Death. The three women looked about the little kitchen. For some reason, each seemed to avoid the eyes of the other. My land, but it's hot in here. Mrs. Prentice moved to the north window to raise it. As she propped up the heavy sash with the thin board that lay on the sill, a gust of hot wind swept through the room from a drought-parched Kansas cornfield. Seeking relief in action, her daughter, Selina, hastened to the opposite window and pushed it up as a cloud of dust thickened in the road in front of the house. A small herd of bawling cattle were milling past the house in the heat and glare of the August sun. Their heads drooped dejectedly, and their tongues lolled from their parched mouths. My land, Selina, there goes another bunch of cattle out west. Does beat all how hard it is to get water in this country. Just seems to me sometimes like I'd die for a sight of mountains and green things and tumbling little stream that run and ripple all summer. Motherly Mrs. Collins wiped the perspiration from her large red face and fanned herself with her blue sunbonnet. Didn't Mammy Judy come from the mountain country? She asked. Yes, we went to the same school. When she was a girl, she had the blackest eyes and prettiest red cheeks of any girl you ever did see. Didn't look much like she does now. A farmer's wife soon goes to pieces. She was such a lively girl, too, so full of fun. And now, just think what the poor thing's come to. Again the three women avoided each other's eyes. Then Selina spoke nervously. Do you suppose she did it, Ma? There you go with your supposing again. Better get to work and straighten up this house. That's what we came over for, ain't it? Mrs. Collins rose heavily from her chair and unrolled and donned a carefully ironed, blue-checked apron. Seems kind of funny to have the funeral here, don't it? Oh, I don't know. The graveyard's handy, and it's so far from the church. Yes, that's so. 'Tain't far to the cemetery. Always seemed to me that Mammy found it kind of spooky, always seeing the graveyard right through the window there over the stove. Being up on top of that rise, and only half a mile away would make it seem to me kind of like living in the graveyard. Selina, take this here bucket and bring me some water. My land, I don't see how Mammy ever got through with all her work and took care of the baby. Her being so old, and it being her first, made it harder, too. Never thought her and Jed would have any children. Things do need redding up pretty considerable, spoke Mrs. Collins, as she picked up some odds and ends of clothing from a corner where they had lain long enough to accumulate a coating of acrid dust. My, just look at the lining in this firebox. How do you suppose Mammy ever managed to cook on it? Must have been pretty hard. She didn't have things fixed up as handy as some of the rest of us, even. You see, they didn't have much money to spend on things. Farming in Kansas ain't been a paying business in the last few years. When it ain't too wet, it's too dry, too hot, too cold, or something. Yes, it seems like there's always something. There, I got that sweeping done. Well, let Selina scrub while we fix up the front room." The two women opened the door in the front room. The blinds were tightly drawn, and the musty odor testified to its lengthy isolation. "My land, look at that, will you?" Mrs. Prentice pointed to a cheap-colored glass on the center table, which held a pitiful little bouquet of one immortal, 6 pale spears of a rank grass, and a carefully cut-out letterhead of a printed spray of orange blossoms. "Who'd have thought trying to make a bouquet out of that? I remember when we were back in Tennessee that Mammy was always finding the first deer's tongue and other kinds of little early flowers. Us big girls always helped fill her little hands. Seemed like she never could get all she wanted. And then think of living out here where there ain't water enough for things that has to have it, let alone flowers. Why, I remember one summer we even saved the dishwater to use several times and then fed it to the pigs 'cause water was so scarce. Yes, the way farmers' wives have to worry along, 'tain't much wonder so many of 'em go crazy. I read in the paper that was round a bundle that come from the store that a bigger part of farmers' wives went crazy more than any other kind of women. Yes, I've heard that too. Let's just step in and pick up the bedroom, then sweep both these rooms out together. The wind's in the right direction. Yes, you come with me. We could get done sooner working together. That must be the pallet and the pillow. They say the baby'd been dead for several hours when Jed found it. Yes, and Mammy's sitting out there in the barn door with her head in her lap, not crying or nothing." The two women hesitated, lingered at their task. Something kept them from moving the things that the coroner had kept in so rigidly exact a position. "Yes, there's something mighty queer about it. My land, just think. She might be hung." In a hoarse whisper, both faces blanched at the hitherto unspoken possibility. A woman, neighbor and friend, and the childhood acquaintance of one of them, was imprisoned on the charge of killing her baby. They felt that they ought to have a feeling of horror. It was a terrible crime, with seemingly only one explanation. But to both there arose visions of the unexpected satisfying of the craving mother, hard at work in the work-worn farm drudge, and of her seeming happiness and joy at the little cuddling head in the hollow of her arm and the soft lips on the breast, as the little form was held tightly to its mother's bosom. "I don't care what the coroner jury said. I don't believe Mammy could have done it. But still, if she didn't, who did?" "Yes, and then they say if she didn't do it, why don't she say so? She knows they might hang her. They say she ain't said one word since Jed found her there in the barn door. My land, but ain't it hot? Yes, there being no trees round here, seems like the sun bakes right through the roof. Well, we might as well begin to pick up. The funeral's at 10 tomorrow. I can come over early, can you?" "Yes, I'll be here. I'm going to stay and sit up tonight. Mr. and Miss Shinkle said they'd come over. Selina can get supper for her pa and the boys. We'd better change them clothes." The women tiptoed into the little lean-to with that expectant hush that the presence of death always causes. On an improvised table, a little form lay covered with a sheet above a box of slowly melting ice. The county ministrations of neighborly service were completed, and the women left the room and returned to their task of cleaning in the front of the little farmhouse. "My land, but it's quiet in here. Being so far off from the main road, seems like a person never sees nor hears nobody. It's enough to drive a person crazy." The older woman had been standing for several minutes, with her mind preoccupied by a struggling thought. At last she spoke. "See here, Miss Prentice, if this pillow had been standing up like this, it could have fell over on that baby. See?" Both women bent over the carefully folded bed-clothing placed upon the floor for sake of a slightly cooler strata of air, and also to obviate the possibility of the baby rolling off while the mother was busy in some of the many tasks of the unaided farmer's wife. Little by little the bedroom was straightened, and the two rooms swept and dusted. Then Mrs. Prentice paused as she gave a final look around the rooms, walked to one of the windows on the south, and ran a speculative finger over the glass. It was so heavily coated with dust as to be practically opaque. Then she stepped to the 2 windows on the east side of the room and looked at them. The panes of glass in both were clean, carefully polished. "Now why do you suppose that is?" she asked. Mrs. Collins, who had been following her moves, shook her head. "I don't know," she answered. "Did you notice that one in the kitchen on the south side of the stove hadn't been washed either? I noticed it when I went over to look at the firebox when you spoke." "Yes, that's so," said Mrs. Prentice, standing in the kitchen door and glancing at the south windows of one room and then the other. "See here, do you suppose that is? I mean that both these windows on the south side are toward the graveyard. You suppose that Mammy left them that way on purpose? Well, there is a good deal to do on a farm, and maybe she got as far as the south side washing windows some day, and then had to quit for some reason." "Yes, but these ain't been washed for months. Poor little Mammy. Maybe she just couldn't stand to be everlastingly seeing them gravestones. I wish, oh how I wish I'd come over here oftener. We don't live so far away. It seems like I never get time to get all my work done, and when I do there's no time to walk, or I'm too tired. Of course the horses are always busy. What with fruit canning and haying hands and threshing and little chickens, the summer's gone before you know it, and then the winter's too cold and snowy, or too wet and muddy to get out, and the first thing you know another year slipped by." Motherly Mrs. Collins nodded her head in sympathy. An older and heavier woman, all that Mrs. Prentice had said applied better than equally to her. "No wonder Mammy loved the baby so," she said, "although it ain't been overly strong since it was born. Just think of the years and years she was here all alone, for Jed used to work out a good deal, and she'd done all the work here. Years and years of stillness, and then the baby she'd never give up wanting and hoping for. Yes, when I think what a woman's got to go through here on a farm, I don't ever want Selina should get married. Seems like it's enough sometimes to make a mother wish her baby girl could die when it's little." She gasped. Both women gave a frightened start. "No, course I don't mean that," she said hastily. "I just mean you love 'em so that it don't seem no right way for them to have to grow up to what you see in front of them. Well, we better quit talking and lay out the baby's things. Suppose we look in the bureau in the bedroom." They moved again to the inner room and pulled out the top drawer of the old-fashioned marble-top bureau. A few shirts, a pile of carefully mended underwear, and some socks, rolled and turned together in twos, met their gaze. "That's Jed's drawer. Let me see what's in the next one." The second drawer revealed a freshly ironed white waist, carefully folded above a meager pile of women's underwear. Without a word, Mrs. Prentice pushed it shut. The third drawer proved to be the one they wanted. Small piles of carefully made baby clothing of cheap material, but workmanship of infinite pains, met their view. Mrs. Collins wiped the tears from her cheeks with the corner of her apron. "See, they're nearly every one made by hand and all white. Most of 'em just flour sacks, but look how Mammy's bleached 'em. And see this drawn work." As she spoke, she placed a work-reddened hand beneath the narrow strip of open work. "Yes, you can go home now," in answer to a question from Selina in the kitchen. "My, the pain she's took on all these little things. Seems as if she must have been getting 'em ready all these years, and now—" Her voice trailed off into silence. The little clothing was laid on the bed in readiness for the morrow, and the women looked about as though hunting up something more to do. Used to the busy hours of farm life, they felt impelled to some task that would occupy the passing hours. "Let's see if there's anything we ought to do upstairs." They climbed the narrow ladder-like stairway to an unfinished half-story garret-like room above. "My land, she was house-cleaning this hot weather." Half of the stuffy little room had been thoroughly overhauled, and the other end begun. A little old horsehair trunk stood in the middle of the floor, with portions of its contents scattered about. "I bet she was going to empty that for the baby's things. I showed her mine just like it, and I fixed up for Selina when she was little." "Well, we might as well pick up the things and put 'em back," said orderly Mrs. Collins. who suited the word to the action by laboriously bending with a slight grunt. Mrs. Prentice pushed her back. "Here, let me pick 'em up. There's no call for you to go stooping round in this heat. First thing you know, you'll be having a stroke." Some clothing and small articles were collected, and several bundles of yellowed old letters lay on the floor. From one of the packages the string had broken, evidently when it had been lifted from the trunk. One letter lay crumpled near its empty envelope where it had been dropped. With a wondering glance the two women smoothed it out. The first paragraph was so yellowed and faded as to be illegible, but part of the second paragraph had been protected by the folded paper, and they could read. "We'll say that your wife is hopelessly insane. She may live for years, but will never regain her mentality, as cases like hers are incurable. We find upon investigation that the women of her family for several generations have become hopelessly insane at her age. In view of the fact that your small daughter is tainted with this inherited insanity, we strongly advise you to take her to some new environment and, when she grows older, explain to her why marriage should be considered impossible for her. As we can see the matter now, it is too bad that her mother was not warned of the same fact, and in view of all our information, it would seem to have been better off if we had not pulled her through that severe illness. If you—" The remainder of the letter was undecipherable. The two neighbors looked at each other, their eyes wide with horror. At last Mrs. Prentice gasped hoarsely. "Do you suppose that bundle broke open and Mammy read this letter? Her father died before she was old enough to marry, and left her this place partly paid for. And I remember when her and Jed was married how they planned to pay off the rest of it just as soon as possible." "But," interrupted Mrs. Collins, "the coroner's jury said yesterday there wasn't any manner of doubt but that she wasn't crazy. She just sat there with her solemn big eyes and looked straight ahead, never said a word. I wonder how a woman would feel to know that the baby girl she loved better than her own life would have to grow up in this drudgery and then finally spend the last of her years in an asylum. Yes, and suppose Mammy went crazy herself long before the little girl grew up. I wonder if a woman really loved her baby, if she wouldn't rather—" She stopped once more with a frightened look. Wheels were heard coming down the lane. Mrs. Prentice spoke quickly. "Sarah Ann Collins, we're going right downstairs and stick this letter in that cook stove quick." In the little kitchen below, the women were cooking supper when the county attorney and another man entered. "Good evening, ladies," said the attorney. "We decided to come out again and go carefully over the field to see if we could find any evidence. You haven't by chance found anything, have you?" Mrs. Prentice looked covertly at Mrs. Collins, then answered, "No, we just been cleaning up. We ain't been looking for no evidence." "Well, Walters," said the attorney, "you know juries when it comes to women. If there never is found a definite reason for her wanting the baby to die, no jury will ever believe she is guilty." End of House of Death.
How Fear Departed from the Long Gallery by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Church Peveril is a house so beset and frequented by spectres, both visible and audible, that none of the family which it shelters under its acre and a half of green copper roofs takes physical phenomena with any seriousness. For, to the Peverils, the appearance of a ghost is a matter of hardly greater significance than is the appearance of the post to those who live in more ordinary houses. It arrives, that is to say, practically every day. It knocks or makes other noises. It is observed coming up the drive, or in other places. I myself, when staying there, have seen the present Mrs. Peveril, who is rather short-sighted, peer into the dusk while we were taking our coffee on the terrace after dinner, and say to her daughter, "My dear, was not that the blue lady who has just gone into the shrubbery? I hope she won't frighten Flo. Whistle for Flo, dear." Flo, it may be remarked, is the youngest and most precious of many dachshunds. Blanche Peveril gave a cursory whistle, and crunched the sugar left unmelted at the bottom of her coffee-cup between her very white teeth. "Oh, darling, Flo isn't so silly as to mind," she said. "Poor blue Aunt Barbara is such a bore. Whenever I meet her, she always looks as if she wanted to speak to me, but when I say, 'What is it, Aunt Barbara?' she never utters, but only points somewhere towards the house, which is so vague. I believe there was something she wanted to confess about 200 years ago, but she has forgotten what it is." Here Flo gave 2 or 3 short pleased barks, and came out of the shrubbery, wagging her tail, and capering round what appeared to me to be a perfectly empty space on the lawn. "There, Flo has made friends with her," said Mrs. Peveril. "I wonder why she dresses in that very stupid shade of blue." From this it may be gathered that even with regard to physical phenomena, there is some truth in the proverb that speaks of familiarity. But the Peverils do not exactly treat their ghosts with contempt, since most of that delightful family never despised anybody except such people as avowedly did not care for hunting or shooting, or golf or skating. And as all their ghosts are of their family, it seems reasonable to suppose that they all, even the poor blue lady, excelled at one time in field sport. So far, then, they harbour no such unkindness or contempt, but only pity. Of one Peveril, indeed, who broke his neck in vainly attempting to ride up the main staircase on a thoroughbred mare after some monstrous and violent deed in the back garden, they are very fond, and Blanche comes downstairs in the morning with an eye unusually bright when she can announce that Master Anthony was very loud last night. He, apart from the fact of his having been so foul a ruffian, was a tremendous fellow across country, and they like these indications of the continuance of his superb vitality. In fact, it is supposed to be a compliment when you go to stay at Church Peveril to be assigned a bedroom which is frequented by defunct members of the family. It means that you are worthy to look on the august and villainous dead, and you will find yourself shown into some vaulted or tapestried chamber without benefit of electric light, and are told that great-great-grandmamma Bridget occasionally has vague business by the fireplace, but it is better not to talk to her, and that you will hear Master Anthony awfully well, if he attempts the front staircase any time before morning. There you are, left for your night's repose, and, having quakingly undressed, begin reluctantly to put out your candles. It is draughty in these great chambers, and the solemn tapestry swings and bellows and subsides, and the firelight dances on the forms of huntsmen and warriors and stern pursuits. Then you climb into your bed, a bed so huge that you feel as if the desert of Sahara was spread before you, and pray, like the mariners who sailed with St. Paul, for day. And all the time you are aware that Freddie and Harry and Blanche, and possibly even Mrs. Peveril, are quite capable of dressing up and making disquieting tappings outside your door, so that when you open it some inconjecturable horror fronts you. For myself, I stick steadily to the assertion that I have an obscure valvular disease of the heart, and so sleep undisturbed in the new wing of the house, where Aunt Barbara and great-great-grandmamma Bridget and Master Anthony never penetrate. I forget the details of great-great-grandmamma Bridget, but she certainly cut the throat of some distant relation before she disembowelled herself with the axe that had been used at Agincourt. Before that she had led a very sultry life, crammed with amazing incident. But there is one ghost at Church Peveril at which the family never laugh, in which they feel no friendly and amused interest, and of which they only speak just as much as is necessary for the safety of their guests. More properly it should be described as two ghosts, for the haunt in question is that of two very young children who were twins. These, not without reason, the family take very seriously indeed. The story of them, as told me by Mrs. Peveril, is as follows. In the year 1602, the same being the last of Queen Elizabeth's reign, a certain Dick Peveril was greatly in favour at court. He was brother to Master Joseph Peveril, then owner of the family house and lands, who 2 years previously, at the respectable age of 74, became father of twin boys, firstborn of his progeny. It is known that the royal and ancient Virgin had said to handsome Dick, who was nearly 40 years his brother's junior, "'Tis pity that you are not master of Church Peveril," and these words probably suggested to him a sinister design. Be that as it may, handsome Dick, who very adequately sustained the family reputation for wickedness, set off to ride down to Yorkshire, and found that, very conveniently, his brother Joseph had just been seized with an apoplexy, which appeared to be the result of a continued spell of hot weather, combined with the necessity of quenching his thirst with an augmented amount of sack, and had actually died when handsome Dick, with God knows what thoughts in his mind, was journeying northwards. Thus it came about that he arrived at Church Peveril just in time for his brother's funeral. It was with great propriety that he attended the obsequies, and returned to spend a sympathetic day or two of mourning with his widowed sister-in-law, who was but a faint-hearted dame, little fit to be mated with such hawks as these. On the second night of his stay he did that which the Peverils regret to this day. He entered the room where the twins slept with their nurse, and quietly strangled the latter as she slept. Then he took the twins and put them into the fire, which warms the long gallery. The weather, which up to the day of Joseph's death had been so hot, had changed suddenly to bitter cold, and the fire was heaped high with burning logs, and was exultant with flame. In the core of this conflagration he struck out a cremation chamber, and into that he threw the two children, stamping them down with his riding boots. They could just walk, but they could not walk out of that ardent place. It is said that he laughed as he added more logs. Thus he became master of Church Peveril. The crime was never brought home to him, but he lived no longer than a year in the enjoyment of his blood-stained inheritance. When he lay a-dying, he made his confession to the priest who attended him, but his spirit struggled forth from its fleshly coil before absolution could be given him. On that very night there began in Church Peveril the haunting which to this day is but seldom spoke of by the family, and then only in low tones and with serious mien. For only an hour or two after handsome Dick's death, one of the servants, passing the door of the long gallery, heard from within peals of the loud laughter, so jovial and yet so sinister, which he had thought would never be heard in the house again. In a moment of that cold courage which is so nearly akin to mortal terror, he opened the door and entered, expecting to see he knew not what manifestation of him who lay dead in the room below. Instead, he saw two little white-robed figures toddling towards him, hand in hand, across the moonlit floor. The watchers in the room below ran upstairs startled by the crash of his fallen body, and found him lying in the grip of some dread convulsion. Just before morning he regained his consciousness and told his tale. Then, pointing with a trembling and ash-grey finger towards the door, he screamed aloud and so fell back dead. During the next 50 years, this strange and terrible legend of the twin babies became fixed and consolidated. Their appearance, luckily for those who inhabit the house, was exceedingly rare, and during these years they seem to have been seen 4 or 5 times only. On each occasion they appeared at night, between sunset and sunrise, always in the same long gallery, and always as 2 toddling children scarcely able to walk. And on each occasion the luckless individual who saw them died either speedily or terribly, or with both speed and terror, after the accursed vision had happened to him. Sometimes he might live for a few months. He was lucky if he died, as did the servant who first saw them, in a few hours. Vastly more awful was the fate of a certain Mrs. Canning, who had the ill luck to see them in the middle of the next century, or to be quite accurate, in the year 1760. By this time the hours and the place of their appearance were well known, and, as up till a year ago, visitors were warned not to go between sunset and sunrise into the long gallery. But Mrs. Canning, a brilliantly clever and beautiful woman, admirer also and friend of the notorious sceptic Monsieur Voltaire, wilfully went and sat night after night, in spite of all protestations, in the haunted place. Before evening she saw nothing, but on the 5th she had her will, for the door in the middle of the gallery opened, and there came toddling towards her the ill-omened innocent little pair. It seemed that even then she was not frightened, but she thought it good, poor wretch, to mock at them, telling them it was time for them to get back into the fire. They gave no word in answer, but turned away from her, crying and sobbing. Immediately after they disappeared from her vision, and she rustled downstairs to where the family and guests in the house were waiting for her, with the triumphant announcement that she has seen them both and must needs write to Monsieur Voltaire, saying that she had spoken to spirits made manifest. It would make him laugh, but when, some months later, the whole news reached him, he did not laugh at all. Mrs. Canning was one of the great beauties of her day, and in the year 1760 she was at the height and zenith of her blossoming. The chief beauty, if it is possible to single out one point where all was so exquisite, lay in the dazzling colour and incomparable brilliance of her complexion. She was now just 30 years of age, but, in spite of the excesses of her life, retained the snow and roses of girlhood, and she courted the bright light of day which other women shunned, for it but showed to great advantage the splendour of her skin. In consequence, she was very considerably dismayed one morning, about a fortnight after her strange experience in the long gallery, to observe on her cheek, an inch or 2 below her turquoise-coloured eyes, a little greyish patch of skin, about as big as a threepenny piece. It was in vain that she applied her accustomed washes and unguents. Vain, too, were the arts of her fardeau and of her medical adviser. For a week she kept herself secluded, martyring herself with solitude and unaccustomed physics, and for result at the end of the week she had no amelioration to comfort herself with. Instead, this woeful grey patch had doubled itself in size. Thereafter the nameless disease, whatever it was, developed in new and terrible ways. From the centre of the discoloured place there sprouted forth little lichen-like tendrils of greenish grey, and another patch appeared on her lower lip. This too soon vegetated, and one morning, on opening her eyes to the horror of a new day, she found that her vision was strangely blurred. She sprang to her looking-glass, and what she saw caused her to shriek aloud with horror. From under her upper eyelid a fresh growth had sprung up, mushroom-like, in the night, and its filaments extended downwards, screening the pupil of her eye. Soon after, her tongue and throat were attacked. the air passages became obstructed, and death by suffocation was merciful after such suffering. More terrible yet was the case of a certain Colonel Blantyre, who fired at the children with his revolver. What he went through is not to be recorded here. It is this haunting, then, that the Peverils take quite seriously, and every guest on his arrival in the house is told that the long gallery must not be entered after nightfall on any pretext whatever. By day, however, it is a delightful room, and intrinsically merits description, apart from the fact that the due understanding of its geography is necessary for the account that here follows. It is full 80 feet in length, and is lit by a row of 6 tall windows looking over the gardens at the back of the house. A door communicates with the landing at the top of the main staircase, and about halfway down the gallery, in the wall facing the windows, is another door communicating with the back staircase and servants' quarters, and thus the gallery forms a constant place of passage for them in going to the rooms on the first landing. It was through this door that the baby figures came when they appeared to Mrs. Canning, and on several other occasions they have been known to make their entry here. For the room out of which Handsome Dick took them lies just beyond at the top of the back stairs. Further on again in the gallery is the fireplace, into which he thrust them, and at the far end a large bow window looks straight down the avenue. Above this fireplace there hangs with grim significance a portrait of Handsome Dick in the insolent beauty of early manhood, attributed to Holbein, and a dozen other portraits of great merit face the windows. During the day this is the most frequented sitting-room in the house, for its other visitors never appear there then, nor does it then ever resound with the harsh, jovial laugh of Handsome Dick, which sometimes, after dark has fallen, is heard by passers-by on the landing outside. But Blanche does not grow bright-eyed when she hears it. She shuts her ears and hastens to put a greater distance between her and the sound of that atrocious mirth. But during the day the long gallery is frequented by many occupants, and much laughter, in no wise sinister or saturnine, resounds there. When summer lies hot over the land, those occupants lounge in the deep window seats, and when winter spreads his icy fingers and blows shrilly between his frozen palms, congregate round the fireplace at the far end, in companies of cheerful chatterers, upon sofa and chair back and floor. Often have I sat there on long August evenings up till dressing time, but never have I been there when anyone has seemed disposed to linger over late, without hearing the warning, "It is close on sunset, shall we go?" Later on, in the shorter autumn days, they often have tea laid there, and sometimes it has happened that, even while merriment was most uproarious, Mrs. Peveril has suddenly looked out of the window and said, "My dears, it is getting so late, let us finish our nonsense downstairs in the hall." And then for a moment a curious hush always falls on loquacious family and guests alike, and as if some bad news had just been known, we all make our silent way out of the place. But the spirits of the Peverils, of the living ones, that is to say, are the most mercurial imaginable, and the blight which the thought of Handsome Dick and his doings cast over them passes away again with amazing rapidity. A typical party, large, young, and peculiarly cheerful, was staying at Church Peveril shortly after Christmas last year, and, as usual, on December 31st, Mrs. Peveril was giving her annual New Year's Eve ball. The house was quite full, and she had commandeered as well the greater part of the Peveril Arms to provide sleeping quarters for the overflow from the house. For some days past a black and windless frost had stopped all hunting, but it is an ill windlessness that blows no good, if so mixed a metaphor may be forgiven. and the lake below the house had for the last day or two been covered with an adequate and admirable sheet of ice. Everyone in the house had been occupied all the morning of that day in performing swift and violent manoeuvres on the elusive surface, and as soon as lunch was over, we all, with one exception, hurried out again. This one exception was Madge Dalrymple, who had had the misfortune to fall rather badly earlier in the day, but hoped, by resting her injured knee, instead of joining the skaters again, to be able to dance that evening. The hope, it is true, was the most sanguine sort, for she could but hobble ignobly back to the house, but with the breezy optimism which characterizes the Peverils, she is Blanche's first cousin, she remarked that it would be but tepid enjoyment that she could, in her present state, derive from further skating, and thus she sacrificed little, but might gain much. Accordingly, after a rapid cup of coffee which was served in the long gallery, we left Madge comfortably reclined on the big sofa at right angles to the fireplace, with an attractive book to beguile the tedium till tea. Being of the family, she knew all about Handsome Dick and the babies, and the fate of Mrs. Canning and Colonel Blantyre. But as we went out I heard Blanche say to her, "Don't run it too fine, dear," and Madge had replied, "No, I'll go away well before sunset," and so we left her alone in the long gallery. Madge read her attractive book for some minutes, but failing to get absorbed in it, put it down and limped across to the window. Though it was still but little after 2, it was but a dim and uncertain light that entered, for the crystalline brightness of the morning had given place to a veiled obscurity produced by flocks of thick clouds which were coming sluggishly up from the northeast. Already the whole sky was overcast with them, and occasionally a few snowflakes fluttered waveringly down past the long windows. From the darkness and bitter cold of the afternoon, it seemed to her that there was like to be a heavy snowfall before long, and these outward signs were echoed inwardly in her by that muffled drowsiness of the brain, which to those who are sensitive to the pressures and lightnesses of weather portends storm. Madge was peculiarly the prey of such external influences. To her a brisk morning gave an ineffable brightness and briskness of spirit, and correspondingly the approach of heavy weather produced a somnolence in sensation that both drowsed and depressed her. It was in such a mood as this that she limped back again to the sofa beside the log fire. The whole house was comfortably heated by water pipes, and though the fire of logs and peat, an adorable mixture, had been allowed to burn low, the room was very warm. Idly she watched the dwindling flames, not opening her book again, but lying on the sofa with her face towards the fireplace, intending drowsily and not immediately to go to her own room and spend the hours until the return of the skaters made gaiety in the house again, in writing 1 or 2 neglected letters. Still drowsily, she began thinking over what she had to communicate. One letter, several days overdue, should go to her mother, who was immensely interested in the physical affairs of the family. She would tell her how Master Anthony had been prodigiously active on the staircase a night or 2 ago, and how the Blue Lady, regardless of the severity of the weather, had been seen by Mrs. Peveril that morning, strolling about. It was rather interesting. The Blue Lady had gone down the Laurel Walk, and had been seen by her to enter the stables, where, at the moment, Freddie Peveril was inspecting the frost-bound hunters. Identically, then, a sudden panic had spread through the stables, and the horses had whinnied and kicked and shied and sweated. Of the fatal twins, nothing had been seen for many years past. But, as her mother knew, the Peverils never used the long gallery after dark. Then, for a moment, She sat up, remembering that she was in the long gallery now. But it was still but a little after 2:30, and if she went to her room in half an hour, she would have ample time to write this and another letter before tea. Till then she would read her book. But she found she had left it on the window-sill, and it seemed scarcely worth while to get it. She felt exceedingly drowsy. The sofa where she lay had been lately recovered in a greyish-green shade of velvet, somewhat the colour of lichen. It was of very thick, soft texture, and she luxuriously stretched her arms out, one on each side of her body, and pressed her fingers into the nap. How horrible that story of Mrs. Canning was! The growth on her face was the colour of lichen. And then, without further transition of blurring of thought, Madge fell asleep. She dreamed. She dreamed that she awoke and found herself exactly where she had gone to sleep, and in exactly the same attitude. The flames from the logs had burned up again, and leapt on the walls, fitfully illuminating the picture of handsome Dick above the fireplace. In her dream she knew exactly what she had done today, and for what reason she was lying here now instead of being out with the rest of the skaters. She remembered also, still dreaming, that she was going to write a letter or two before tea, and prepared to get up in order to go to her room. As she half rose, she caught sight of her own arms lying out on each side of her on the grey velvet sofa, but she could not see where her hands ended and where the grey velvet began. Her fingers seemed to have melted into the stuff. She could see her wrists quite clearly, and a blue vein on the backs of her hands, and here and there a knuckle. Then, in her dream, she remembered the last thought which had been in her mind before she fell asleep, namely, the growth of the lichen-coloured vegetation on the face and the eyes and the throat of Mrs. Canning. At that thought, the strangling terror of real nightmare began. She knew that she was being transformed into this grey stuff, and she was absolutely unable to move. Soon the grey would spread up her arms and over her feet. When they came in from skating, they would find here nothing but a huge, misshapen cushion of lichen-coloured velvet, and that would be she. The horror grew more acute, and then, by a violent effort, she shook herself free of the clutches of this very evil dream, and she awoke. For a minute or two she lay there, conscious only of the tremendous relief at finding herself awake. She felt again with her fingers the pleasant touch of the velvet, and drew them backwards and forwards, assuring herself that she was not, as her dream had suggested, melting into the greyness and softness. But she was still, in spite of the violence of her awakening, very sleepy, and lay there till, looking down, she was aware that she could not see her hands at all. It was very nearly dark. At that moment a sudden flicker of flame came from the dying fire, and a flare of burning gas from the peat flooded the room. The portrait of handsome Dick looked evilly down on her, and her hands were visible again, and then a panic worse than the panic of her dreams seized her. Daylight had altogether faded, and she knew that she was alone in the dark in the terrible gallery. This panic was of the nature of nightmare, for she felt unable to move for terror. But it was worse than nightmare, because she knew she was awake. And then the full cause of this frozen fear dawned on her. She knew with certainty of absolute conviction that she was about to see the twin babies. She felt a sudden moisture break out on her face, and within her mouth her tongue and throat went suddenly dry, and she felt her tongue grate along the inner surface of her teeth. All power of movement had slipped from her limbs, leaving them dead and inert, and she stared with wide eyes into the blackness. The spurt of flame from the peat had burned itself out again, and darkness encompassed her. Then on the wall opposite her, facing the windows, there grew a faint light of dusky crimson. For a moment she thought it but heralded the approach of the awful vision. Then hope revived in her heart, and she remembered that thick clouds had overcast the sky before she went to sleep, and guessed that this light came from the sun, not yet quite sunk and set. This sudden revival of hope gave her the necessary stimulus, and she sprang off the sofa where she lay. She looked out of the window and saw the dull glow on the horizon, but before she could take a step forward it was obscured again. A tiny sparkle of light came from the hearth, which did no more than illuminate the tiles of the fireplace, and snow falling heavily tapped at the window panes. There was neither light nor sound except these, but the courage that had come to her, giving her the power of movement, had not quite deserted her, and she began feeling her way down the gallery, and then she found that she was lost. She stumbled against a chair, and, recovering herself, stumbled against another. Then a table barred her way, and, turning swiftly aside, she found herself up against the back of a sofa. Once more she turned and saw the dim gleam of the firelight on the side opposite to that on which she expected it. In her blind groping she must have reversed her direction. But which way was she to go now? She seemed blocked in by furniture, and all the time insistent and imminent was the fact that the two innocent, terrible ghosts were about to appear to her. Then she began to pray. "Lighten our darkness, O Lord," she said to herself. But she could not remember how the prayer continued, and she had sore need of it. There was something about the perils of the night. All this time she felt about her with groping, fluttering hands. The fire glimmer which should have been on her left was on her right again. Therefore she must turn herself round again. "Lighten our darkness," she whispered, and then aloud she repeated, "Lighten our darkness." She stumbled up against a screen, and could not remember the existence of any such screen. Hastily she felt beside it with blind hands, and touched something soft and velvety. Was it the sofa on which she had lain? If so, where was the head of it? It had a head and a back and feet. It was like a person, all covered with grey lichen. Then she lost her head completely. All that remained to her was to pray. She was lost in this awful place, where no one came in the dark except the babies that cried, and she heard her voice rising from whisper to speech, and speech to scream. She shrieked out the holy words. She yelled them, as if blaspheming, as she groped among the tables and chairs and the pleasant things of ordinary life, which had become so terrible. Then came a sudden and awful answer to her screamed prayer. Once more a pocket of inflammable gas in the peat on the hearth was reached by the smouldering embers, and the room started into light. She saw the evil eyes of handsome Dick. She saw the little ghostly snowflakes falling thickly outside, and she saw where she was, just opposite the door through which the terrible twins made their entrance. Then the flame went out again, and left her in blackness once more. But she had gained something, for she had her geography now. The centre of the room was bare of furniture, and one swift dart would take her to the door of the landing above the main staircase, and into safety. In that gleam she had been able to see the handle of the door, bright, brassed, luminous like a star. She would go straight for it. It was but a matter of a few seconds now. She took a long breath, partly of relief, partly to satisfy the demands of her galloping heart. But the breath was only half taken when she was stricken once more into the immobility of nightmare. There came a little whisper. It was no more than that, from the door opposite which she stood, and through which the twin babies entered. It was not quite dark outside it, for she could see that the door was opening, and there stood in the opening 2 little white figures side by side. They came towards her slowly, shufflingly. She could not see face or form at all distinctly, but the 2 little white figures were advancing. She knew them to be ghosts of terror, innocent of the awful doom they were bound to bring, even as she was innocent. With the inconceivable rapidity of thought, she made up her mind what to do. She had not hurt them or laughed at them, and they were but babies when the wicked and bloody deed had sent them to their burning death. Surely the spirits of these children would not be inaccessible to the cry of one who was of the same blood as they, who had committed no fault that merited the doom they brought. If she entreated them, they might have mercy. They might forbear to bring the curse on her. They might allow her to pass out of the place without blight, without the sentence of death, or the shadow of things worse than death upon her. It was but for the space of a moment that she hesitated. Then she sank down onto her knees and stretched out her hands towards them. "Oh, my dears," she said, "I only fell asleep. I have done no more wrong than that." She paused a moment, and her tender girl's heart thought no more of herself, but only of them, those little innocent spirits on whom so awful a doom was laid, that they should bring death where other children bring laughter, and doom for delight. But all those who had seen them before had dreaded and feared them, or had mocked at them. Then, as the enlightenment of pity dawned on her, her fear fell from her like the wrinkled sheath that holds the sweet folded buds of spring. "Dears, I am so sorry for you," she said. "It is not your fault that you must bring me what you must bring. But I am not afraid any longer. I am only sorry for you. God bless you, you poor darlings." She raised her head and looked at them. Though it was dark, she could now see their faces, though all was dim and wavering, like the light of pale flames shaken by a draught. But the faces were not miserable or fierce. They smiled at her with shy little baby smiles, and as she looked they grew faint, fading slowly away like wreaths of vapour in frosty air. Madge did not at once move when they had vanished, for instead of fear there was wrapped round her a wonderful sense of peace, so happy and serene that she would not willingly stir and so perhaps disturb it. But before long she got up, and feeling her way, but without any sense of nightmare pressing her on, or frenzy or fear to spur her, she went out of the long gallery, to find Blanche just coming upstairs, whistling and swinging her skates. "How's the leg, dear?" she asked. "You're not limping any more." Till that moment Madge had not thought of it. "I think it must be all right," she said. "I had forgotten it anyhow. Blanche, dear, you won't be frightened for me, will you? But I have seen the twins." For a moment Blanche's face whitened with terror. "What?" she said in a whisper. "Yes, I saw them just now, but they were kind. They smiled at me, and I was so sorry for them. And somehow I am sure I have nothing to fear." It seems that Madge was right, for nothing has come to touch her. Something, her attitude to them we must suppose, her pity, her sympathy, touched and dissolved and annihilated the curse. Indeed, I was at Church Peveril only last week, arriving there after dark. Just as I passed the gallery door, Blanche came out. "Ah, there you are," she said. "I've just been seeing the twins. They looked so sweet, and stopped nearly 10 minutes. Let us have tea at once." The end of How Fear Departed the Long Gallery by E. F. Benson. Recording by Andy Sames.
How He Left the Hotel by Louise Baldwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How He Left the Hotel by Louise Baldwin. Read by Dandy Dan. I used to work the passenger lift in the Empire Hotel. That big block of buildings and lines of red and white brick like streaky bacon. Stands at the corner of Bath Street. I served my time in the Army and got my discharge with good conduct stripes, and how I got the job was in this way. The hotel was a big company affair with a managing committee of retired officers and such like gentlemen with a bit of money in the concern and nothing to do but fidget about it, and my late colonel was one of them. He was as good-tempered a man as ever stepped when his will wasn't crossed, and when I asked him for a job, "Mo," he says, "you're the very man to work this lift at our big hotel. Soldiers are civil and businesslike, and the public like 'em only second best to sailors. We had to give our last man the sack, and you can take his place." I liked my work well enough and my pay and kept my place a year, and I should have been there still if it hadn't been for a circumstance, but more about that just now. Ours was a hydraulic lift. None of them rickety things that swung up like a pole parrot's cage in a well staircase that I shouldn't care to trust my neck to. It ran as smooth as oil. A child might have worked it, and safe as standing on the ground. Instead of being stuck full of advertisements like our omnibus, we'd mirrors in it, and the ladies would look at themselves and pat their hair and set their mouths, and when I was taking them downstairs dressed for an evening. It was a little sitting room with red velvet cushions to sit down on, and you'd nothing to do but get into it, and you'd float on up, and you'd float you down, light as a bird. All the visitors used the lift at one time or another, going up or coming down. Some of them was French, and they would call the lift the ascenseur, and good enough for them in their own language, no doubt, but why the Americans that can speak English when they choose, and are always finding out ways of doing things quicker than other folk, should waste their time and breath calling the lift an elevator, I can't make out. I was in charge of the lift from noon until midnight. By the time the theater and dining out folks had come in, and anyone returning later walked upstairs, for my day was done. One of the porters worked the lift till I came on duty in the morning, but before 12 there was nothing particular going on, and not much till after 2 o'clock. Then it was pretty hot work, with visitors going up and down constant, and the electric bill ringing you from one floor to another like a house on fire. Then came a quiet spell while dinner was on, and I'd sit down comfortable in the lift and read my paper. Only I mightn't smoke, but nobody else might neither, and I had to ask foreign gentlemen to please not smoke in it. It was against the rule. I hadn't so often to tell English gentlemen. They're not like foreigners that seem as if their cigars are glued to their lips. I always noticed faces of folks when they got into the lift, for I have a sharp sight and good memory, and none of the visitors need to tell me twice where to take them. I knew them, and I knew their floor as well as they did themselves. It was in November that Colonel Saxby came to the Empire Hotel. I noticed him particularly because you could see all at once that he was a soldier. He was tall, thin man, about 50, with a hawk nose, keen eyes, and a gray mustache. And he walked stiff from a gunshot wound in his knee. But what I noticed most was the scar of a saber cut across the right side of his face. As he got in the lift to go to his room on the 4th floor, I thought, what a difference there is among officers. Colonel Saxby put me in mind of a telegraph post for height and thinness, and my own colonel was like a barrel in uniform, but a brave soldier and gentleman all the same. Colonel Saxby's room number was 210, just opposite the glass door leading up to the lift. And every time I stopped on the 4th floor, number 210 stared me right in the face. The colonel used to go up in that lift every day regular, though he never came down in it till, but I'm coming to that presently. Sometimes, when we was alone in the lift, he would speak to me. He asked me what regiment I served, said he knew the officers in it, but I can't say he was comfortable to talk to. There was something stand-off about him, and he always seemed deep in his own thoughts.
He never sat down on the lift. Whether it was empty or full, he stood bolt upright under the lamp, where the light fell on his pale face and scarred cheek. One day in February, I didn't take the Colonel up in the lift, and as he was regular as clockwork, I noticed it. But I supposed he'd gone away for a few days, and I thought no more of it. Whenever I stopped on the 4th floor, the door to 210 was shut, and as he often left it open, I made sure the Colonel was away. At the end of the week, I heard a chambermaid say that Colonel Saxby was ill. So I think that's why he hadn't been down the lift lately. It was a Tuesday night, and I'd had an uncommonly busy time of it. It was a stream of traffic up and down, and so it went the whole evening. It was on the stroke of midnight, and I was about to put the light in the lift, lock the door, and leave the key in the office for the man in the morning, when the electric bell rang sharp. I looked at the dial and saw I was wanted on the 4th floor. It struck 12 as I stepped into the lift. As I passed the 2nd and 3rd floors, I wondered who it was who rung so late, and I thought it must be a stranger that didn't know the rule of the house. But when I stopped on the 4th floor and flung the door open to the lift, Colonel Saxby was standing there wrapped in a military cloak. His room door was shut behind him, for I read the number on it. I thought he was ill in bed, and ill enough he looked, but he had his hat on. And what could a man that had been in bed 10 days want with going out on a winter midnight? I don't think he saw me, but when I'd set the lift in motion, I looked at him standing under the lamp with the shadow of his hat hiding his eyes, and the light full on the lower part of his face that was deadly pale, the scar on his cheek showing still paler. "Glad to see you better, sir." But he said nothing. I didn't like to look at him again. He stood like a statue with his cloak about him, and I was downright glad when I opened up the door to let him step out into the hall. I saluted as he got out, and he went past me towards the door. "The Colonel wants to go out," I said to the porter who stood staring. He opened the front door, and Colonel Saxby walked out into the snow. "Now that's a queer go," said the porter. "It is," I said. "I don't like the Colonel's looks. He doesn't seem himself at all. He's ill enough to be in bed, and there he is, gone out in a night like this. Anyhow, he's got that famous cloak to keep him warm. I say he's going to a fancy ball and got that cloak to hide his dress," said the porter, laughing uneasily, for we both felt queerer than we cared to say. And as we spoke, there came a loud ring at the doorbell. "No more passengers for me," I said. I was really putting out the light this time when Joe opened the door, and 2 gentlemen entered, and I knew at a glance they were doctors. One was tall, and the other short and stout, and they both came onto the lift. "Sorry, gentlemen, but it's against the rules of the lift to go up after midnight." "Nonsense," said the stout gentleman. "It is only just past 12, and it's a matter of life and death. Take us up at once to the 4th floor." And they were in the lift like a shot. When I opened the door, they went straight to number 210. A nurse came out to meet him, and the stout doctor said, "No change for the worse, I hope." And I heard her reply, "The patient died 5 minutes ago, sir." Though I'd had no business to speak, that was more than I could stand. I followed the doctors to the door and said, "There's some mistake here, gentlemen. I took the Colonel down in the lift since the clock struck 12, and he went out." The stout doctor said sharply, "It's a case of mistaken identity. It was someone else you took for the Colonel." "Begging your pardon, gentlemen, it was the Colonel himself, and the night porter that opened the door for him knew him as well as me. He was dressed for a night like this, his military cloak wrapped around him." "Step in and see for yourself," said the nurse. I followed the doctors in the room, and there lay Colonel Saxby, looking just as I'd seen him a few minutes before. There he lay, dead as his forefathers, and the great cloak spread over the bed to keep him warm that would feel heat and cold no more. I never slept that night. I sat up with Joe, expecting every minute to hear the Colonel ring the front doorbell. Next day, every time the bell for that lift rang sharp and sudden, the sweat broke out on me and I shook again. I felt as bad as I did the first time I was in action. Me and Joe told the manager all about it, and he said we'd been dreaming, but, said he, "Mind you, don't talk about it, or the house will be empty in a week." The Colonel's coffin was smuggled into the house the next night. Me and the manager and the undertaker's men took it up in the lift, and it lay right across it, not an inch to spare. They carried it into number 210. While I waited for them to come out again, a queer feeling came over me. The door opened softly, and 6 men carried out the long coffin straight across the passage and set it down with its foot towards the door of the lift. And the manager looked round for me. "I can't do it, sir," I said. "I can't take the colonel down again. I took him down at midnight yesterday, and that was enough for me." "Push it in," said the manager, speaking short and sharp. And they ran the coffin into the lift without a sound. The manager got in last. And before he closed the door, he said, "Mole, you've worked this lift for the last time, it strikes me." And I had, for I wouldn't have stayed on at the Empire Hotel after what had happened, not if they doubled my wages, and me and the night porter left together.
End of How He Left the Hotel. Recording by Dandy Dan.
The Moth by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. The Moth by H.G. Wells. Probably you have heard of Hapley, not W.T. Hapley, the son, but the celebrated Hapley, the Hapley of Periplaneta Haplea, Hapley the entomologist. If so, you know at least of the great feud between Hapley and Professor Pawkins, though certain of its consequences may be new to you. For those who have not, a word or two of explanation is necessary, which the idle reader may go over with a glancing eye, if his indolence so incline him. It is amazing how very widely diffused is the ignorance of such really important matters as this Hapley-Pawkins feud. Those epoch-making controversies, again, that have convulsed the Geological Society are, I verily believe, almost entirely unknown outside the fellowship of that body. I have heard men of fair general education even refer to the great scenes at these meetings as vestry meeting squabbles. Yet the great hate of the English and Scotch geologists has lasted now half a century, and has left deep and abundant marks upon the body of the science. And this Hapley-Pawkins business, though perhaps a more personal affair, stirred passions as profound, if not profounder. Your common man has no conception of the zeal that animates a scientific investigator, the fury of contradiction you can arouse in him. It is the odium theologicum in a new form. There are men, for instance, who would gladly burn Professor Ray Lankester at Smithfield for his treatment of the mollusca in the encyclopedia. That fantastic extension of the cephalopods to cover the pteropods. But I wander from Hapley and Pawkins. It began years and years ago with a revision of the Microlepidoptera, whatever these may be, by Pawkins, in which he extinguished a new species created by Hapley. Hapley, who was always quarrelsome, replied by a stinging impeachment of the entire classification of Pawkins. Remarks on a recent revision of Microlepidoptera. Quarterly Journal, Entomological Society, 1863. Pawkins, in his Rejoinder to Certain Remarks, etc., Ibidem, 1864, suggested that Hapley's microscope was as defective as his power of observation, and called him an irresponsible meddler. Hapley was not a professor at that time. Hapley, in his retort, Further Remarks, etc., Ibidem, spoke of blundering collectors, and described, as if inadvertently, Pawkins' revision as a miracle of ineptitude. It was war to the knife. However, it would scarcely interest the reader to detail how these two great men quarreled, and how the split between them widened, until, from the Microlepidoptera, they were at war upon every open question in entomology. There were memorable occasions. At times, the Royal Entomological Society meetings resembled nothing so much as the Chamber of Deputies. On the whole, I fancy Pawkins was nearer the truth than Hapley. But Hapley was skillful with his rhetoric, had a turn for ridicule rare in a scientific man, was endowed with vast energy, and had a fine sense of injury in the matter of the extinguished species. While Pawkins was a man of dull presence, prosy of speech, in shape not unlike a water barrel, over-conscientious with testimonials, and suspected of jobbing museum appointments. So the young men gathered round Hapley and applauded him. It was a long struggle, vicious from the beginning, and growing at last to pitiless antagonism. The successive turns of fortune, now an advantage to one side, and now to another, now happily tormented by some success of Pawkins, and now Pawkins outshone by Hapley, belong rather to the history of entomology than to this story. But in 1891, Pawkins, whose health had been bad for some time, published some work upon the mesoblast of the death's head moth. What the mesoblast of the death's head moth may be does not matter a rap in this story. But the work was far below his usual standard, and gave Hapley an opening he had coveted for years. He must have worked night and day to make the most of his advantage. In an elaborate critique, he rent Pawkins to tatters. One can fancy the man's disordered black hair and his queer dark eyes flashing as he went for his antagonist, and Pawkins made a reply, halting, ineffectual, with painful gaps of silence, and yet malignant. There was no mistaking his will to wound Hapley, nor his incapacity to do it. But few of those who heard him, I was absent from that meeting, realized how ill the man was. Hapley got his opponent down and meant to finish him. He followed with a simply brutal attack upon Pawkins, in the form of a paper upon the development of moths in general. A paper showing evidence of a most extraordinary amount of mental labor, and yet couched in a violently controversial tone. Violent as it was, an editorial note witnesses that it was modified. It must have covered Pawkins with shame and confusion of face. It left no loophole. It was murderous in argument, and utterly contemptuous in tone. An awful thing for the declining years of a man's career. The world of entomologists waited breathlessly for the rejoinder from Pawkins. He would try one, for Pawkins had always been game. But when it came, it surprised them. For the rejoinder of Pawkins was to catch influenza, proceed to pneumonia, and die. It was, perhaps, as effectual a reply as he could make under the circumstances, and largely turned the current of feeling against Hapley. The very people who had most gleefully cheered on those gladiators became serious at the consequence. There could be no reasonable doubt. The fret of the defeat had contributed to the death of Pawkins. There was a limit, even to scientific controversy, said serious people. Another crushing attack was already in the press, and appeared on the day before the funeral. I don't think Hapley exerted himself to stop it. People remembered how Hapley had hounded down his rival, and forgot that rival's defects. Scathing satire reads ill over fresh mold. The thing provoked comment in the daily papers. This it was that made me think that you had probably heard of Hapley and this controversy. But, as I have already remarked, scientific workers live very much in a world of their own. Half the people, I dare say, who go along Piccadilly to the Academy every year, could not tell you where the learned societies abide. Many even think that research is a kind of happy family cage, in which all kinds of men lie down together in peace. In his private thoughts, Hapley could not forgive Pawkins for dying. In the first place, it was a mean dodge to escape the absolute pulverization Hapley had in hand for him. And in the second, it left Hapley's mind with a queer gap in it. For 20 years he had worked hard, sometimes far into the night, and 7 days a week, with microscope, scalpel, collecting net, and pen, and almost entirely with reference to Pawkins. The European reputation he had won had come as an incident in that great antipathy. He had gradually worked up to a climax in this last controversy. It had killed Pawkins, but it had also thrown Hapley out of gear, so to speak, and his doctor advised him to give up work for a time and rest. So Hapley went down to a quiet village in Kent, and thought day and night of Pawkins, and good things it was now impossible to say about him. At last, Happily began to realize in what direction the preoccupation tended. He determined to make a fight for it, and started by trying to read novels. But he could not get his mind off Pawkins. White in the face, and making his last speech, every sentence a beautiful opening for Hapley. He turned to fiction, and found it had no grip on him. He read The Island Night's Entertainments until his sense of causation was shocked beyond endurance by the bottle imp. Then he went to Kipling, and found he proved nothing besides being irreverent and vulgar. These scientific people have their limitations. Then, unhappily, he tried Besant's Inner House, and the opening chapter set his mind upon learned societies and Pawkins at once. So Hapley turned to chess, and found it a little more soothing. He soon mastered the moves and the chief gambits and commoner closing positions, and began to beat the vicar. But then the cylindrical contours of the opposite king began to resemble Pawkins, standing up and gasping ineffectually against checkmate, and Hapley decided to give up chess. Perhaps the study of some new branch of science would, after all, be better diversion. The best rest is change of occupation. Hapley determined to plunge at diatoms, and had one of his smaller microscopes and Halibut's monograph sent down from London. He thought that perhaps if he could get up a vigorous quarrel with Halibut, he might be able to begin life afresh and forget Pawkins. And very soon he was hard at work in his habitual strenuous fashion at these microscopic denizens of the wayside pool. It was on the third day of the diatoms that Hapley became aware of a novel addition to the local fauna. He was working late at the microscope, and the only light in the room was the brilliant little lamp with the special form of green shade. Like all experienced microscopists, he kept both eyes open. It is the only way to avoid excessive fatigue. One eye was over the instrument, and bright and distinct before that was the circular field of the microscope, across which a brown diatom was slowly moving. With the other eye, Hapley saw, as it were, without seeing. He was only dimly conscious of the brass side of the instrument, the illuminated part of the tablecloth, a sheet of notepaper, the foot of the lamp, and the darkened room beyond. Suddenly, his attention drifted from one eye to the other. The tablecloth was of the material called tapestry by shopmen, and rather brightly colored. The pattern was in gold, with a small amount of crimson and pale blue upon a grayish ground. At one point, the pattern seemed displaced, and there was a vibrating movement of the colors at this point. Hapley suddenly moved his head back and looked with both eyes. His mouth fell open with astonishment. It was a large moth, or butterfly, its wings spread in butterfly fashion. It was strange it should be in the room at all, for the windows were closed. Strange that it should not have attracted his attention when fluttering to its present position. Strange that it should match the tablecloth. Stranger far that to him, haply, the great entomologist. It was altogether unknown. There was no delusion. It was crawling slowly towards the foot of the lamp. New genus, by heavens! And in England, said Haply, staring. Then he suddenly thought of Pawkins. Nothing would have maddened Pawkins more. And Pawkins was dead. Something about the head and body of the insect became singularly suggestive of Pawkins, just as the chess king had been. Confound Pawkins, said Haply, but I must catch this. And, looking round him for some means of capturing the moth, he rose slowly out of his chair. Suddenly the insect rose, struck the edge of the lampshade, Haply heard the ping, and vanished into the shadow. In a moment, Haply had whipped off the shade, so that the whole room was illuminated. The thing had disappeared. But soon his practiced eye detected it upon the wallpaper near the door. He went towards it, poising the lampshade for capture. Before he was within striking distance, however, it had risen and was fluttering round the room. After the fashion of its kind, it flew with sudden starts and turns, seeming to vanish here and reappear there. Once Haply struck and missed, then again. The third time he hit his microscope. The instrument swayed, struck and overturned the lamp, and fell noisily upon the floor. The lamp turned over on the table, and, very luckily, went out. Haply was left in the dark. With a start, he felt the strange moth blunder into his face. It was maddening. He had no lights. If he opened the door of the room, the thing would get away. In the darkness, he saw Pawkins quite distinctly, laughing at him. Pawkins had ever an oily laugh. He swore furiously and stamped his foot on the floor. There was a timid rapping at the door. Then it opened, perhaps a foot, and very slowly. The alarmed face of the landlady appeared behind a pink candle flame. She wore a nightcap over her gray hair and had some purple garment over her shoulders. "What was that fearful smash?" she said. "Has anything—" The strange moth appeared fluttering about the chink of the door. "Shut that door," said Haply, and suddenly rushed at her. The door slammed hastily. Haply was left alone in the dark. Then, in the pause, he heard his landlady scuttle upstairs, lock her door, and drag something heavy across the room and put against it. It became evident to Hapley that his conduct and appearance had been strange and alarming. Confound the Moth and Pawkins! However, it was a pity to lose the Moth now. He felt his way into the hall and found the matches, after sending his hat down upon the floor with a noise like a drum. With the lighted candle, he returned to the sitting room. No Moth was to be seen. Yet once, for a moment, it seemed that the thing was fluttering round his head. Hapley very suddenly decided to give up the Moth and go to bed. But he was excited. All night long, his sleep was broken by dreams of the Moth, Pawkins, and his landlady. Twice in the night, he turned out and soused his head in cold water. One thing was very clear to him. His landlady could not possibly understand about the strange Moth, especially as he had failed to catch it. No one but an entomologist would understand quite how he felt. She was probably frightened at his behavior, and yet he failed to see how he could explain it. He decided to say nothing further about the events of last night. After breakfast, he saw her in her garden and decided to go out and talk to reassure her. He talked to her about beans and potatoes, bees, caterpillars, and the price of fruit. She replied in her usual manner, but she looked at him a little suspiciously and kept walking as he walked, so that there was always a bed of flowers or a row of beans or something of the sort between them. After a while, he began to feel singularly irritated at this, and to conceal his vexation, went indoors, and presently went out for a walk. The moth, or butterfly, trailing an odd flavor of Pawkins with it, kept coming into that walk, though he did his best to keep his mind off it. Once he saw it quite distinctly, with its wings flattened out, upon the old stone wall that runs along the west edge of the park, but going up to it, he found it was only 2 lumps of gray and yellow lichen. "This," said Hapley, "is the reverse of mimicry. Instead of a butterfly looking like a stone, here is a stone looking like a butterfly." Once something hovered and fluttered round his head, but by an effort of will he drove that impression out of his mind again. In the afternoon, Hapley called upon the vicar, and argued with him upon theological questions. They sat in the little arbor covered with briar, and smoked as they wrangled. "Look at that moth," said Hapley suddenly, pointing to the edge of the wooden table. "Where?" said the vicar. "You don't see a moth on the edge of the table there?" said Hapley,
"Certainly not," said the vicar. Hapley was thunderstruck. He gasped. The vicar was staring at him. Clearly, the man saw nothing. "The eye of faith is no better than the eye of science," said Hapley, awkwardly. "I don't see your point," said the vicar, thinking it was part of the argument. That night, Hapley found the moth crawling over his counterpane. He sat on the edge of the bed in his shirt sleeves and reasoned with himself. Was it pure hallucination? He knew he was slipping, and he battled for his sanity with the same silent energy he had formerly displayed against Pawkins. So persistent is mental habit that he felt as if it were still a struggle with Pawkins. He was well versed in psychology. He knew that such visual illusions do come as a result of mental strain. But the point was, he did not only see the moth, he had heard it when it touched the edge of the lampshade, and afterwards when it hit against the wall, and he had felt it strike his face in the dark. He looked at it. It was not at all dreamlike, but perfectly clear and solid-looking in the candlelight. He saw the hairy body and the short, feathery antennae, the jointed legs, even a place where the down was rubbed from the wing. He suddenly felt angry with himself for being afraid of a little insect. His landlady had got the servant to sleep with her that night because she was afraid to be alone. In addition, she had locked the door and put the chest of drawers against it. They listened and talked in whispers after they had gone to bed, but nothing occurred to alarm them. About 11, they had ventured to put the candle out and had both dozed off to sleep. They woke up with a start and sat up in bed, listening in the darkness. Then they heard slippered feet going to and fro in Hapley's room. A chair was overturned, and there was a violent dab at the wall. Then a china mantel ornament smashed upon the fender. Suddenly the door of the room opened, and they heard him upon the landing. They clung to one another, listening. He seemed to be dancing upon the staircase. Now he would go down 3 or 4 steps quickly, then up again, then hurry down into the hall. They heard the umbrella stand go over and the fan light break. Then the bolt shot and the chain rattled. He was opening the door. They hurried to the window. It was a dim, gray night. An almost unbroken sheet of watery cloud was sweeping across the moon, and the hedge and trees in front of the house were black against the pale roadway. They saw Hapley, looking like a ghost in his shirt and white trousers, running to and fro in the road and beating the air. Now he would stop. Now he would dart very rapidly at something invisible. Now he would move upon it with stealthy strides. At last he went out of sight up the road towards the down. Then, while they argued who should go down and lock the door, he returned. He was walking very fast, and he came straight into the house, closed the door carefully, and went quietly up to his bedroom. Then everything was silent. "Mrs. Colville," said Hapley, calling down the staircase next morning, "I hope I did not alarm you last night." "You may well ask that," said Mrs. Colville. "The fact is, I am a sleepwalker, and the last 2 nights I have been without my sleeping mixture. There's nothing to be alarmed about, really. I am sorry I made such an ass of myself. I will go over the down to Shoreham and get some stuff to make me sleep soundly. I ought to have done that yesterday." But halfway over the down, by the chalk pits, the moth came upon Hapley again. He went on, trying to keep his mind upon chess problems, but it was no good. The thing fluttered into his face, and he struck at it with his hat in self-defense. Then rage, the old rage, the rage he had so often felt against Pawkins, came upon him again. He went on, leaping and striking at the eddying insect. Suddenly he trod on nothing and fell headlong. There was a gap in his sensations, and Hapley found himself sitting on the heap of flints in front of the opening of the chalk pits, with a leg twisted back under him. The strange moth was still fluttering round his head. He struck at it with his hand, and, turning his head, saw 2 men approaching him. One was the village doctor. It occurred to Hapley that this was lucky. Then it came into his mind with extraordinary vividness that no one would ever be able to see the strange moth except himself, and that it behoved him to keep silent about it. Late that night, however, after his broken leg was set, he was feverish and forgot his self-restraint. He was lying flat on his bed, and he began to run his eyes round the room to see if the moth was still about. He tried not to do this, but it was no good. He soon caught sight of the thing resting close to his hand by the nightlight on the green tablecloth. The wings quivered. With a sudden wave of anger, he smote at it with his fist, and the nurse woke up with a shriek. He had missed it. "That moth," he said, and then, "It was fancy, nothing." All the time, he could see quite clearly the insect going round the cornice and darting across the room. And he could also see that the nurse saw nothing of it and looked at him strangely. He must keep himself in hand. He knew he was a lost man if he did not keep himself in hand. But as the night waned, the fever grew upon him, and the very dread he had of seeing the moth made him see it. About 5, just as the dawn was gray, he tried to get out of bed and catch it, though his leg was afire with pain. The nurse had to struggle with him. On account of this, they tied him down to the bed. At this, the moth grew bolder, and once he felt it settle in his hair. Then, because he struck out violently with his arms, they tied these also. At this, the moth came and crawled over his face, and haply wept, swore, screamed, prayed for them to take it off him, unavailingly. The doctor was a blockhead, a just qualified general practitioner, and quite ignorant of mental science. He simply said there was no moth. Had he possessed the wit, he might still, perhaps, have saved Haply from his fate by entering into his delusion and covering his face with gauze, as he prayed might be done. But, as I say, the doctor was a blockhead, and until the leg was healed, Haply was kept tied to his bed, and with the imaginary moth crawling over him. It never left him while he was awake, and it grew to a monster in his dreams. While he was awake, he longed for sleep, and from sleep he awoke screaming. So, now, Haply is spending the remainder of his days in a padded room, worried by a moth that no one else can see. The asylum doctor calls it hallucination. But Haply, when he is in his easier mood and can talk, says it is the ghost of Pawkins, and consequently a unique specimen, and well worth the trouble of catching. End of The Moth by H.G. Wells. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.
The Night Rider by August W. Dearlith. From Weird Tales, January 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Short Ghost Story. The Night Rider by August W. Dearlith. Up, Madonna! There was a silence. Bah! The old crone has fallen asleep. Monsieur Morini rose, walked over to the sleeper, and shook her vehemently. Up, Madonna Lucrezia, up! Eh? What is it, Monsieur Morini? Up, Madonna, can you not hear the hoofbeats of some rider in the distance on the highway? You dream, monsieur, there is nothing. Away with you, let me sleep. He moved away, grumbling. Madonna Lucrezia's head sank back upon her breast, and she drowsed. Monsieur Morini vanished through the heavy curtains at one extremity of the room. He walked through the ill-lighted passageway to where a heavily paneled door loomed before him. He unlatched the door and walked quietly out into the still summer night, through the court to the iron paling separating him from the highway, which stretched itself far into the distance on either side, a ghastly white in the moonlight. The sound of hard writing came to him, and he stood still listening. The sound came nearer and nearer, and he wondered who rode so close to the hour of midnight. There was a low, mumbling sound behind him, and he heard the heavy door swing softly to. He turned. Madonna Lucrezi had followed him. The hoof-beats sounded nearer. He turned to the old woman at his side. "Now tell me that I was in error, Madonna." "You dream," she answered, and smothered a yawn. "Dream? Madonna? Bah! You are yet in your sleep." And he turned away and looked up the road to where he could discern a dark speck moving swiftly toward him. "There, Madonna," he indicated the writer. "There. Can you deny the evidence of your eyes?" The woman stared at him suspiciously and remained silent. "Dreaming? I dreaming? Now say that I dream, Madonna." Still the old woman did not answer. She frowned and glanced up at him, her thin, bloodless lips twisted into a sullen grimace. The writer was almost up to them. "See the superb white steed he rides, Madonna, and his wonderful silver cloak. His doublet, too, is silver, but there is a stain, as of blood, upon it. His face I cannot see. It seems a mist is before it." The writer swept by, but still the old woman said nothing, and stared at Monsieur Morini, gesticulating and pointing at the night rider, fast disappearing down the road. Monsieur Morini swore softly under his breath. "By the Madonna, but he looked like my son, my Alessandro. If it were not that I could not see his face, did he not resemble my son, Madonna?" The old woman made no answer, but turned and entered the house, crooning softly to herself. He followed her, grumbling. "Bah! The old hag walks in her sleep." In the house she sat again by the fireplace, still crooning as she watched the flames lick at the stones to the sides. Monsieur Morini sat near. "I wonder, Madonna." He lapsed into silence. The old woman chuckled a bit, but gave no hint of having heard Monsieur Morini, and went on with her crooning. "I wonder what my son could be doing riding near here. Could he have deserted the army? Or could the invader, Charles, have defeated and routed our troops? It is not likely so." He mused. It was high noon. The hot sun beat down upon the court, wilting even the blades of grass. Monsieur Morini dozed in the shade of a huge tree near the iron paling. A bird chirped shrilly as it hopped merrily about on the sundial nearby. No breath of air stirred the leaves above Monsieur Morini's head. Suddenly in the distance clattered the hooves, resounding in the courtyard. The bird ceased its chirping and stood quite still in the shadow of the dial. Monsieur Morini raised his head. A breath of air came and rustled the leaves of the tree. The hoof-beats sounded louder. From somewhere in the house came a muffled sound. The horseman came nearer. Monsieur Morini rose and leaned over the gate to stare up the road. A sharp edge caught and tore his doublet a little. Madonna Lucrezi stood in the doorway. The rider appeared up the road. The bird on the sundial flew up into the tree and hid itself among the leaves. Madonna Lucrezi moved forward and took her stand at Monsieur Morini's side. The rider came on, slackening his pace as he approached the two leaning over the gate. "He is of the army," Monsieur Morini whispered. Madonna Lucrezia grunted in reply. The horseman pulled to a stop before the two. "Ho, monsieur! This is the house of Monsieur Morini?" "You address him." "I am instructed to inform you that your son, Alejandro, was killed last night just before the midnight hour, in an encounter with the invading Charles. He received a poignard stab in the breast." He bowed to Monsieur Morini and put the spurs to his horse, and turned away in a cloud of dust. "My son, Alejandro, dead?" Monsieur Morini shook his fist at the fast vanishing figure. "Bearer of ill tidings, a curse on you!" He turned to the woman. "You heard him, Madonna?" The old woman nodded assent. I heard him. I would have sworn it was my son who rode last night." The woman turned on him. "You were mad last night, Monsieur Morini." "How mad?" "Mad! For a while you pointed, gesticulated, shouted descriptions into my ears of some writer who you affirmed passed. I neither heard nor saw a solitary living thing on the road." And she moved toward the house, chuckling. The end of The Night Rider by August W. Derleth.
The Popular Story of Bluebeard by Charles Perrault. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by MelissaMarie. The Popular Story of Bluebeard by Charles Perrault. A long time ago, and at a considerable distance from any town, there lived a gentleman who was not only in possession of great riches, but of the largest estates in that part of the country. Although he had some very elegant, neat mansions on his estates, he generally resided in a magnificent castle, beautifully situated on a rising ground, surrounded with groves of the finest evergreens and other choice trees and shrubs. The inside of this fine castle was even more beautiful than the outside, for the rooms were all hung with the richest damask, curiously ornamented. The chairs and sofas were covered with the finest velvet, fringed with gold, and his table dishes and plates were either of silver or gold, finished in the most elegant style. His carriages and horses might have served a king, and perhaps were finer than any monarchs of the present day. The gentleman's appearance, however, did not altogether correspond to his wealth, for to a fierce, disagreeable countenance was added an ugly blue beard, which made him an object of fear and disgust in the neighborhood, where he usually went by the name of Bluebeard. There resided, at some considerable distance from Bluebeard's castle, an old lady and her 2 daughters, who were people of some rank but by no means wealthy. The 2 young ladies were very pretty, and the fame of their beauty having reached Bluebeard, he determined to ask one of them in marriage. Having ordered a carriage, he called at their house, where he saw the 2 young ladies, and was very politely received by their mother, with whom he begged a few moments' conversation. After the 2 young ladies left the room, he began by describing his immense riches, and then told her the purport of his visit, begging that she would use her interest in his favor. They were both so lovely, he said, that he would be happy to get either of them for his wife, and would therefore leave it to their own choice to determine upon the subject, and immediately took his leave. When the proposals of Bluebeard were mentioned to the young ladies by their mother, both Miss Anne and her sister Fatima protested that they would never marry an ugly man, and particularly one with such a frightful blue beard, because although he possessed immense riches, it was reported in the country that he had married several beautiful ladies, and nobody could tell what had become of them. Their mother said that the gentleman was agreeable in his conversation and manners, that the ugliness of his face and the blue beard were defects which they would soon be reconciled to from habit, that his immense riches would procure them every luxury their heart could desire, and he was so civil that she was certain the scandalous reports about his wives must be entirely without foundation. The two young ladies were as civil as they possibly could be in order to conceal the disgust they felt at Bluebeard, and, to soften their refusal, replied to this effect, that at present they had no desire to change their situation, but if they had, the one sister could never think of depriving the other of so good a match, and that they did not wish to be separated. Bluebeard having called next day, the old lady told him what her daughters had said, on which he sighed deeply and pretended to be very much disappointed. But as he had the mother on his side, he still continued his visits to the family. Bluebeard, knowing the attractions that fine houses, fine furniture, and fine entertainments have on the minds of ladies in general, invited the mother, her two daughters, and 2 or 3 other ladies who were then on a visit to them, to spend a day or 2 with him at his castle. Bluebeard's invitation was accepted, and having spent a considerable time in arranging their wardrobe and in adorning their persons, they all set out for the splendid mansion of Bluebeard. On coming near the castle, although they had heard a great deal of the taste and expense that had been employed in decorating it, they were struck with the beauty of the trees that overshadowed the walks through which they passed, and with the fragrancy of the flowers which perfumed the air. When they reached the castle, Bluebeard, attended by a number of his servants in splendid dresses, received them with the most polite courtesy, and conducted them to a magnificent drawing-room. An elegant repast was ready in the dining-room, to which they adjourned. Here they were again astonished by the grandeur of the apartment and the elegance of the entertainment, and they felt so happy that the evening passed away before they were aware. Next day, after they had finished breakfast, the ladies proceeded to examine the pictures and furniture of the rooms that were open, and were truly astonished at the magnificence that everywhere met their view. The time rolled pleasantly away amidst a succession of the most agreeable amusements, consisting of hunting, music, dancing, and banquets, where the richest wines and most tempting delicacies in most luxurious profusion presented themselves in every direction. The party felt so agreeable amidst these scenes of festivity that they continued at the castle several days, during which the cunning Bluebeard, by every obsequious service, tried to gain the favor of his fair guests. Personal attentions, even although paid us by an ugly creature, seldom fail to make a favorable impression. It was therefore no wonder that Fatima, the youngest of the 2 sisters, began to think Bluebeard a very polite, pleasant, and civil gentleman, and that the beard, which she and her sister had been so much afraid of, was not so very blue. A short time after her return home, Fatima, who was delighted with the attention which had been paid her at the castle, told her mother that she did not now feel any objections to accept of Bluebeard as a husband. The old lady immediately communicated to him the change in her daughter's sentiments. Bluebeard, who lost no time in paying the family a visit, was in a few days privately married to the young lady, and soon after the ceremony, Fatima, accompanied by her sister, returned to the castle the wife of Bluebeard. On arriving there, they were received at the entrance by all his retinue, attired in splendid dress, and Bluebeard, after saluting his bride, led the way to an elegant entertainment where, everything that could aid to their comfort being prepared, they spent the evening in the most agreeable manner. The next day, and every succeeding day, Bluebeard always varied the amusements, and a month had passed away imperceptibly when he told his wife that he was obliged to leave her for a few weeks, as he had some affairs to transact in a distant part of the country, which required his personal attendance. "But," said he, "my dear Fatima, you may enjoy yourself in my absence in any way that will add to your happiness, and you can invite your friends to make the time pass more agreeably, for you are sole mistress in this castle. Here are the keys of the 2 large wardrobes. This is the key of the great box that contains the best plate which we use for company. this of my strong box, where I keep my money, and this belongs to the casket in which are all my jewels. Here also is a master key to all the rooms in the house, but this small key belongs to the blue closet at the end of the long gallery on the ground floor. I give you leave," he continued, "to open or do what you like with all the rest of the castle except this closet. Now, my dear, remember you must not enter it, nor even put the key into the lock. If you do not obey me in this, expect the most dreadful of punishments." She promised him implicit obedience to his orders, and then accompanied him to the gate, where Bluebeard, after saluting her in a tender manner, stepped into the coach and drove away. When Bluebeard was gone, Fatima sent a kind invitation to her friends to come immediately to the castle, and ordered a grand entertainment to be prepared for their reception. She also sent a messenger to her 2 brothers, both officers in the army, who were quartered about 40 miles distant, requesting they would obtain leave of absence and spend a few days with her. So eager were her friends to see the apartments and the riches of Bluebeard's castle, of which they had heard so much, that in less than 2 hours after receiving notice, the whole company were assembled, with the exception of her brothers, who were not expected till the following day. As her guests had arrived long before the time appointed them for the entertainment, Fatima took them through every apartment in the castle and displayed all the wealth she had acquired by her marriage with Bluebeard. They went from room to room and from wardrobe to wardrobe, expressing fresh wonder and delight at every new object they came to. But their surprise was increased when they entered the drawing rooms and saw the grandeur of the furniture. During the day, Fatima was so much engaged that she never once thought of the blue closet which Bluebeard had ordered her not to open. But when all the visitors were gone, she felt a great curiosity to know its contents. She took out the key, which was made of the finest gold, and went to consult with her sister on the subject. Anne used every argument she could think of to dissuade Fatima from her purpose, and reminded her of the threats of Bluebeard. But all in vain, for Fatima was now bent on gratifying her curiosity. She therefore, in spite of all her sister could do, seized one of the candles and hurried downstairs to the fatal closet. On reaching the door, she stopped and began to reason with herself on the propriety of her conduct. But her curiosity at length overcame every other consideration, and with a trembling hand she applied the key to the lock and opened the door. She had only advanced a few steps when the most frightful scene met her view, and struck with horror and dismay, she dropped the key of the closet. She was in the midst of blood, and the heads, bodies, and mutilated limbs of murdered ladies lay scattered on the floor. These ladies had all been married to Bluebeard, and had suffered for their imprudent curiosity. The key, which was the gift of a fairy, always betraying their fatal disobedience. The terror of Fatima was not diminished on observing these dreadful words on the wall: "The reward of disobedience and imprudent curiosity." She trembled violently, but on recovering a little, she snatched up the key, and having again locked the door, left this abode of horror. As soon as she reached her sister's chamber, she related the whole of her horrid adventure. They then examined the key, but it was all covered with blood, and they both turned pale with fear. They spent a good part of the night in trying to clean off the blood from the key, but it was without effect, for though they washed and scoured it with brick dust and sand, no sooner was the blood removed from one side than it appeared on the other. Fatigued with their exertions, they at last retired to bed, where they passed a sleepless and anxious night. Fatima rose at a late hour next day and consulted with her sister how she ought to proceed. She thought first of escaping from the castle, but as her brothers were expected in an hour or two, she resolved to wait their arrival. A loud knock at the gate made her almost leap for joy, and she cried, "They are come! They are come!" But what was her consternation when Bluebeard hastily opened the door and entered. It was impossible for Fatima to conceal her agitation, although she pretended to be very happy at his sudden and unexpected return. Bluebeard, who guessed what she had been about, requested the keys in order, as he said, that he might change his dress. She went to her chamber and soon returned with the keys, all except the one belonging to the blue closet. He took the keys from her with seeming indifference, and after glancing at them minutely, said, rather sternly, "How is this, Fatima? I do not see the key of the blue closet here. Go and bring it to me instantly." The poor girl, feeling the crisis of her fate approaching, said, "I will go and search for it," and left the apartment in tears. She went straight to her sister's chamber, where they again tried, but in vain, to remove the blood from the key. The voice of Bluebeard again calling for her, she was forced to return, and reluctantly to give him the fatal key. On examining the key, Bluebeard burst into a terrible rage. "Pray, madam," said he, "how came this blood to be here?" "I am sure I do not know," replied she, trembling and turning pale. "What? Do you not know?" cried Bluebeard in a voice like thunder, which made poor Fatima start with fear. "But I know well. You have been in the forbidden blue closet, and since you are so fond of prying into secrets, you shall take up your abode with the ladies you saw there." Almost expiring with fear and terror, the trembling Fatima sunk upon her knees and implored him in the most piteous manner to forgive her. But the cruel Bluebeard, deaf to her entreaties, drew his dreadful scimitar and bid her prepare for immediate death. Bluebeard had raised his arm to give the fatal blow when a dreadful shriek from her sister, who at that moment entered the apartment, arrested his attention. She entreated him to spare the life of Fatima, but he was deaf to her intercession and would only grant her 1/4 of an hour that she might make her peace with heaven before he put her to death. Bluebeard then dragged her up to a large hall in the top of the tower of the castle to prevent her groans being heard, to which they were followed by her sister. He then told her to make the best use of the time, as she might expect his return the moment it elapsed, and immediately left the place. When alone with her sister, Fatima felt her dreadful situation and again burst into tears. Only 15 minutes between her and the most cruel death, without the least chance of escape. For Bluebeard had secured the door when he retired, and the staircase they saw only led to the battlements. Fatima's thoughts were now turned to her brothers, whom she expected that day, and she requested her sister to ascend to the top of the tower to see if there was any appearance of them. Fatima's sister immediately ascended to the top of the battlements, while the poor trembling girl below every minute cried out, "Sister Anne, my dear Sister Anne, do you see anyone coming yet?" Her sister always replied, "There is not a human being in view, and I see nothing but the sun and grass." She was upon her knees bewailing her fate when Bluebeard, in a tremendous voice, cried out, "Are you ready? The time is expired." And she heard the sound of his footsteps approaching. She again supplicated him to allow her 5 minutes longer to finish her prayers, which he, knowing she was completely within his power, granted her and again left her. Fatima again renewed her inquiries to her sister. "Do you see anyone coming yet?" Her sister replied, "There is not a human being within sight." When the 5 minutes were elapsed, the voice of Bluebeard was heard bawling out, "Are you ready yet?" She again beseeched him to allow her only 2 minutes more, and then addressed her sister. "Dear Anne, do you see anyone coming yet?" "I see," said her sister, "a cloud of dust rising a little to the left." In breathless agitation, she cried, "Do you think it is my brothers?" "Alas, no, my dearest Fatima," returned her sister. It is only a flock of sheep." Again the voice of Bluebeard was heard, and she begged for 1 minute longer. She then called out for the last time, "Sister Anne, do you see no one coming yet?" Her sister quickly answered, "I see 2 men on horseback, but they are still a great way off." "Thank heaven!" exclaimed Fatima. "I shall yet be saved, for it must be my 2 brothers. My dearest sister, make every signal in your power to hasten them forward, or they will be too late." Bluebeard's patience being now exhausted, he burst open the door in a rage and made a blow at the wretch's Fatima with the intention of striking off her head, but she sprang close to him and evaded it. Furious at being foiled in his aim, he threw her from him, and then, seizing her by the hair of the head, was in the act of striking her a blow with his scimitar, when the noise of persons approaching with hasty steps arrested the progress of his sanguinary arm. Bluebeard had not time to conjecture who the intruders might be, when the door opened and 2 officers with their swords drawn rushed into the apartment. Struck with terror, the guilty wretch released his wife from his grasp, and without attempting to resist, he tried to effect his escape from the resentment of her brothers. But they pursued and seized him before he had got about 20 paces from the place. After reproaching Bluebeard with his cruelty, they dragged him back to the spot where he intended to have murdered their sister, and there, stabbing him to the heart with their swords, he expired, uttering the most horrid oaths and execrations. Fatima, who had fallen to the ground at the time Bluebeard quitted his hold of her, still lay in the same situation, insensible, for the appearance of her brothers at the moment she expected certain death had thrown her into a faint, which continued during the whole of the time they were engaged in dispatching her husband. The 2 young officers now turned their attention to their sister, whom they raised from the ground, but she could hardly be persuaded of her safety till they pointed to where Bluebeard lay extended and lifeless. Fatima, on recovering a little, tenderly embraced her deliverers, and the appearance of their sister Anne, who had come down from the top of the battlements, added to their happiness. As all those horrid murders which had been committed by Bluebeard were unknown to his domestics, on whose credulity he imposed by falsehoods which they had no means of detecting, Fatima and her brothers thought the most prudent way to act was to assemble them together and then disclose the wickedness of their late master. By the direction of Fatima, her 2 brothers conducted all the servants to the dreadful scene of her husband's cruelties, and then, showing them his dead body, related the whole occurrences which had taken place. They all said that his punishment was not adequate to what he deserved, and begged that they might be continued in the service of their mistress. As Bluebeard had no relations, Fatima was sole heir to the whole of his immense property and mistress of the castle, in the possession of which she was confirmed by the laws of the country. She then sent notice to all the families in the neighborhood of the death of her husband, and the horrid proofs of his cruelty were laid open for 2 days to all who chose to inspect them. He was then buried privately along with all the bodies of the ladies he had murdered, and the fatal closet underwent a complete repair, which removed every trace of his barbarity. Soon after this, Fatima gave a magnificent entertainment to all her friends, where happiness was seen in every face, and on this occasion the poor, who were assembled for many miles round, partook most liberally of her bounty. Though possessed of riches almost inexhaustible, Fatima disposed of them with so much discretion that she gained the esteem of everyone who knew her. She bestowed handsome fortunes on her 2 brothers, and to her sister, who was married about 2 months after, she gave a very large dowry. The beauty, riches, and amiable conduct of Fatima attracted a number of admirers, and among others a young nobleman of very high rank, who, to a handsome person, added every quality calculated to make a good husband, and after a reasonable time spent in courtship, their marriage was celebrated with great rejoicings. The end of the popular story of Bluebeard.
The Rabbi Lion by James Platt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Rabbi Lion by James Platt. The clock of the Jewish quarter of Prague moves in the opposite direction to its brethren of the Christian town, yet each in its own way arrives second by second at the same inexorable facts of time. It was an hour short of midnight by both baptized and unbaptized reckoning. A misty rain was falling and mingled with the mist that rose from the river. Black obscure clouds veiled the face of the moon. Thunder roared at intervals. A flash of lightning that lifted momentarily the edge of the darkness revealed nothing kindlier than a gibbet. Dead bones that once had lived were creaking in its chains. The flesh had taken wing, the fowls of the air knew whither. Another flash showed a living man who crouched, smothered up in a cloak at the foot of the unsightly tree. This unhappy outlaw, if he dared seek no choicer shelter, was perhaps even more to be pitied than his brother above. Whatever his reason, he made no motion in the direction of a light that shone afar and presaged warmth and shelter. It was an inn. Its occupants concern us. They consisted of a company of 6 youths that had palpably imbibed both long and deep. Their carouse, however, was drawing to an end. The landlord hovered near, cogitating over his bill, and yet with an ear to the conversation of his guests, lest haply he might catch some word. In this he was unsuccessful, and no wonder. The language they spoke was not only foreign to the landlord, but was that one of all others of which the angels themselves are traditionally supposed to be ignorant. In a word, it was Chaldee. But how did these youngsters come to speak in the secret language of Kabbalah? The reason is not far to seek. They were students of the Kabbalah and of magic under a rabbi, one of the most esteemed of his time. The occasion they were celebrating with the flowing bowl was indeed no other than the conclusion of their 7 years' apprenticeship. So far, so good. But there was more in it than that. There was a death's head at their feast, something that necessitated for its discussion their gift of tongues, something that took the heat from food and made the red wine show white through their skins. Upon entering their course, they had set their hands in blood to the customary indentures of the magical schools of that period. After 7 years, so the bond provided, only 5 of the pupils were to leave their alma mater, their occult education complete. The 6th was forfeit to the devil, his due for acquiescence and assistance in their studies. A point on which the academies differed was the method of selecting among the apprentices which was to suffer as damned soul. Some held a kind of glorified race in which the runner that last attained the winning post was torn asunder by the fiend, but the rabbi who conducted the reading party in which we are interested had laughed at a decision made on physical grounds. The graduates should be chosen, he thought, not for fleetness of foot, but for the foremost quality of their sorcery. The scapegoat should similarly be thrown out not for unsoundness of wind or limb, but for the inadequate result of black art cramming. Logical enough, all this. There remained but to discriminate between the competitors. To do this, the rabbi had decided that on the morrow of the night when our story opens, he would hold a solemn incantation. It would be the first serious function of which the neophytes could boast. Their 7 years' candidacy had been occupied with theory, and had never ventured on practice. They would now find out the difference between knowing how to raise the devil and doing it, a difference which is even greater in this particular case than between word and deed in other arts and sciences. The idea of the rabbis was that, beginning gradually, the terror should be accumulated ever thicker and faster until it reached a point where one of the men would break. This, then, would be the victim to be forced instantly from his circle and snatched soul from body by the enemy. The reader is now cognizant of the mysterious business that fluttered these young hearts. We may add that their use of a dead language had another source besides the need for secrecy. No two of these ill-fated ones were natives of the same country. No two of them spoke a common speech. Such was the cosmopolitan fame of the rabbi at whose feet they sat, that he could pick his lads from Arctica to Cancer. We have already remarked that the supper drew to an end. The 6 had tried their manfulest to drown care, but they had found it impossible to get rightly drunk in the shadow of death and of hell. With despair for their toastmaster, they drank every time the health of the 5, and thought the more that they spoke no word of the eternal ruin of the 6th. The ruthless wretch outside was less to be pitied than these. They had discussed without hope every loophole of escape, and hopeless, rejected all. There was nothing for it now but to return home. The rabbi would never have allowed them out so late on any less momentous eve, but he had no fear of losing them, now they had run out their course of lessons. He had done his part. They had received their consideration. Trust him to look after his own, that keeps the tally of the damned. The reckoning had been adjusted to the satisfaction of the landlord by the chairman of the feast. That youth, who was apparently a Bohemian by birth, now led his companions out of the house which one of them was never to re-enter, and each turned back to look at it uncertain to what tune beggarly fortune next might dance. They proceeded in the direction of the gallows we have already alluded to. Rain was still falling. The outlaw had disappeared, but will turn up later in our path. As they approached the grisly standard, even the seasoned nerves of the sorcerers were troubled at the sight of its charge. They would have turned aside but for the Bohemian, who sturdily harangued them on their cowardice. "The devil walk arm in arm with you! Is this the way you stand to your guns at the sight of a gutted envelope, of a cast peas-cod, you that are due in but a few hours' space to outfront the root of all evil? I tell you the pit is digging deep for him that shows such favour then. But my liver is of another colour. What, fear a sloughed garment, and more rags than ribbons at that? Why, I only have to set my hand to it." The incident ended in a manner entirely unforeseen. The Bohemian had barely touched the corpse when it dropped on his shoulders. At this the other sorcerers, shod with fear, incontinently fled. The Bohemian stood his ground for only a moment. It had been in his mind that the thing would fall to pieces, but when he felt a burning breath and the bony arms closing round his throat, his brave soul shrunk like the kernel of a nut, and rattled against his sides. With the horrible revenant ever tightening its grasp, the Bohemian started to flee. In doing this he followed in the footsteps of his companions, who made their way back to the tavern. The landlord was in the act of putting up his shutters when his late guest tumultuously helter-skeltered to his door, and shrieked for immediate rations of strong waters. Nothing loath, he planted them again at his tables, and exchanged their solids for his fluids. At this juncture the Bohemian appeared alone, but sweating to the very palms. He steadied himself against the wall, and drank off the landlord's proffer at a gulp. "Your health!" cried out a mocking voice from the very midst of the convives. The Bohemian dropped his glass with a crash that sowed its fragments wide. There was a stranger sitting in the midst of their company, and drinking as if one of themselves. No one had seen him enter. The host appeared as much at a loss as they were, but the unknown being obviously a man of mortal mould, the Bohemian soon recovered his wits. He challenged the unbidden guest. "Who are you, and why do you drink to me?" The stranger rose to his full height, which was more than common tall. We repeat that none of those present knew him, but to continue our practice of dealing fairly with the reader, we identify him with the outlaw with whom we commenced our story, huddled up at the feet of justice. This understood, we record the stranger's speech. "Walls have ears, and if you would know me, you must breathe the outer air. As to my drinking to your health between man and man, do you not look as if you needed it?" The obvious truth of this remark was only fuel to the Bohemian's fire. The more anxious on that account to know who the mysterious one was, he signed to his companions to come outside. The rain had now ceased. As they retraced, not without trepidation, the path they had so hastily left, they noticed that the gibbet was again occupied, but no one dared to ask the Bohemian how he had got rid of his unwelcome visitant. It was the stranger who renewed the conversation by abruptly mentioning his name. "I am Iron Harquin." His hearers started. They had expected nothing like this. It was a name proscribed, and upon which a heavy price was set. It was the name of the comrade, still at large, of him that shook a leg on the gallows. But Iron Harquin knew that these men were nothing to be feared. The affair of the dead bandit had given them their fill of thief-taking, at any rate, for that one night. The living might safely laugh them out of countenance about that exploit. He addressed himself accordingly to the Bohemian. "What, frightened with the rattling of bones that ride the gale? Would have me believe that the unpenitent thief descended from the cross? A sorrow on your fears. Take such tales to your confessor, for I'll have none of them, be sure. You had looked too long upon the jewelled wine, and that's the long and the short of it. I'll even touch hands with my dead mate myself, just to show you how unfounded your stampede. You will see no windfall vouchsafed to me, shake I never so shrewdly the tree." He suited the action to the word, and the event proved him right. The sorcerers would have turned tail at half a suspicion, but never a miracle occurred this time. The corpse continued to hug its chains. The Bohemian waxed wilder and still more wild, but he did not cease to listen to Iron Harquin. "Fear has no share in life of mine. Death has been all too long, my fellow. Familiarity breeds contempt. I believe I could make the devil's pulse jump, could I only obtain an interview. That, at any rate, is the one thing left that might fathom the resources of my heart. I saved the life of a Hebrew once, who, in return, gave me lessons in magic. I never worked so hard in my life. I looked to shortly kiss the mouth of hell, but, as ill luck would have it, I quarrelled with my rabbi, and never found a chance." The Bohemian could scarcely help showing his incredulity, nor did he care much for the stranger's feelings. "What possible cause of quarrel could you have with a man whose life you saved?" "Cause enough for anything and everything, since he introduced me to his betrothed, and I fell in love with her. He poisoned her mind against me, and on a chance cast me into a well. The water, however, was sufficient to break my fall, and I escaped after starving many days. It was 20 years ago, but I have never been able to forget it. He shall yet curse the mother that bore him. I tell you all this frankly as I told you my name, because I know that you are not what you seem." The Bohemian followed this relation and chewed the cud of it. An idea had occurred to him fraught with unholy joy. He saw, as he thought, how he could achieve his own salvation at one stroke with the death of the intruder. How it worked out we shall see in the sequel. This is how the Bohemian set it going. "What do you mean by saying that we are not what we seem? Because although your outer man is clad in this world's uniform, your hearts are of the livery colours of hell. You are students of sorcery, and no later than tomorrow you are to conjure in your strength. Do I not read you rightly?" The Bohemian stared in something very much like stupor. Where on earth could the man have got his information? It sealed his death warrant, in any event. He knew too much for sure. The Bohemian by this time had matured his plans, which he now expressed in words. "Whatever your source of knowledge, you have hit us off correctly, I admit, nor can we deny hospitality to such a man. We are within, as you say, a few hours of a magical ceremony. If you are so anxious as you pretend to face such odds, I will go so far as to yield my place to you." For the life of him the Bohemian could not help something of a smile as he made this handsome offer. He was ignorant still whether the bandit was aware of the exceptional nature of this incantation. His reply would decide that point. If he knew the rules of the approaching contest, he would certainly refuse. If he did not, he could hardly maintain his fame without becoming a substitute for the Bohemian. To do him justice, Iron Harquin did not hesitate for a moment. "Your hand upon the bargain, man, and never fear but I shall do you credit. Since the beginning of recorded time there shall have been no such conjuration. We will quench the light of adverse stars. Hell's idiom has no word for what we shall do." Still wearing the same sardonic grin, the Bohemian broke in upon his enthusiasm. His department was the practical. "Permit me to draw your attention to the fact that we have been drifting slowly on, and shall soon have reached the rabbi's house. It befits us, therefore, to arrange our order of business. It may not have occurred to you that the rabbi must know nothing about this. If he did, he might possibly veto the affair. But there will be no difficulty in circumventing him. The house is built square around a central court, where the conjuration will take place in open air. You will enter with us muffled in your cloak, and your presence will not be detected among so many. You will conceal yourself under the staircase, while the rabbi takes us to our bedrooms, which are the toppermost of the house. The old gentleman locks us in all night, for we are strictly looked after, I can assure you. When we are released, after a brief slumber, it will still be dark, and if I slip into your hiding-place and you assume my authority, I do not see why the rabbi should be the wiser. As to the risk you run, that is, of course, more your affair than mine. I shall pray for you from my coign of vantage, if I can remember any but backward prayers. But now, confess, are you not moved at length with fear? Nay, by horn and hoof, I shall weather the devil as I have got the weather of death, and be hail fellow well met with both. At the worst a man can die but once. I had rather thus than a prod and a sod, like so many that I have sent to their account. And, to end all, is this your destination? Why, it is the house of Rabbi Lion. The Rabbi Lion is our teacher. The Bohemian was only too glad that the matter was thus settled. His fears for himself and of the other were disposed of in one ingenious coup. The remaining 5 sorcerers had followed the negotiations with mixed admiration and envy. From them no remonstrance was to be expected, quite the contrary, since they believed and hoped that the bandit, as a novice in magical matters, would be the one to pay penalty to the fiend. They had yet to find out that their dupe had more knowledge than they bargained for. Meanwhile the Bohemian has knocked at the door. From within there comes a clangour of bolt and bars. The door is opened, and the rabbi appears. His pupils enter in as much of a hustle as possible, allowing Iron Harquin to conceal himself as arranged. The students file upstairs to be disposed of by their tutor, who will presently return alone. During this absence of the rabbi, Iron Harquin took by the forelock the opportunity of looking around. The courtyard itself was bare. The lofty walls of the house built it in on all 4 sides. Under the roof 6 windows seemed to indicate the garrets of as many students. On the level of the ground there was nothing but 2 doors to break the monotonous courses of stone. One of these massive portals was that of the street through which Iron Harquin had entered. The other, which faced it on the opposite side, had been left ajar by the rabbi. It was of a certainty the passageway to his sanctum. The bandit approached it and looked through. A mighty chamber lay behind. The light which streamed from it into the courtyard was engendered by a central lamp, one of the sort which are traditionally reputed to burn with an everlasting flame. From the ceiling hung stuffed reptiles and other grotesques that seemed to shiver in the current of fresh air. Tables conveniently disposed for work were loaded with books and manuscripts. Every available niche and nook was piled with tools of necromancy that the bandit had no time to identify. Hearing the steps of the rabbi descending, he slipped to his covert just in time. The ancient Israelite re-entered his studio and slammed the door behind him. The wondrous light was thus extinguished, and the courtyard plunged in darkness. But not for long. The outlaw had scarcely disposed himself for sleep, better quarters this than the gibbet's foot, when the door was again thrown wide. He looked in the expectation of seeing once more the rabbi's workroom, but to his utter surprise and consternation it was a different room altogether, though indisputably the self-same door. This time it was a lady's boudoir that was revealed, of immense size, imperially furnished, 1,000 mirrors flashing back its chandeliers. There was no trace of the rabbi who had just entered that very door. Instead, a beautiful girl of about 20 summers glided out to the cooling breeze. Had it not been for her, Iron Harquin would have been dumbfounded at the inexplicable shift of rooms. But the moment he set eyes on her, so much greater a surprise beset him that it drove all other out of mind. It was the woman of whom he had spoken to the Bohemian, the woman who had cut friendship and all but wrought his death, the woman whom he still loved. He strode forth without a second thought. "It is her very self!" he cried. The girl smiled at him as in recognition. Not the least surprise did she show at this strange meeting. She called him by his name. "Iron Harquin! You know me after all these years?" "Who better among men should I know, after all that passed between us? And did you not first know me?" "That is not the same thing. I am 20 years older, but you, I can hardly believe my eyes, are the girl of 20 years ago. Has time, too, been fooled by those eyes of yours, which I have often said would split a lover's coffin?" "Believe me, my friend, time's ravages are here, as surely as that you will never see them. It is your love now, as ever, that blinds your eyes and drapes a faded woman in your poetry. When I am dead and my body an ordinary for worms, you will see me still in fancy's eye, just the girl you see me now. And by the same token, you, that speak of being 20 years older, are in my eyes the brave and innocent boy whose lips were once my food. Then you loved me all the time, after all. At that age, what did I know of love, or loathing? But the rabbi, he is old, she cried, past passion. Ah, Harquin, you would not know him now. I cannot make it out that you are still sweet and 20. Here is a waist would warm the arm of death. You are, if anything, lovelier, transfigured, haloed. You would hurry the pace of a star. Tell me true now, is it not some elixir of the rabbi's that has pinnacled you beyond the teeth of time? She laughed. Elixir of his? Why, he would swallow it himself, and to prove how little I lean on him, you may kill him if you will. An assassination? Gasped the bandit. The man knows no sword play. He was thinking as he spoke of the primitive device by which his rival had once tried to get rid of him. A duel, returned the Jewess. For if he knows no sword play, he can measure swords with steel they forge below. You are a tall man of your hands when knives are stripping, but at his trade you are the rabbi's fool. You will need all you know to join issue with him in ceremonial of magic. No later than this morning must you pit your strength against him, for to that you were decoyed hither. Decoyed? I came of my own free will, for an adventure to my mind. The story's worth telling. I was dying for a sensation, so I decided to cut down a comrade and give him a more decent sepulchre than a gizzard. I had just got his corpse in safety to the ground when I heard a confusion of coming footsteps. Fearing it might be noticed that the gibbet was naked, I swung myself into the chains. I knew from their conversation they were magical students that had passed. I had a yearning to foregather with such once more, as I did in the days of my youth. A practical joke gave me the opportunity, and heaven be praised for the good hap. Iron Harquin was about to improve the occasion, but at this interesting juncture a howl of rage discharged through the upper air. It came from the head of the Bohemian, thrust out of his window. The Jewess snatched up the 2 hands of her lover, and pressed them to her fervid lips. Almost before he was aware of it, she had retreated to her bower, and closed the door behind her. At the same moment, the Bohemian, having wriggled through his window, leaped headlong into the courtyard. He came down unskilfully. Iron Harquin thought he heard his leg go. He lay there groaning, and then burst into invective against the outlaw. The devil rough ride you that have seen so close a dream that I only sighted from afar. Bestride me the succubus, if I would have brought you hither, had I known she would come out to-night. The skies are dark as a wolf's throat, and I believe she only walked in the moon. Full many a night I watched it shine on her silken hair, silken as the touch of sin, long, so that when she unbound it, she stumbled in her locks. Her silver body was fragrant as the boundaries of hell. Death and dissolvement, let me get you in my grips, and you shall never see her twice. Help me to my feet and unfold your blade, and then bite on what prayers you know. The bandit surveyed this unexpected rival with something very much like fellow feeling. Then he voiced the question that was uppermost in him. How old did you suppose her? How old? What do I care how old? Old enough to be loved and to love. How old did you suppose her? If you insist on it, I suppose she wears some 20 years, and a queenly garment they. What? 20 years in your sight also? Why, I tell you, this very girl is the one of whom I spoke to you, that I loved 20 years ago. You lie, by the father of lies. The bandit clasped his hand to hilt, and as instantly snatched it away. "I fight with no cripple," he hissed in his teeth, "but you shall hear from herself God's truth." So saying, he ran his great strength against that door. Twice and thrice he rammed it. It did not flinch. He went back a few steps to acquire a fresh impetus, but before he could return to the attack it flew abruptly open, as if moved by some hidden spring. Iron Harquin uttered an astonished cry. The boudoir was no longer there. The mysterious chamber had undergone another protean change. To speak more by the book, there was no longer any chamber. The door framed nothing but blackest darkness. Neither ceiling, nor walls, nor floor could be distinguished. By this time the Bohemian had struggled to his feet, and now hobbled in the direction of the door. "Back! Back!" cried the bandit. "This is no place for you, nor for any Christian man. The foundations of this house are laid in hell. Back! Back! As you value your infinite soul." "To heel!" shrieked the Bohemian, and he whipped out his sword. "Lest I strike you in the place where you live. This is my hour, and you shall not be the only one to take her between your hands." Before Harquin could forestall him, he had leaped the grinning door, and disappeared in enigmatical gloom. He was scarcely lost to sight, when a shriek rang out, beyond conception, awful. It was his death note. The whole air curdled. Iron Harquin fell upon his knees. What grimmest of riddles the victim solved, no man shall ever know. His body, even as his soul, was lost in that abysmal horror. For a while Harquin gazed at it, and saw no sign, nor heard what could be called a sound. It was a grave that gave up no dead. At last the outlaw rose and crossed himself, and closed the door upon its secret. Withdrawn to his corner, he set himself to think what monstrous enigma couched behind there. The worst of it was that it threw still more suspicion on the woman. But was she a woman at all? In his wanderings across Europe from sea to sea, he had never lost the Jewess out of mind. Whenever it was possible to acquire later news of her, he spared no pains to do so. But the gossip through which alone at such a distance he could keep himself in touch with her circumstances was always vague and even contradictory. He had been circumstantially assured of her death, and as circumstantially undeceived. But now he began to wonder if that report might have had foundation. To assume that upon losing her the rabbi had supplied her place with a familiar, culled from the females of the pit, would explain nearly all that he had seen. Was it woman or nightmare that couched behind there? He had arrived at no decision when the door again flew open, and he stretched out his head for the next development. But the panoramic capacity of the door seemed, for the time being, to have played itself out. The view was only the old one of the laboratory, out of which the rabbi stepped. He was loaded with apparatus of ceremonial magic. He deposited it upon the ground. He closed the wonder-working door. His next step was to trace out two enormous circles, one within the other. The outer one embraced the whole area of the courtyard. The other one ran inside it at a distance of about a yard all round. Between the circumferences of these two circles he inscribed 7 smaller ones at equal distances apart. The outlaw, who, though disappointed at the drying up of the resources of the door, watched all these proceedings with attention, perceived that the 7 circles were intended, one each, for the rabbi and his 6 attendants. He concluded that the ill-starred Bohemian, as having been undoubtedly cock of the school, would be assigned one of the 2 circles next the master, which was precisely the post Iron Harquin would have chosen. He was in some doubt, however, as to whether there might or might not be a miscarriage when the bedroom was found to be unaccountably empty. Fortunately, the rabbi, after placing a pan of living coal in each circle, went upstairs to unlock each door and came down again at once without opening any. This may have been intended to allow time for his disciples to dress, but he bore as well the air of one having forgotten something, and ran as fast as his ears would permit him to that door of doors. The outlaw noted, as the rabbi passed through, that it was the boudoir this time visible. Apparently the thing worked round in a cycle. The rabbi emerged again almost at once with a look of considerable relief. All this was Greek to the onlooker. The 5 candidates now appeared and took up the circles pointed out to them. The outlaw pulled his hat well over his features and, as it was still dark, hoped to pass muster. He saw, as he had expected, one of the places of honour was left for the Bohemian. He boldly took his stand there. He had now burnt his boats, and must go through. The rabbi had not yet syllabled a word, reserving his strength for the strain to come. He silently divided among his assistants the remainder of what he had brought out of his storeroom. This consisted of civet, amber and musk, of benzoin, camphor and myrrh, of every fragrance that wizards burn. The rabbi then stepped into his own circle and commenced a preliminary prayer. The supreme moment had come. A sudden glow invaded the veins of the amateur exorcist, late Iron Harquin, as he heard that well-known voice. Bit by bit, as he warmed to the work, he remembered the ritual which this very man had once been at pains to teach him. From time to time the other 5 chimed in with the responses. Iron Harquin dared not risk the recognition of his voice. As the ceremony proceeded, the air seemed to grow more dense until it became a matter of difficulty to breathe. It was thickening with, as yet, invisible elementals. Anon the outlaw's attention was drawn to the glances of his fellows, which timorously sought the empty space enclosed by the inmost of the 2 circles. He was somewhat dashed, even he, to see that this empty space had shrunk below the level of the courtyard. Worse, it continued to sink until it disappeared altogether. The magicians now stood in their 7 circles around the circumference of a well. Even this was not the worst, as the bottom, though out of sight, must still be sinking, and would sink to the very confines of the underworld. Connection was to be opened with the bottomless pit by means of this bottomless shaft. Having arrived at this by no means engaging conclusion, Iron Harquin had only to wait for the end. It came with a sudden smother and smoke that belched from the mouth of the chimney. The rabbi threw instantly perfumes upon his fire, and his acolytes did likewise. Essence and quintessence fought desperately with the evil odours of this smoke that came straight from eternal fires. And there was borne up with the smoke a weird hubbub of voices that blasphemed in every tongue. Cracked lips of the damned shrieked execrations in languages long dead, whose accents unintelligible made hearts stand still. In vain the rabbi raised his voice that had never ceased from the first onset. His exorcisms were drowned in oaths both loud and deep, and with the rush and roar of furnaces stoked with blood. And now the thick air showed faces that peered in their eyes, and gibberings that were not faces, creeping and crawling things. The outlaw's skin had long ago wrung out its last drop of sweat. The rabbi's white hair stood all on end. The moment for the trial had come. Iron Harquin threw his hat out of the circle, where it was instantly torn into a million shreds. His face thrust abruptly into the rabbi's line of sight. He roared in tones of thunder, "Rabbi Lion, I am Iron Harquin!" The effect upon the rabbi was electric. His eyes started out of his head. The chant died away upon his lips. He dropped like a stone into the pit. One long, low moan reverberated from side to side, broken up by peals of hellish jubilee. A terrible voice that hushed all else cried out 3 times, "Lost! Lost! Lost!" This was the climax, and Iron Harquin the man to bear the brunt of it. No help was to be expected from the 5 sucking sorcerers. They were ridden to rags. The last events had crowded so quickly together that the outlaw practically took up the litany where the rabbi had dropped it. He gave it such voice as would have been a surprise to the others were they in a state to make the observation. The fact is, Iron Harquin was drunk with the cup of revenge. For 2 pins he would have bearded the fiend. The infernals shrunk from the lash and lather of such magnificent rage, expressed in the highest terms of art. They of the pit sucked in their smoke and hushed the outlet of despair. The centre of the courtyard reappeared, air refined itself, victorious sweet scents flung wide their banners. "Go in peace to your place. Peace be between us and you. Be ready to come when you are called." This final formal leave-taking of the spirits, without which no magician worth his salt would ever abandon his circle, wound up what had once looked like a serious business. The 6 could now quit in safety the circles which a moment before had been their only bulwark against perdition. The students were too limp to pay any attention to the giant that had taken their world upon his shoulders. Their little remaining sanity was all bent to the desire to get away from an accursed house. They stumbled out of the front gate, which the outlaw had to open for them, and scattered to the 4 winds of heaven. The cost being now clear, the bandit made for that other door, which had played so many parts. On what would the curtain now arise? He opened and discovered the boudoir, a repetition of its last role. The cycle theory was thus effectively disposed of. There was nothing for it but that the door obeyed some arbitrary will, scarcely its own. The rabbi was dead, and worse, there remained then only the Jewess. But where was she? The chamber had no outlet. She could in no wise have left it. Our hero ransacked every corner. He upset and set up and upset again every priceless piece of furniture, tore down silk and satin, and threw jewels underfoot, ground beneath his heel the command of armies and the price of the honour of queens. At last his eye was arrested by a common glass bottle. He was fascinated by it. He held it to the light. He all but dropped it. It contained the object of his search. Yes, there was no doubt now of the death of his former love. No doubt but that the rabbi's diabolical art and craft had replaced her by a familiar spirit. This was the receptacle in which he confined the familiar at seasons when he was not in need of her. This was the familiar herself within the bottle, reduced most delicately small. She still wore the guise of his long-lost wife with which her master had endowed her. She still caused a pang to the iron heart of Harquin to see her down to such poor prison. And she knew her power over him. She knew that he would find a way. She smiled at him divinely. She clasped her tiny hands in prayer to him. But he was aware that he must needs release her. He neither thought nor would have cared that, now her master was dead, once released, there was no controlling her. It just had to be done. But how to set about it? The stopper was sealed down, and with a talismanic character on the seal. It was the uttermost secret of the rabbi. Iron Harquin could not read it, and without reading it he could never open the bottle. There remained but one avenue of escape. The bottle must be broken. With all the strength of his iron arm he dashed it to the ground. There was a tremendous explosion, a roar like thunder, a flash before his eyes. Not a mirror in the chamber but was shattered and scattered. A rapidly enlarging female form escaped from the shards of the broken bottle. It lost, as it enlarged, all resemblance to the well-remembered Jewess. It became indefinite. It thinned into little more than a mist. It gradually disappeared. Yet as the last waft of it brushed his face, the passionate lover thought he felt once more his sweetheart's lips. But he looked around and saw himself alone with solitude and wreckage and desire of death. The end of The Rabbi Lion by James Platt. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Room in the Tower by D.L. Radway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by MelissaMarie. The Room in the Tower by D.L. Radway. Not long ago, I was stopping at an old castle in the northern part of Scotland, that land of mystic-minded people, and a certain tower in this castle, somewhat older than the other parts of the building, had for centuries been known by both the inmates and the villagers to be inhabited by ghosts. There was an old tapestry room in this tower which had not been touched or slept in within the memory of the place. However, my love of and interest in the supernatural was so strongly implanted in my nature that I implored my hostess, Lady Garvent, to allow me to sleep in this ancient tapestried room for one night at least. Accordingly, the valet transferred my baggage, shortly after my arrival that afternoon, to the apartment in the tower. It was a typical Scottish winter's night, the rain coming in driven gusts against the panes, with a howling wind with a scream in it like the voice of some unhappy banshee, and occasionally a storm of sleet driving against the windows like the rattle of artillery. Round the big fire of logs in the hall we gathered cozily, the more content to be ensconced warmly indoors for hearing the war of the elements without. My hostess expressed herself as only too pleased to be able to give me a night in the company of the family ghosts, who had happily always confined themselves strictly to the room in the tower. The conversation drifted to the weird and the supernatural, and we all started to recount ghost stories that had come within our knowledge or that of our immediate friends. I candidly confess that in a short space of time the members of the house party had got me into a thoroughly jumpy state of nerves, and I felt that really in such a place anything might happen. Then at last my hostess said, "I think it is time for us to put an end to this delightful conversation," and in saying "good night," she added, "I really do feel that I have, as it were, been communing tonight with spirits of another world than this. It is almost uncanny." Everyone was a little inclined, I thought, to joke at my expense when they realized that I seriously meant to spend my night in the haunted room, and I was laughingly escorted by the entire house party to the worn stone staircase leading to the tower in the northwest corner of the castle. We said good night, and I mounted to my room. It was furnished with the weirdest and most gruesome-looking black oak furniture it is possible to imagine, and a huge 4-poster bed occupied the center of one wall and jutted well out into the room. My own home comforts were there, supplied by the thoughtful care of my manservant, but there also, on the walls above the mantelpiece and above my bed, were the uncanny weapons of a bygone generation of Scotsmen, pieces of armor of beautiful and intricate design, doubtless of Spanish workmanship, were propped against the walls, and in one corner with most uncomfortable effect stood a suit of armor. The room in this square tower was very large. Never had I seen anything like the fireplace. So enormous was the chimney that one could almost stand upright within it, the hearth of bricks being on a level with the floor of the room. As my kind hostess had insisted on a large fire being lit on this wintry night, it was piled up with huge logs, and the room was lit up by the weird and flickering lights that come from burning wood. The only other illumination was from 4 large candles, 2 on the dressing table and 2 on the high mantelpiece. The mullioned windows, sunk deeply into the walls, over 6 feet thick, were heavily curtained with dark red velvet. Not until a door had slammed, shot to by a fiercer gust of wind than usual, which seemed to shake the very tower to its foundations, and the deeply glowing logs fell apart with terrible and startling suddenness at the same moment, did I realize that I was indeed shut out from all this ordinary world. Intensely then did I realize that I was alone, and about to enter here into the life of the unreal, the occult, which up till now had been so fascinating merely to hear about. What would the experience be like at first hand? Always supposing that the spirits of the tower would reveal themselves. The sides of this great room were hung with magnificent old tapestry, portraying scenes of the chase and the figures of huntsmen in their woodland costume and hounds among the trees of a vast forest. It was a beautiful piece of needlework, and at another time I would have interested me greatly. But somehow on this particular night, imagination had so played upon the chords of my mind that they jangled out of tune, so that to my fancy it seemed as though the eyes of the pictured horseman really moved and followed my movements round the ancient room. On this wild night the draught behind the tapestry caused it to sway slightly in all its length from time to time, and then the beings embroidered upon it seemed to dance and sway with it. To the accompaniment of the shrieking wind and cruel blast outside, and the loud rattling of the panes as furious gusts of rain and sleet were forced against them, I undressed quickly, preparing for the night with a sort of quivering hurry to be done with it and into bed, very foreign to my nature. And after I was between the sheets, I was actually coward enough not to wish to blow out the only candle that I had left burning. In another moment, strange as it may seem, I swear that I heard a sigh of human breath close to my head, so strong that in a flash the candle on the small table by my bed's head was extinguished, and I was left holding my very breath in the semi-darkness, with only the flickering lights and shadows from the old logs crackling and spitting in the vast old fireplace. There I lay, determined not to close my eyes for a moment, for I felt through all my being that weird events were near at hand. However, soon a sort of drowsiness against which I was powerless to fight overcame me, and I seemed, in a vision as it were, to see how a curtain at the extreme end of the room was blown slightly but unmistakably on one side by some invisible means. This drowsiness now overcame me more and more, in spite of the growing horror of the night, and I must have dropped off into unconsciousness. When I awoke, it was with a sensation that I can never forget while life lasts, of creepy chills that passed from the back of my neck up and down my spine, producing the most horrible feeling of shivering, chilliness throughout my entire body. It is beyond the power of words to describe what I felt at that moment. In another minute, when I found myself fully awake again, to my amazement and horror, I saw by the light of the still faintly glowing logs on the hearth, crouching down in an indescribable heap round that great fireplace, a large and shapeless mass, covered apparently by a dingy white sheet, the dinginess of muslin yellow with age. As I gazed, lying still and motionless upon my bed, I saw that thing move with an undulating motion, and I discovered that they were separate beings lying there, all enveloped in yellowish white draperies of quaint and, to my eyes, unaccustomed material. Perhaps centuries ago, when in real life it had been worn, it was white, but now it was musty and yellow with the passing of the years. I gazed as if in a trance, and yet I know that I was fully awake. While paralyzed with horror, I felt every nerve in my body was pitched to its highest point of tension, waiting and watching eagerly to see what these beings round the fire were about to do. One moment, and to my horror, the central form began to move, slowly, with a strange, wavy movement of arms and draperies quite impossible to describe, turning toward the bed on which I lie. And the next thing that caught my eye and held me transfixed was a long, tangled lock of white hair that reached to the floor as the figure moved to its feet. And as it turned, the face revealed to me, merciful heavens! Instead of a face, a grinning skull. And on the other side of the skull, too, was a long stream of white hair which reached to the floor. The great hollows of the eyes of the death's head seemed all at once to discover that a human being lay in the bed, and to smile repulsively. As I looked, all power to speak or cry for assistance, or move or turn, had gone from me. I lay there, frozen to the mattress by the sight. This awful figure raised one arm to push back its robe. I saw the hand extended, but the flesh of that hand had left those bones years before. In its skeleton fingers it held aloft to me a smoking goblet, gliding swiftly now toward the bed. Perhaps you can imagine my horror as I saw the figure gliding, creeping toward me, its death mask grinning as if with pleasure to find at last the room inhabited by a human. As I marked the eye holes of doom seeming to glow red in the firelit room, and the bony hand holding on high what I knew to be a cup of poison meant for me. My eyes fell now on the other ghostly figures. They remained stationary, all turning toward the bed, and as they raised their arms, I saw that every one held aloft a smoking goblet. The sweat was now streaming from my every pore, and as the first ghastly figure came on with the firm steps nearer to the bed on which I lay, I made absolutely sure that my last hour had struck, even that death would be preferable to the madness, the frenzy that I felt running through every vein, to the terror of knowing the unknown, of seeing those things usually unseen. A cold breath emanated from the figure as it drew close to me, until I seemed to feel the very atmosphere of the tomb. I even longed for death. Now the steam from the goblet wafted hot and heavy upon my face. I was going mad. Mad! At the other end of the room, a deep-toned clock began sonorously to strike the hour of 12. With a shriek of ungovernable fright, that sound of the striking of the hour breaking the spell that held me silent, I fell back, unconscious, upon the pillows, and knew nothing whatever until the dawn arrived. With the morning, the storm had passed, and I was aroused from my lethargy by the bright cold rays of the winter sun. And as I dressed and prepared once more to mingle with the people in the surroundings of bright reality, I made a vow never again to try and penetrate into that other world, remote, mysterious, beyond the grave. Never again to show even curiosity about the life of those spirits which inhabit that world, but to leave them to the companionship of other ghosts. The end of The Room in the Tower.
The Sleepers by August W. Derleth. From Weird Tales, December 1927. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A short ghost story, The Sleepers, by August W. Dearlith. "That story," began the man with the gold spectacles, crossing his legs, "reminds me of an odd incident that befell me just last year." The other three men moved closer around the fireplace and looked over at him expectantly. The man with the gold spectacles repeated his statement. Unnoticed by them, a thin little man clad in a blue suit with brass buttons slid into the fifth seat somewhere back in the shadows. The inquisitive flames in the fireplace leapt higher to light up the face of the newcomer. But the effort was too much for them, and they sank back, exhausted. The four men did not see him. "It was last summer. I was, at the time, in Hollywood working with the director of my latest book, which was being filmed, when my publisher in Chicago wired me to come to him at once. The matter was urgent," he stated. Somewhat testily, I wired back that I would come immediately. The train I took was the Midnight Express. When I called for my ticket, every Pullman was filled to capacity. Certainly, though, I am not going to be cheated out of a night's rest merely because the Pullman cars are all filled to capacity. So I clamored loudly for a Pullman. I was not alone in my demand, for a pompous salesman, who had purchased his ticket after I had procured mine, added his voice to mine. At length another Pullman was added. Had it not been for the hullabaloo the salesman and I raised, the incident I am about to relate would never have happened. It being shortly after midnight, I wanted to retire. I left the salesman smoking out in the rear platform of our car, and I went into the extra Pullman. My berth was lower 7, and I went directly over to that number and pulled the curtains aside. But I shut them again as quickly as I had opened them, for a man lay in my berth, sleeping peacefully. I was indignant that the officials should cause such an error. I called for the porter, who came in as fast as his sleeping feet could carry him. Said I, when the negro came abreast of me, "Sam, there's a man in my berth." He grinned foolishly and pulled the curtain slightly aside. "Indeed, sir. Indeed there is. Very unfortunate, sir, but that's a fact." "Sam," I answered, "go and get me a Pullman conductor, and don't you dare come back without him." "Indeed I will, sir." After what seemed a wholly unnecessary interval, Sam returned with the Pullman conductor. When the conductor stepped into the car, he asked, "Are you McCarthy?" "Yes," I said, "I'm McCarthy." "H.P. McCarthy?" "Yes," I said again, "H.P. McCarthy." He came up to me. "Sam tells me that you claim that your berth is occupied. Lower 7 is assigned to H.P. McCarthy, and to no one else. As a matter of fact, there are only 2 people in this extra car, you and a salesman, C.E. Swears." "Is that right?" said I. It annoyed me that the conductor took so much for granted. He had never even peeped into the berth, and already he was turning to go. "Just a minute. Mr. Swears is out on the platform. Mr. McCarthy is right here, yours truly, and I say that there's a man in lower 7. And I pulled aside the curtain, and the conductor looked in and saw the man there. It wounded his pride to find that he was wrong, and so he called loudly to the sleeping man. But the man didn't move. So he went over to him and reached his hand in to shake the sleeper. Now, I couldn't see what happened, but I was staring right into the conductor's face, and I saw his expression change so rapidly that I thought he was going to faint. His face went white altogether. He pulled his hand out quickly, as if he had been touching a hot iron, and then he pushed the curtains wide apart to admit as much light as possible. Then he looked in again. All the time, I could see the man lying there in the light admitted by the widely open curtains. I said nothing. He turned to me and pointed at the sleeper. "McCarthy, reach in there and touch him." I thought it was an odd request, but I did it. And I'll wager any amount that my face went as white as his did. For I swear that I saw that man there with the coverlet turned back at his shoulders. I saw that, but my hand felt the undisturbed smoothness of the coverlet. And as I looked, my hand went straight through the man. Sam left by one door as Mr. Schwiers came in by the other. The conductor and I stood in the aisle staring stupidly at the sleeper in my berth. A smothered exclamation from Schwiers caused us to turn to him. He stood before berth 3, the lower, staring at something. We knew what he would say before he said it. "There's a man in my berth." The conductor stared at him. I stared at him. He turned to the conductor. "Well, what are you going to do about it? I'm not paying for a filled berth." "Feel him," the conductor stammered. "Yes," I said, "feel him." He looked oddly at us, but obediently he reached in to feel him. And shortly there were 3 white-faced people in the aisle of the extra Pullman, all staring stupidly at a man sleeping in a berth of a Pullman car. "By God," said the conductor with effort, "there's some mystery in this." A fact which could not have escaped the notice of any of us. He moved resolutely to berth 6 and pulled aside the curtains. And there lay a woman sleeping. And again, what we saw we could not feel. And the 3 of us made the rounds, and every berth, upper and lower, was occupied by a man, woman, or child. And we came back to berth 7 and stood there staring at the sleeper. And while we stood there, the door opened at the end of the car, and a thin little man who wore a conductor's blue suit with brass buttons walked in and looked nervously around. He had the attitude as of being summoned, and looking for whoever had summoned him. "Not so, Mr. McCarthy. The conductor had a premonition that all was not well, and he came into the Pullman to justify or destroy that premonition." It was the little man, the newcomer, who had spoken. But no one seemed to have heard him. "But we didn't stare very long," continued the man with the gold spectacles, for suddenly the thin little conductor that had entered vanished in the side of the Pullman car, and when we turned back to look at the sleepers, we saw only the unrumpled sheets on our beds. Immediately the conductor rushed out into the rear platform. Mr. Schwiers and I followed him. We were going round the famous horseshoe curve. The country was all radiant in the bright moonlight. The conductor turned to us. "Do either of you know what happened at this spot 1 year ago today?" "No," said Schwiers. "I can't think of anything." I, too, was forced to shake my head. "What?" returned the conductor. "Have both of you forgotten the famous Midnight Express wreck of late August 7? Of course we hadn't. It happened on that spot just a little way back there in the moonlight, on the night just like this. 77 people died in that wreck. This car is one that was salvaged from the wreckage and was rebuilt. This is its first trip in its rebuilt form." "But people in the berths?" interrupted Schwiers. "Yes, those people in the berths. You notice they all disappeared on the spot of the accident, didn't they? Well, figure it out for yourselves, gentlemen. And with that, he went back to his post. And that's what I say to you, gentlemen. Figure it all out for yourselves. Were those sleepers, or weren't they? For my part, I am convinced. There was a meditative silence. Then the man with the gold spectacles spoke again. By the way, didn't one of you gentlemen say something about a premonition the phantom conductor had? I thought someone said something about it, but as I recollect the accident, the conductor was killed at once, so you couldn't possibly know how he felt before the accident. Didn't anyone say something? And all of the men turned to the fifth chair, upon which the thin little man in the faded blue conductor's suit with brass buttons had been sitting. There was no answer, and the firelight flickered on the bolt of the locked door. The end of The Sleepers by August W. Derleth.
The Story of the Bagman's Uncle from Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Jones. My uncle, gentlemen, said the Bagman, was one of the merriest, pleasantest, cleverest fellows that ever lived. I wish you had known him, gentlemen. On second thoughts, gentlemen, I don't wish you had known him, for if you had, you would have been all by this time in the ordinary course of nature, if not dead, at all events so near it as to have taken to stopping at home and giving up company, which would have deprived me of the inestimable pleasure of addressing you at this moment. Gentlemen, I wish your fathers and mothers had known my uncle. They would have been amazingly fond of him, especially your respectable mothers. I know they would. If any two of his numerous virtues predominated over the many that adorned his character, I should say they were his mixed punch and his after-supper song. Excuse my dwelling on these melancholy reflections of departed worth. You won't see a man like my uncle every day of the week. I have always considered it a great point in my uncle's character, gentlemen, that he was the intimate friend and companion of Tom Smart, of the great house of Bilson and Slum, Catton Street, City. My uncle collected for Tiggin and Whelps, but for a long time he went pretty near the same journey as Tom. And the very first night they met, my uncle took a fancy for Tom, and Tom took a fancy for my uncle. They made a bet of a new hat before they'd known each other half an hour. Who should brew the best quart of punch and drink it the quickest? Now, my uncle was judged to have won the making, but Tom Smart beat him in the drinking by about half a salt spoonful. They took another quart apiece to drink each other's health, and were staunch friends ever afterwards. There's a destiny in these things, gentlemen. We can't help it. Now, in personal appearance, my uncle was a trifle shorter than the middle size. He was thought a stouter too than the ordinary run of people, and perhaps his face might be a shade redder. He had the jolliest face you ever saw, gentlemen, something like Punch, with a handsomer nose and chin. His eyes were always twinkling and sparkling, with good humour and a smile, not one of your unmeaning wooden grins, but a real merry, hearty, good-tempered smile was perpetually on his countenance. He was pitched out of his jig once and knocked head first against a milestone. There he lay, stunned, and so cut about the face with some gravel which would have been heaped up alongside it, that, to use my uncle's own strong expression, if his mother could have revisited the earth, she wouldn't have known him. Indeed, when I come to think of the matter, gentlemen, I feel pretty sure she wouldn't, for she died when my uncle was 2 years and 7 months old, and I think it's very unlikely that, even with the gravel, His top boots would have puzzled the good lady not a little, to say nothing of his jolly red face. However, there he lay, and I've heard my uncle say many a time that the man who picked him up, that he was smiling as merrily as if he had tumbled out for a treat, and that after they had bled him, the first glimmerings of returning animation were his jumping up in bed, bursting out into a loud laugh, kissing the young woman who held the basin, and demanding a mutton chop and a pickled walnut. He was very fond of pickled walnuts, gentlemen. He said he always found that, taken without vinegar, they relished the beer. My uncle's great journey was in the fall of the leaf, at which time he collected debts and took orders in the north, going from London to Edinburgh, from Edinburgh to Glasgow, and from Glasgow back to Edinburgh, and thence to London by the schmack. You are to understand that his second visit to Edinburgh was for his own pleasure. He used to go back for a week, just to look up his old friends, and what with breakfasting with this one, lunching with that one, dining with a third, and supping with another, a pretty tight week he used to make of it. I don't know whether any of you gentlemen ever partook of a real substantial, hospitable Scotch breakfast, and then went straight to a slight lunch of a bushel of oysters, a dozen or so of bottled ale, and a noggin or two of whisky to close up with. If you ever did, you will agree with me that it requires a pretty strong head to go out to dinner and supper afterwards. But bless your hearts and eyebrows, all this sort of thing was nothing to my uncle. He was so well seasoned that it was mere child's play. I've heard him say that he could see the Dundee people out any day and walk home afterwards without staggering. And yet the Dundee people have as strong heads and as strong punch, gentlemen, as you are likely to meet with between the poles. I've heard of a Glasgow man and a Dundee man drinking against each other for 15 hours at a sitting. They were both suffocated, as nearly as could be ascertained, at the same moment, but with this trifling exception, gentlemen, they were not a bit worse for it. One night, within 24 hours of the time when he had settled to take shipping for London, my uncle supped at the house of a very old friend of his, a Bailey Mac, something and 4 syllables after it, who lived in the old town of Edinburgh. There were the Bailey's wife, and the Bailey's 3 daughters, and the Bailey's grown-up son, and 3 or 4 stout, bushy-eyebrowed, canny old Scotch fellows that the Bailey had got together to do honour to my uncle and to help make merry. It was a glorious supper. They were kippered salmon and finnan haddocks and a lamb's head and a haggis, a celebrated Scotch dish, gentlemen, which my uncle used to say always looked to him, when it came to the table, very much like a Cupid's stomach, and a great many other things besides that I forget the names of, but very good things notwithstanding. The lassies were pretty and agreeable. The bailiff's wife was one of the best creatures that ever lived, and my uncle was in thoroughly good cue, the consequence of which was that the young ladies tittered and giggled, and the old lady laughed out loud, and the Bailey and the other old fellows, well, they were raw till they were red in the face. Oh, mortal time. I don't quite recollect how many tumblers of whisky toddy each man drank after supper, but this I know, that about 1 o'clock in the morning, the Bailey's grown-up son became insensible while attempting the first verse of Woody Brewed a Pick a Mort, and he having been, for half an hour before, the only other man visible above the mahogany, it occurred to my uncle that it was almost time to think about going, especially as drinking had set in at 7 o'clock, in order that he might get home at a decent hour. But thinking it might not be quite polite to go just then, my uncle voted himself into the chair, mixed another glass, arose to propose his own health, addressed himself in a neat and complimentary speech, and drank the toast with great enthusiasm. Still, nobody woke. So my uncle took a little drop more, neat this time, to prevent the toddy from disagreeing with him, and, laying violent ends on his hat, sallied forth into the street. It was a wild and gusty night when my uncle closed the bailey's door, and settling his hat firmly on his head to prevent the wind from taking it, thrust his hands into his pocket, and looking upward, took a short survey of the state of the weather. The clouds were drifting over the moon at their giddiest speed, at one time wholly obscuring her, at another suffering her to burst forth in full splendour and shed a light on all the subjects around. Anon, driving over her again with increased velocity and shrouding everything in darkness. Really, this won't do, said my uncle, addressing himself to the weather, as if he felt himself personally offended. This is not at all the kind of thing for my voyage. It will not do at any price, said my uncle very impressively. Having repeated this several times, he recovered his balance with some difficulty, for he was rather giddy with looking up into the sky so long, and walked merrily on. The bailey's house was in Canongate, and my uncle was going to the other end of Leaf Rock, rather better than a mile's journey. On either side of him there shot up against the dark sky tall, gaunt, straggling houses, with time-stained fronts and windows that seemed to have shared the lot of eyes in mortals, and to have grown dim and sunken with age. 6, 7, 8 stories high were the houses, story piled upon story, as the children build with cards, throwing their dark shadows over the roughly paved road and making the dark night darker. A few oil lamps were scattered at long distances, but, well, they only served to mark the dirty entrance to some narrow close, or to show where a common stair communicated by steep and intricate windings with the various flats above. Glancing at all these things with the air of a man who had seen them too often before to think them worthy of much notice now, my uncle walked up the middle of the street, with a thumb in each waistcoat pocket, indulging from time to time in various snatches of song, chanted forth with such good will and spirit that the quiet, honest folk started from their first sleep and lay trembling in bed till the sound died away in the distance, when, satisfying themselves that it was only some drunken ne'er-do-well finding his way home, they covered themselves up warm and fell asleep again. Now, I am particular in describing how my uncle walked up the middle of the street, with his thumbs in his waistcoat pockets, gentlemen, because, as he often used to say, and with great reason too, there is nothing at all extraordinary in this story unless you distinctly understand at the beginning that he was not by any means of a marvellous or romantic turn. Gentlemen, my uncle walked on with his thumbs in his waistcoat pocket, taking the middle of the street to himself, and singing now a verse of a love song and then a verse of a drinking one, and when he was tired of both, whistling melodiously until he reached the North Bridge, which at this point connects the old and the new towns of Edinburgh. Here he stopped for a minute to look at the strange, irregular clusters of lights piled one above the other and twinkling afar off so high that they looked like stars, gleaming from the castle walls on one side and Calton Hill on the other, as if they illuminated veritable castles in the air, while the old picturesque town slept heavily on in gloom and darkness below. Its palace and chapel of Holyrood, guarded day and night, as a friend of my uncle's used to say, by old Arthur's seat, towering surly and dark, like some gruff genius over the ancient city he has watched so long. I say, gentlemen, My uncle stopped here for a minute to look about him, and then, paying a compliment to the weather, which had a little cleared up, though the moon was sinking, walked on again, as royally as before, keeping the middle of the road with great dignity, and looking as if he would very much like to meet somebody who would dispute the possession of it with him. There was nobody at all disposed to contest the point, as it happened, and so on he went, with his thumbs in his waistcoat pocket, like a lamb. When my uncle reached the end of Leith Walk, he had to cross a pretty large piece of west ground, which separated him from a short street, which he had to turn down to go direct to his lodging. Now, in this piece of waste ground there was, at that time, an enclosure belonging to some wheelwright who had contracted with the post office for the purchase of old worn-out mail coaches. And my uncle, being very fond of coaches, old, young, or middle-aged, all at once took it into his head to step out of his road for no other purpose than to peep between the palings at these mails, about a dozen of which he remembered to have seen, crowded together in a very forlorn and dismantled state inside. My uncle was a very enthusiastic, emphatic sort of person, gentlemen, so finding that he could not obtain a good peek between the palings, he got over them, and sitting himself down quietly on an old axle tree, began to contemplate the mail coaches with a great deal of gravity. There might be a dozen of them, or there might be more. My uncle was never quite certain on this point, and being a man of very scrupulous veracity about numbers, didn't like to say. But there they stood, all huddled together, in the most desolate condition imaginable. The doors had been torn from their hinges and removed. The linings had been stripped off, only a shred hanging there and there by a rusty nail. The lamps were gone. The poles had long since vanished. The ironwork was rusty, the paint was worn away, and the wind whistled through the chinks in the bare woodwork, and the rain, which had collected on the roofs, fell, drop by drop, into the insides with a hollow and melancholy sound. They were the decaying skeletons of departed males, and in that lonely place, at that time of night, they looked chill and dismal. My uncle rested his head upon his hands and thought of the busy, bustling people who had rattled about years before in the old coaches, and were now as silent and changed. He thought of the numbers of people to whom one of those crazy, mouldering vehicles had borne night after night for many years and through all weathers, the anxiously expected intelligence, the eagerly looked-for remittance, the promised assurance of health and safety, the sudden announcement of sickness and death. The merchant, the lover, the wife, the widow, the mother, the schoolboy, the very child who tottered to the door at the postman's knock. How had they all looked forward to the arrival of the old coach? And where were they all now? Gentlemen, my uncle used to say that he thought all this at the time, but I rather suspect he learnt it out of some book afterwards, for he distinctly stated that he fell into a kind of doze as he sat on the old axle tree looking at the decayed mail coaches, and that he was suddenly awakened by some deep church bell striking two. Now, my uncle was never a fast thinker, and if he had thought all these things, I'm quite certain it would have taken him till full 2:30 at the very least. I am, therefore, decidedly of opinion, gentlemen, that my uncle fell into a kind of a doze, without having thought about anything at all. Now, be this as it may, a church bell struck two. My uncle woke, rubbed his eyes, and jumped up in astonishment. In one instance, after the clock struck two, the whole of this deserted and quiet spot had become a scene of most extraordinary life and animation. The mail coach doors were on their hinges, the lining was replaced, the ironwork was as good as new, the paint was restored, the lamps were alight, cushions and greatcoats were on every box, porters were thrusting parcels into every boot, guards were stowing away letter bags, hostlers were dashing pails of water against the renovated wheels, numbers of men were rushing about, fixing poles into every coach. Passengers arrived, portmanteaus were handed up, horses were put to. In short, it was perfectly clear that every mail there was to be off directly. Gentlemen, my uncle opened his eyes so wide at all this that, to the very last moment of his life, he used to wonder how it fell out that he had ever been able to shut them again.
"Now then," said a voice, as my uncle felt a hand on his shoulder. "You're booked for inside, you'd better get in." "I booked?" said my uncle, turning round. "Yes, certainly." My uncle, gentlemen, could say nothing. He was so very much astonished. The queerest thing of all was that, although there was such a crowd of persons, and although fresh faces were pouring in every moment, there was no telling where they came from. They seemed to start up in some strange manner from the ground or the air, and disappear in the same way. When a porter had put his luggage in the coach and received his fare, he turned round and was gone. And before my uncle had well begun to wonder what had become of him, half a dozen fresh ones started up and staggered along under the weight of parcels which seemed big enough to crush 'em. The passengers was all dressed so oddly too. Large, broad-skirted lace coats with great cuffs and no collars, and wigs. Gentlemen, great formal wigs with a tie behind. Well, my uncle, he could make nothing of it. "Now, you're getting in," said the person who had addressed my uncle before. He was dressed as a mail guard, with a wig on his head and most enormous cuffs to his coat, and had a lantern in one hand and a huge blunderbuss in the other, which he was going to stow away in his little arm chest. "Are you going to get in, Jack Martin?" said the guard, holding the lantern to my uncle's face. "Hello," said my uncle, falling back a step or two. "That's familiar." "It's there on the waybill," replied the guard. "Isn't there a Mr. before it?" said my uncle, for he felt, gentlemen, that for a guard he didn't know, to call him Jack Martin was a liberty which the post office wouldn't have sanctioned if they had known it. "No, there is not," rejoined the guard coolly. "Is the fare paid?" inquired my uncle. "Of course it is," rejoined the guard. "It is it?" said my uncle. "Then here goes. Which coach?" "This," said the guard, pointing to an old-fashioned Edinburgh and London mail, which had the steps down and the door open. "Stop here are the other passengers. Let them get in first." As the guard spoke, there all at once appeared right in front of my uncle a young gentleman in a powdered wig and a sky-blue coat trimmed with silver, made very full and broad in the skirts, which were lined with buckram. Ticking and whelps were in the printed calico and waistcoat piece line, gentlemen, so my uncle, well, he knew all the materials at once. He wore knee breeches and a kind of leggings rolled up over his silk stockings, and shoes with buckles. He had ruffles at his wrists, a three-cornered hat on his head, and a long taper sword by his side. The flaps of his waistcoat came halfway down his thighs, and the ends of his cravat reached to his waist. He stalked gravely to the coach door, pulled off his hat, and held it above his head at arm's length, cocking his little finger in the air at the same time, as some affected people do when they take a cup of tea. Then he drew his feet together and made a low, grave bow, and then put out his left hand. My uncle was just going to step forward and shake it heartily, when he perceived that these attentions were directed not towards him, but to a young lady who had just then appeared at the foot of the steps, attired in an old-fashioned green velvet dress with a long waist and stomacher. She had no bonnet on her head, gentlemen, which was muffled in a black silk hood. But she looked round for an instant as she prepared to get into the coach, and such a beautiful face as she disclosed my uncle had never seen, not even in a picture. She got into the coach, holding up her dress with one hand, and, as my uncle always said with a round oath when he told the story, he wouldn't have believed it possible that legs and feet could have been brought to such a state of perfection unless he had seen them with his own eyes. But in this one glimpse of the beautiful face, my uncle saw that the young lady cast an imploring look upon him, and that she appeared terrified and distressed. He noticed, too, that the young fellow in the powdered wig, notwithstanding his show of gallantry, which was all very fine and grained, clasped her tight by the wrist when she got in, and followed himself immediately afterwards. An uncommonly ill-looking fellow in a close brown wig and a plum-coloured suit, wearing a very large sword and boots up to his hips, belonged to the party. And when he sat himself down next to the young lady, who shrunk into a corner at his approach, my uncle was confirmed in his original impression that something dark and mysterious was going forward, or, as he had always said to himself, that there was a screw loose somewhere. It is quite surprising how quickly he made up his mind to help the lady at any peril if she needed help. "Death and lightning!" exclaimed the young gentleman, laying his hand upon his sword as my uncle entered the coach. "Blood and thunder!" roared the other gentleman. With this he whipped his sword out and made a lunge at my uncle without further ceremony. My uncle had no weapon about him, but with great dexterity he snatched the ill-looking gentleman's three-cornered hat from his end, and receiving the point of his sword right through the crown, squeezed the sides together and held it tight. "Bring him behind!" cried the ill-looking gentleman to his companion as he struggled to regain his sword. "You'd better not," cried my uncle, displaying the heel of one of his shoes in a threatening manner. "I'll kick his brains out if he has any, or fracture his skull if he hasn't." Exerting all his strength at this moment, my uncle wrenched the ill-looking man's sword from his grasp and flung it clean out of the coach window, upon which the younger gentleman vociferated "Death and lightning" again, and laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword in a very fierce manner, but didn't draw it. Perhaps, gentlemen, as my uncle used to say with a smile, perhaps he was afraid of alarming the lady. "Now, gentlemen," said my uncle, taking his seat deliberately, "I don't want to have any death, with or without lightning, in a lady's presence, and we have had quite blood and thundering enough for one journey. So, if you please, we'll sit in our places like quiet insides. Here, guard, pick up that gentleman's carving knife." Well, as quickly as my uncle said the words, the guard appeared at the coach window, and with the gentleman's sword in his hand. He held up his lantern, looked earnestly in my uncle's face as he handed it in, and when, by its light, my uncle saw, to his great surprise, that an immense crowd of mail coach guards swarmed round the window, every one of whom had his eyes earnestly fixed upon him too. He had never seen such a sea of white faces, red bodies, and earnest eyes in all his born days. "This is the strangest sort of thing I've ever had anything to do with," thought my uncle. "Allow me to return your hat, sir." The ill-looking gentleman received his three-cornered hat in silence, looked at the hole in the middle with an inquiring air, and finally stuck it on top of his wig with a solemnity the effect of which was a trifle impaired by his sneezing violently at the moment and jerking it off again. "All right," cried the guard with the lantern, mounting into his little seat behind, and away they went. My uncle peeped out of the coach window as they emerged from the yard, and observed that the other mails, with coachman, guards, horses, and passengers complete, were driving round and round in circles, at a slow trot of about, 5 miles an hour. My uncle burnt with indignation, gentlemen. As a commercial man, he felt that the mailbags were not to be trifled with, and he resolved to memorialise the post office on the subject the very instant he reached London. At present, however, his thoughts were occupied with a young lady, who sat in the furthest corner of the coach with her face muffled closely in her hood. The gentleman with the sky-blue coat sitting opposite to her. The other man, in the plum-coloured suit, by her side, and both watching her intently. If she so much as rustled the folds of her hood, he could hear the ill-looking man clap his hand upon his sword, and could tell by the other's breathing, well, it was so dark he couldn't see his face, that he was looking as big as if he were going to devour her at a mouthful. This roused my uncle more and more, and he resolved, what come what might, to see the end of it. He had great admiration for bright eyes and sweet faces, and pretty legs and feet. In short, he was fond of the whole sex. It runs in our family, gentlemen. So am I. Many were the devices with which my uncle practised to attract the lady's attention, or at all events to engage the mysterious gentleman in conversation. They were all in vain. The gentleman wouldn't talk, and the lady didn't dare. He thrust his head out of the coach window at intervals, and bawled out to know why they didn't go faster. But he called till he was hoarse. Nobody paid the least attention to him. He leant back in the coach, and thought of the beautiful face, and the feet and legs. This answered better. It whiled away the time, and kept him from wondering where he was going, and how it was that he found himself in such an odd situation. Not that this would have worried him much anyway. He was a mighty free and easy-roving, devil-may-care sort of person, was my uncle, gentlemen. All of a sudden, the coach stopped. "Hello," said my uncle. "What's in the wind now?" "A light here," said the guard, letting down the steps. "Here," cried my uncle. "Here," rejoined the guard. "I'll do nothing of the sort," said my uncle. "Very well then, stop where you are," said the guard. "I will," said my uncle. "Do," said the guard. The other passengers had regarded this colloquy with great attention, and finding that my uncle was determined not to alight, the younger man squeezed past him to hand the lady out. At this moment, an ill-looking man was inspecting the hole in the crown of his three-cornered hat. As the young lady brushed past, she dropped one of her gloves into my uncle's hand, and softly whispered, with her lips so close to his face that he felt her warm breath on his nose, the single word, "Help." Gentlemen, my uncle leaped out of the coach at once with such violence that it rocked on the springs again. "Oh, you thought better of it, have you?" said the guard when he saw my uncle standing on the ground. My uncle looked at the guard for a few seconds in some doubt whether it wouldn't be better to wrench his blunderbuss from him, fire it in the face of the man with a big sword, knock the rest of the company over the head with a stock, snatch up the young lady, and go off in the smoke. On second thoughts, however, he abandoned this plan, as being a shade too melodramatic in the execution, and following the two mysterious men who, keeping the lady between them, were now entering an old house in front of which the coach had stopped. They turned into the passage, and my uncle followed. Of all the ruinous and desolate places my uncle had ever beheld, this was the most so. It looked as if it had once been a large house of entertainment, but the roof had fallen in many places, and the stairs were steep, rugged, and broken. There was a huge fireplace in the room into which they walked, and the chimney was blackened with smoke. But no warm blaze lighted it up now. The white, feathery dust of burnt wood was still strewed over the hearth, but the stove was cold, and all was dark and gloomy. "Well," said my uncle as he looked about him, "a mail travelling at a rate of 6 miles and half an hour, and stopping for an indefinite period at such a hole as this, is rather an irregular sort of proceeding, I fancy. This Shall be mid-noon. I'll write it to the papers. My uncle said this in a pretty loud voice and in an open, unreserved sort of manner, with the view of engaging the two strangers in conversation if he could. But neither of them took any more notice of him than whispering to each other and scowling at him as they did so. The lady was at the farther end of the room, and once she ventured to wave her hand, as if beseeching my uncle's assistance. At length the two strangers advanced a little, and the conversation began in earnest. "You don't know this is a private room, I suppose, fellow?" said the gentleman in sky blue. No, I do not, fellow," rejoined my uncle. "Only if this is a private room, specially ordered for the occasion, I should think the public room must be a very comfortable one." With this, my uncle sat himself down in a high-backed chair and took such an accurate measure of the gentleman with his eyes that Tiggin and Welps could have supplied him with printed calico for a suit, and not an inch too much or too little from that estimate alone. "Quit this room," said both men together, grasping their swords. "Aye," said my uncle, not at all appearing to comprehend their meaning. "Quit the room, or you are a dead man," said the ill-looking fellow with the large sword, drawing it at the same time and flourishing it in the air. "Down with him!" cried the gentleman in sky blue, drawing his sword also, and falling back 2 or 3 yards. "Down with him!" The lady gave a loud scream. Now, my uncle was always remarkable for great boldness and great presence of mind. All the time he had appeared so indifferent to what was going on, he had been looking slyly about for some missile or weapon of defence, and at the very instant when the swords were drawn, he espied, standing in the chimney corner, an old basket-hilted rapier in a rusty scabbard. At one bound, my uncle caught it in his hand, drew it, flourished it gallantly above his head, called aloud to the lady to keep out of the way, hurled the chair at the man in sky blue, and the scabbard at the man in plum colour, and taking advantage of the confusion, fell upon them both pell-mell. Gentlemen, there is an old story, none the worse for being true, regarding a fine young Irish gentleman who, being asked if he could play the fiddle, replied he had no doubt he could, but he couldn't exactly say for certain because he had never tried. This is not inapplicable to my uncle and his fencing. He had never had a sword in his hand before, except once when he played Richard III at a private theatre, upon which occasion it was arranged with Richmond that he was to be run through from behind without showing fight at all. But here he was, cutting and slashing with 2 experienced swordsmen, thrusting and guarding and poking and slicing, and acquitting himself in the most manful and dexterous manner possible, although up to that time he'd never been aware that he had the least notion of the science. It only shows how true the old saying is, that a man never knows what he can do till he tries, gentlemen. Well, the noise of the combat was terrific, each of the 3 combatants swearing like troopers, and their swords clashing with as much noise as if all the knives and steels in Newport Market were rattling together at the same time. When it was at its very height, the lady, to encourage my uncle most probably, withdrew her hood entirely from her face, and disclosed a countenance of such dazzling beauty that he would have fought against 50 men to win one smile from it and die. He had done wonders before, but now he began to powder away like a raving mad giant. At this very moment, the gentleman in sky blue, turning round and seeing the young lady with her face uncovered, vented an exclamation of rage and jealousy, and turning his weapon against her beautiful bosom, pointed a thrust at her heart, which caused my uncle to utter a cry of apprehension that made the building ring. The lady stepped lightly aside, and snatching the young man's sword from his hand, before he had recovered his balance, drove him to the wall, and running it through him and the panelling up to the very hilt, pinned him there hard and fast. It was a splendid example.
My uncle, with a loud shout of triumph and a strength that was irresistible, made his adversary retreat in the same direction, and plunging the old rapier into the very centre of a large red flower in the pattern of his waistcoat, nailed him beside his friend. There they both stood, gentlemen, jerking their arms and legs about in agony, like the toy shop figures that are moved by a piece of pack thread. My uncle always said afterwards that this was one of the surest means he knew of for disposing of an enemy, but it was liable to one objection on the ground of expense, insomuch as it involved the loss of a sword for every man disabled. "The mail," cried the lady, running up to my uncle and throwing her beautiful arms round his neck. "We may yet escape." "May?" cried my uncle. "Why, my dear, there's nobody else to kill, is there?" My uncle was rather disappointed, gentlemen, for he thought a little quiet bit of love-making would have been agreeable after the slaughtering, if it were only to change the subject. "We have not an instant to lose here," said the young lady. "He," pointing to the young gentleman in the sky blue, "is the only son of the powerful Marquis of Filterville." "Well then, my dear, I'm afraid he'll never come to the title," said my uncle, looking coolly at the young gentleman as he stood fixed up against the wall in the cockchafer fashion I have described. "You have cut off my entail, my love." "I have been torn from my home and friends by these villains," said the young lady, her features glowing with indignation. "That wretch would have married me by violence in another hour." "Confound his impudence," said my uncle, bestowing a very contemptuous look on the dying heir of Philotoville. "As you may guess from what you have seen," said the young lady, "the party were prepared to murder me if I appealed to anyone for assistance. If their accomplices find us here, we are lost. 2 minutes hence may be too late. The mail." And with these words, overpowered by her feelings and the exertion of sticking the young Marquis of Philotoville, she sank into my uncle's arms. My uncle caught her up and bore her to the house door. There stood the mail, with 4 long-tailed, flowing-maned black horses ready harnessed, but no coachman, no guard, no hostler even at the horse's head. Gentlemen, I hope I do no injustice to my uncle's memory when I express my opinion that although he was a bachelor, he had held some ladies in his arms before this time. I believe indeed that he had rather a habit of kissing barmaids, and I know that in 1 or 2 instances he had been seen by credible witnesses to hug a landlady in a very perceptible manner. I mention the circumstances to show what a very uncommon sort of person this beautiful young lady must have been, to have affected my uncle in the way she did. He used to say that, as her long dark hair trailed over his arm, and her beautiful dark eyes fixed themselves upon his face when she recovered, he felt so strange and nervous that his legs trembled beneath him. But who can look in a sweet, soft pair of dark eyes without feeling queer? I can't, gentlemen. I'm afraid to look at some eyes, I know, and that's the truth of it. "You'll never leave me?" murmured the young lady. "Never," said my uncle, and he meant it too. "My dear preserver," exclaimed the young lady. "My dear, kind, brave preserver." "Don't," said my uncle, interrupting her. "Why?" inquired the young lady. "Because your mouth looks so beautiful when you speak," rejoined my uncle, "that I'm afraid I shall be rude enough to kiss it." The young lady put up her hand as if to caution my uncle not to do so, and said no, she didn't say anything. She smiled. When you are looking at a pair of the most delicious lips in the world, and see them gently break into a roguish smile, if you are very near them, and nobody else by, you cannot better testify your admiration of their beautiful form and colour than by kissing them at once. My uncle did so, and I honour him for it. "Hark!" cried the young lady, starting. "The noise of wheels and horses." "So it is," said my uncle, listening. He had a good ear for wheels and the tramping of hooves, but there appeared to be so many horses and carriages rattling towards them from a distance that it was impossible to form a guess at their number. The sound was like that of 50 brakes, with 6 blood cattle in each. "We are pursued," cried the young lady, clasping her hands. "We are pursued. I have no hope but in you." Well, there was such an expression of terror in her beautiful face that my uncle made up his mind at once. He lifted her into the coach, told her not to be frightened, pressed his lips to hers once more, and then, advising her to draw up the window to keep the cold air out, mounted the box. "Stay, love," cried the young lady. "What's the matter?" said my uncle from the coach box. "I want to speak to you," said the young lady. "Only a word, only one word, dearest." "Must I get down?" inquired my uncle. The lady made no answer, but she smiled again. Such a smile, gentlemen. It beat the other one all to nothing. My uncle descended from his perch in a twinkling. "What is it, my dear?" said my uncle, looking in at the coach window. The lady happened to bend forward at the same time, and my uncle thought she looked more beautiful than she had done yet. He was very close to her just then, gentlemen, so he really ought to know. "What is it, my dear?" said my uncle. "Will you never love anyone but me? Never marry anyone beside?" said the young lady. My uncle swore a great oath that he would never marry anybody else, and the young lady drew in her head and pulled up the window. He jumped upon the box, squared his elbows, adjusted the ribbons, seized the whip which lay on the roof, gave one flick of the off-leader, and away went the four-tailed, flowing-maned black horses at 15 good English miles an hour, with the old mail coach behind them. Phew, how they tore along! The noise behind grew louder. The faster the old mail went, the faster came the pursuers. Men, horses, dogs were leagued in the pursuit. The noise was frightful, but above all rose the voice of the young lady, urging my uncle on and shrieking, "Faster, faster!" Well, they whirled past the dark trees as feathers would be swept before a hurricane. Houses, gates, churches, haystacks, objects of every kind they shot by, with a velocity and noise like roaring waters suddenly let loose. Still, the noise of pursuit grew louder, and still my uncle could hear the young lady wildly screaming, "Faster, faster!" Well, my uncle plied the whip and rein, and the horses flew onward till they were white with foam, and yet the noise behind increased, and yet the young lady cried, "Faster, faster!" My uncle gave a loud stamp on the boot in the energy of the moment, and found that it was grey morning, and he was sitting in the wheelwright's yard, on the box of an old Edinburgh mail, shivering with the cold and wet, and stamping his feet to warm them. He got down. He looked eagerly inside for the beautiful young lady. Alas, there was neither door nor seat to the coach. It was a mere shell. Of course, my uncle knew very well that there was some mystery in the matter, and that everything had passed exactly as he used to relate it. He remained staunch to the great oath he had sworn to the beautiful young lady, refusing several eligible landladies on her account, and dying a bachelor at last. He always said what a curious thing it was that he should have found out by such a mere accident as in clambering over the palings that the ghosts of mail coaches and horses, guards, coachmen and passengers were in the habit of making journeys regularly every night. He used to add that he believed he was the only living person who'd ever been taken as a passenger on one of these excursions. And I think he was right, gentlemen. At least, I've never heard of any other. I wonder what the ghosts of mail coaches carry in their bags, said the landlord, who had listened to the whole story with profound attention. The dead letters, of course, replied the Bagman. Ah, to be sure, rejoined the landlord. I'd never thought of that. End of the story of the Bagman's uncle. The Story of the Goblins Who Stole a Sexton. From Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Jonathan Jones. In an old abbey town down in this part of the country, a long, long while ago. So long that the story must be a true one, because our great-grandfathers implicitly believed it. There officiated as sexton and gravedigger in the churchyard one Gabriel Grubb. It by no means follows that because a man is a sexton and constantly surrounded by the emblems of mortality, therefore he should be a morose and melancholy man. Your undertakers are the merriest fellows in the world, and I once had the honour of being on intimate terms with a mute who in private life and off duty was as comical and jocose a little fellow as ever chirped out a devil-may-care song, without a hitch in his memory or drained off a good stiff glass without stopping for breath. But notwithstanding these precedents to the contrary, Gabriel Grubb was an ill-conditioned, cross-grained, surly fellow, a morose and lonely man who consorted with nobody but himself, and an old wicker bottle which fitted into his large, deep waistcoat pocket, and who eyed each merry face as it passed him by with such a deep scowl of malice and ill-humour as it was difficult to meet without feeling something the worse for. A little before twilight one Christmas Eve, Gabriel shouldered his spade, lighted his lantern, and betook himself towards the old churchyard, for he had got a grave to finish by the next morning, and feeling very low, he thought it might raise his spirits, perhaps, if he went on with his work at once. As he went his way up the ancient street, he saw the cheerful light of the blazing fires gleam through the old casements, and heard the loud laugh and cheerful shouts of those who were assembled around them. He marked the bustling preparations for next day's cheer, and smelled the numerous savoury odours consequent thereupon, and as they steamed up from the kitchen windows in clouds. All this was gall and wormwood to the heart of Gabriel Grubb, and when groups of children bounded out of the houses, tipped across the road, and were met, before they could knock at the opposite door, by half a dozen curly-headed little rascals who crowded around them as they flocked upstairs to spend the evening in their Christmas games, Gabriel smiled grimly and clutched the handle of his spade with a firmer grasp, as though he thought of measles, scarlet fever, thrush, whooping cough, and a good many other sources of consolation besides. In this happy frame of mind, Gabriel strode along, returning a short, sullen growl to the good-humoured greetings of such of his neighbours as now and then passed him, until he turned into the dark lane which led to the churchyard. Now Gabriel had been looking forward to reaching the dark lane, because it was, generally speaking, a nice, gloomy, mournful place, into which the townspeople did not much care to go, except in broad daylight and when the sun was shining. Consequently, he was not a little indignant to hear a young urchin roaring out some jolly song about Merry Christmas in this very sanctuary which had been called Coffin Lane ever since the days of the old abbey and the time of the shaven-headed monks. As Gabriel walked on, and the voice drew nearer, he found it proceeded from a small boy who was hurrying along to join one of the little parties in the old street, and who, partly to keep himself company and partly to prepare himself for the occasion, was shouting out the song at the highest pitch of his lungs. So Gabriel waited until the boy came up, and then dodged him into a corner and rapped him over the head with his lantern 5 or 6 times, just to teach him to modulate his voice. And as the boy hurried away with his hand to his head, singing quite a different sort of tune, Gabriel Grubb chuckled very heartily to himself, and entered the churchyard, locking the gate behind him. He took off his coat, set down his lantern, and getting into the unfinished grave, worked at it for an hour or so with right good will. But the earth was hardened with frost, and it was no easy matter to break it up and shovel it out. And although there was a moon, it was a very young one, and shed little light upon the grave, which was in the shadow of the church. At any other time these obstacles would have made Gabriel Grubb very moody and miserable, but he was so well pleased with having stopped the small boy singing that he took little heed of the scanty progress he made, and looked down into the grave when he had finished work for the night, with grim satisfaction, murmuring as he gathered up his things, "Brave lodgings for one, brave lodgings for one, a few feet of cold earth when life is done, a stone at the head, a stone at the feet, a rich juicy meal for the worms to eat, rank grass overhead, and damp clay around, brave lodgings for one, these in holy ground." "Oh," laughed Gabriel Grubb, as he sat himself down on a flat tombstone which was a favourite resting place of his, and drew forth his wicker bottle. "A coffee-neck Christmas, a Christmas box, ho, ho, ho," repeated a voice which sounded close behind him. Gabriel paused. It was some alarm, in the act of raising the wicker bottle to his lips, and looked around. The bottom of the oldest grave about him was not more still and quiet than the churchyard in the pale moonlight. The cold hoar frost glistened on the tombstones and sparkled like rows of gems among the stone carvings of the old church. The snow lay hard and crisp upon the ground, and spread over the thickly strewn mounds of earth, so white and smooth a cover that it seemed as if corpses lay there, hidden only by their winding sheets. Not the faintest rustle broke the profound tranquillity of the solemn scene. Sound itself appeared to be frozen up. All was so cold and still. "It was the echoes," said Gabriel Grubb, raising the bottle to his lips again. "It was not," said a deep voice. Gabriel started up and stood rooted to the spot with astonishment and terror, for his eyes rested on a form that made his blood run cold. Seated on an upright tombstone, close to him was a strange, unearthly figure, whom Gabriel felt at once was no being of this world. His long, fantastic legs, which might have reached the ground, were cocked up and crossed after a quaint, fantastic fashion. His sinewy arms were bare, and his hands rested on his knees. On his short, round body he wore a close covering, ornamented with small smashes. A short cloak dangled at his back. The collar was cut into curious peaks which served the goblin in lieu of ruff or neckerchief, and his shoes curled up at his toes into long points. On his head he wore a broad-brimmed sugarloaf hat garnished with a single feather. The hat was covered with white frost, and the goblin looked as if he had sat on the same tombstone very comfortably for 200 or 300 years. He was sitting perfectly still. His tongue was put out as if in derision, and he was grinning at Gabriel Grubb with such a grin as only a goblin could call up. "It was not the echoes," said the goblin. Gabriel Grubb was paralyzed and could make no reply. "What do you do here on Christmas Eve?" said the goblin sternly. I came to dig a grave, sir," stammered Gabriel Grubb. "What man wanders among graves and churchyards on such a night as this?" cried the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" screamed a wild chorus of voices that seemed to fill the churchyard. Gabriel looked fearfully round. Nothing was to be seen. "What are you got in that bottle?" said the goblin. "Holland, sir," replied the sexton, trembling more than ever, for He had brought it off the smugglers, and he thought that perhaps his questioner might be in the excise department of the Goblins. Who drinks Hollands alone, and in a churchyard on such a night as this? Said the Goblin. Gabriel Grab, Gabriel Grab, exclaimed the wild voices again. The Goblin leered maliciously at the terrified Sexton, and then, raising his voice, exclaimed, And who then is our fair and lawful prize? To this inquiry, the invisible chorus replied in a strain that sounded like the voices of many choristers singing to the mighty swell of the old church organ, a strain that seemed borne to the sexton's ears upon a wild wind, and to die away as it passed onwards, but the burden of the reply was still the same. Gabriel Grab! Gabriel Grab! The Goblin grinned a broader grin than before, as he said, Well, Gabriel, what do you say to this? The Sexton gasped for breath. What do you think of this, Gabriel? Said the Goblin, kicking up his feet in the air on either side of the tombstone, and looking at the turned-up points with as much complacency as if he had been contemplating the most fashionable pair of Wellingtons in all Bond Street. It's very curious, sir, replied the Sexton, half dead with fright. Very curious and very pretty, but I think I'll go back and finish my work, sir, if you please. Work? Said the Goblin. What work? At the grave, sir. Making the grave, stammered the Sexton. Oh, the grave, eh? Said the Goblin. Who makes graves at a time when all other men are merry and takes a pleasure in it? Again the mysterious voices replied, Gabriel Grab, Gabriel Grab. I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel, said the Goblin, thrusting his tongue further into his cheek than ever. The most astonishing tongue it was. I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel, said the Goblin. Under favour, sir, replied the horror-stricken Sexton. I don't think they can, sir. They don't know me, sir. I don't think the gentlemen have ever seen me, sir. Oh, yes, they have, replied the Goblin. We know the man with the sulky face and grim scowl that came down the street tonight, throwing his evil looks at the children and grasping his burying spade the tighter. We know the man who struck the boy in the envious malice of his heart, because the boy could be merry and he could not. We know him, we know him. Here the Goblin gave a loud, shrill laugh, which the echoes returned 20-fold, and throwing his legs up in the air, stood upon his head, or rather upon the very point of his sugar-loaf hat, on the narrow edge of the tombstone, whence he threw a somerset with extraordinary agility right to the Sexton's feet, at which he planted himself in the attitude in which tailors generally sit upon the shop-board. I'm afraid I must leave you, sir, said the Sexton, making an effort to move. Leave us? Said the Goblin. Gabriel Grubb going to leave us? Ho, ho, ho. As the Goblin laughed, the Sexton observed for one instant a brilliant illumination within the windows of the church, as if the whole building were lighted up. It disappeared, and the organ pealed forth a lively air, and whole troops of goblins, the very counterpart of the first one, poured into the churchyard and began playing at leapfrog with the tombstones, never stopping for an instant to take breath, but overing the highest among them, one after the other, with the most marvellous dexterity. The first goblin was a most astonishing leaper, and none of the others could come near him. Even in the extremity of his terror, the Sexton could not help observing that, while his friends were content to leap over the common-sized gravestones, The first one took the family vaults, iron railings and all, with as much ease as if there'd been so many street posts. At last, the game reached to a most exciting pitch. The organ played quicker and quicker, and the goblins leaped faster and faster, coiling themselves up, rolling head over heels upon the ground, and bounding over the tombstones like footballs. The sexton's brain whirled round him with the rapidity of the emotion he beheld, and his legs reeled beneath him, as the spirits flew before his eyes, when the goblin king, suddenly darting towards him, laid his hand upon his collar, and sank with him through the earth. When Gabriel Grubb had time to fetch his breath, which the rapidity of his descent had for the moment taken away, he found himself in what appeared to be a large cavern, surrounded on all sides by crowds of goblins, ugly and grim. In the centre of the room, on an elevated seat, was stationed his friend of the churchyard, and close behind him stood Gabriel Grubb himself, without power of motion. "Cold tonight," said the king of the goblins. "Very cold. A glass of something warm here." At this command, half a dozen officious goblins, with a perpetual smile upon their faces, whom Gabriel Grubb imagined to be courtiers on that account, hastily disappeared and presently returned with a goblet of liquid fire which they presented to the king. "Ah!" cried the goblin, whose cheeks and throat were transparent as he tossed down the flame. "This warms one indeed. Bring a bumper of the same for Mr. Grubb." It was in vain for the unfortunate sexton to protest that he was not in the habit of taking anything warm at night. One of the goblins held him while another poured the blazing liquid down his throat. The whole assembly screeched with laughter as he coughed and choked and wiped away the tears which gushed plentifully from his eyes after swallowing the burning draught. "And now," said the king, fantastically poking the taper corner of his sugar-loaf hat into the sexton's eyes, and thereby occasioning him the most exquisite pain, "and now, show the men of misery and gloom a few of the pictures from our own great storehouse." As the goblin said this, a thick cloud which obscured the remoter end of the cavern rolled gradually away, and disclosed, apparently at a greater distance, a small and scantily furnished but neat and clean apartment. A crowd of children were gathered round a bright fire, clinging to their mother's gown and gambolling around her chair. The mother occasionally rose and drew aside the window curtain, as if to look for some expected object. A frugal meal was readily spread upon the table, and an elbowed chair was placed near the fire. A knock was heard at the door. The mother opened it, and the children crowded round her and clapped their hands for joy as their father entered. He was wet and weary, and shook the snow from his garments, as the children crowded round him, and seizing his cloak, hat, stick, and gloves, and with busy zeal ran with them from the room. Then, as he sat down to his meal before the fire, the children climbed about his knee, and the mother sat by his side, and all seemed happiness and comfort. But a change came upon the view, almost imperceptibly. The scene was altered to a small bedroom, where the fairest and youngest child lay dying. The roses had fled from his cheek, and the light from his eyes, and even as the sexton looked upon him with an interest he had never felt or known before, he died. His young brothers and sisters crowded round his little bed, and seized his tiny hand, so cold and heavy, but they shrank back from its touch and looked with awe on his infant face, for calm and tranquil as it was, and sleeping in rest and peace as the beautiful child seemed to be, they saw that he was dead, and they knew he was an angel, looking down upon and blessing them from a bright and happy heaven. Again the light cloud passed across the picture, and again the subject changed. The father and mother were old and hopeless now, and the number of those about them was diminished more than half. But content and cheerfulness sat on every face, and beamed in every eye, as they crowded round the fireside and told and listened to old stories of earlier and bygone days. Slowly and peacefully the father sank into the grave, and soon after the sharer of all his cares and troubles followed him to a place of rest. The few who yet survived them kneeled by their tomb and watered the green turf which covered it with their tears, then rose and turned away sadly and mournfully, but not with bitter cries or despairing lamentations, for they knew that they should one day meet again. And once more they mixed with the busy world, and their content and cheerfulness were restored. The cloud settled upon the picture and concealed it from the sexton's view. "What do you think of that, then?" said the goblin, turning his large face towards Gabriel Grubb. Gabriel murmured out something about it being very pretty and looked somewhat ashamed as the goblin bent his fiery eyes upon him. "You are miserable man," said the goblin in a tone of excessive contempt. "You—" He appeared disposed to add more, but indignation choked his utterance, so he lifted up one of his very pliable legs, and flourishing it above his head a little, to ensure his aim, administered a good sound kick to Gabriel Grubb, immediately after which all the goblins in waiting crowded round the wretched sexton, and kicked him without mercy, according to the established and invariable custom of courtiers upon earth, who kick whom royalty kicks, and hug whom royalty hugs. "Show him some more," said the king of the goblins. At these words the cloud was dispelled, and a rich and beautiful landscape was disclosed to view. There is just another to this day within half a mile of the old abbey town. The sun shone from out the clear blue sky, the water sparkled beneath his rays, and the trees looked greener and the flowers more gay beneath his cheering influence. The water rippled on with a pleasant sound. The trees rustled in the light wind that murmured among their leaves. The birds sang upon the boughs, and the lark carolled on high her welcome to the morning. Yes, it was morning, the bright, balmy morning of summer. The minutest leaf, the smallest blade of grass was instinct with life. The ant crept forth to her daily toil. The butterfly fluttered and basked in the warm rays of the sun. Myriads of insects spread their transparent wings and revelled in their brief but happy existence. Man walked forth, elated with the scene, and all was brightness and splendour. "You miserable man," said the king of the goblins, in a more contemptuous tone than before, and again the king of the goblins gave his leg a flourish. Again it descended on the shoulders of the sexton, and again the attendant goblins initiated the example of their chief. Many a time the cloud went and came, and many a lesson it taught to Gabriel Grubb, who, although his shoulders smarted with pain from the frequent application of the goblin's feet thereunto, looked on with an interest that nothing could diminish. He saw that men who worked hard and earned their scanty bread with lives of labour were cheerful and happy, and that to the most ignorant the sweet face of nature was a never-failing source of cheerfulness and joy. He saw those who had been delicately nurtured and tenderly brought up cheerful under privations, and superior to suffering that would have crushed many of a rougher grain, because they bore within their own bosoms the materials of happiness, contentment, and peace. He saw that women, the tenderest and most fragile of all God's creatures, were the oftenest superior to sorrow, adversity, and distress. And he saw that it was because they bore in their own hearts an inexhaustible wellspring of affection and devotion. Above all, he saw that men like himself, who snarled at the mirth and cheerfulness of others, were the foulest weeds on the fair surface of the earth, and setting all the good of the world against the evil, he came to the conclusion that it was a very decent and respectable sort of world after all. No sooner had he formed it than the cloud which had closed over the last picture seemed to settle on his senses and lull him to repose. One by one, the goblins faded from his sight, and as the last one disappeared, he sank to sleep. The day had broken when Gabriel Grubb awoke and found himself lying at full length on the flat gravestone in the churchyard, with a wicker bottle lying empty by his side, and his coat, spade, and lantern, all well whitened by last night's frost, scattered on the ground. The stone on which he had first seen the goblins seated stood bolt upright before him, and the grave at which he had worked the night before was not far off. At first he began to doubt the reality of his adventures, but the acute pain in his shoulders when he attempted to rise assured him that the kicking of the goblins was certainly not ideal. He was staggered again by observing no traces of footsteps in the snow on which the goblins had played at leapfrog with the gravestones, but he speedily accounted for these circumstances when he remembered that, being spirits, they would leave no visible impression behind them. So Gabriel Grubb got on his feet as well as he could, for the pain in his back, and, brushing the frost off his coat, put it on and turned his face towards the town. But he was an altered man, and he could not bear the thought of returning to a place where his repentance would be scoffed at and his reformation disbelieved. He hesitated for a few moments, then turned away to wonder where he might and seek his bread elsewhere. The lantern, the spade, and the wicker bottle were found that day in the churchyard. There were a great many speculations about the sexton's fate at first, but it was speedily determined that he had been carried away by the goblins, and there were not wanting some very credible witnesses who had distinctly seen him whisk through the air on the back of a chestnut horse, blind of one eye, with the hind quarters of a lion and the tail of a bear. At length this was devoutly believed, and the new sexton used to exhibit to the curious, for a trifle emolument, a good-sized piece of the church weathercock, which had been accidentally kicked off by the aforesaid horse in his aerial flight, and picked up by himself in the churchyard a year or two afterwards. Unfortunately, these stories were somewhat disturbed by the unlooked-for reappearance of Gabriel Grubb himself some 10 years afterwards, a ragged, contented, rheumatic old man. He told his story to the clergyman and also to the mayor, and in course of time it began to be received as a matter of history, in which form it has continued down to this very day. The believers in the weathercock tale, having misplaced their confidence once, were not easily prevailed upon to part with it again. So they looked as wise as they could, shrugged their shoulders, touched their foreheads, and murmured something about Gabriel Grubb having drunk all the Hollands, and then fallen asleep on the flat tombstone, and they affected to explain what he supposed he had witnessed in the goblin's cavern by saying that he had seen the world and grown wiser. But this opinion, which was by no means a popular one at any time, gradually died off, and be the matter of how it may be, as Gabriel Grubb was afflicted with rheumatism to the end of his days. This story has at least one moral, if it teach no better one, and that is that if a man turns sulky and drink by himself at Christmas time, he may make up his mind to be not a bit better for it. Let the spirits be never so good, or let them be even as many degrees beyond proof as those which Gabriel Grubb saw in the Goblin's cavern. End of story. This recording is in the public domain.
The Turret Room by August W. Derleth. From Weird Tales, September 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Turret Room by August W. Derleth. Lord Alving stopped in the act of lighting his cheroot. He turned slowly toward the Earl of Kent, loudly addressing a small group about him. He smiled quizzically and spoke. "I say, old fellow," said Lord Alving, "are you quite certain of the element of truth in everything you say?" The conversation stopped, automatically it seemed. The Earl of Kent raised his eyebrows in a mocking, serious gesture. Lord Alving remained silent, the unlighted cheroot in his hand. "For instance, what, Alving?" "The exact words were these, I believe. Ghosts, balderdash, poppycock." He paused. "You said that, didn't you?" "Yes, I believe I did." "And you meant it?" "Of course, Alving." The ladies had stopped bridge and stood about in a small circle. Lady Monstrous idly stirred a cup of tea. Lady Alving had come away from her table with a royal flush in her hand. The Duke of Gloucester stood looking at it in a small silence. "You believe every word of it, too, old man?" "Yes, I do." "Then let me tell you something that happened to me about 7 years ago at the Duke of Gloucester's castle. There was rather an excellent crowd, trust the Duke to make a pleasing selection. We were gathered about the dining table one evening, and somehow we began to talk about the supernatural. We were rather amused at some of the theories of our lodge, of Lambrosco, and of Flammarion. The Duke didn't say much, he just sat and listened. Nor did he say anything until the conversation began to lag. Then suddenly he said, 'It may interest you to know that the turret room of the center tower of my castle is supposed to be haunted.' 'Not really,' chorused several of us. But he was perfectly serious. I have never seen him more so. Several of the company turned to the Duke of Gloucester. His smile verified Lord Alving's statement. 'Do you mean to say,' said I, 'that if I spent a night in the turret room I'd see a ghost?' 'I see no reason why you shouldn't,' he replied immediately. Without hesitation I said, 'I'll spend tonight there. It'll take an unusual manifestation to scare me out.' The Duke protested, but I persisted. At length he gave in. I wanted to be shown right up. I could hardly wait. On the stairs I turned and shouted down, 'If I see a ghost, you'll all hear about it.' 'And if you don't?' came from someone below. 'All of you remember Harry Longworth, the poet, don't you?' I was sure that you did. Harry was there, and Harry shouted back, 'And if you don't, I'll send one up to you.' Everyone laughed, and I followed the servant up to the haunted room. There is nothing conspicuous about the room, except perhaps the dust. The room had never been used. The mere thought of a spectre will scare people away very easily, it seems. The moonlight streamed in through the latticed window. I brushed the dust from one of the antique chairs and sat down. All of you know that the Duke tolls the hours with his ancient alarm bell. I had come into the turret room as the bell tolled 10 o'clock. I sat patiently waiting for some supernatural manifestation until somewhere after 12. I was disappointed, very much so. I had almost expected to see some long-dead cavaliers fight a duel before my eyes, or some atrocious murder committed. I allowed myself to go to sleep. The alarm bell was tolling 2 when I woke up. I had a queer feeling. I knew that there was someone else in the room. The patch of moonlight had moved considerably, and now fell aslant the dust-covered bed. On the edge of the bed, in the moonlight, sat Harry, grinning foolishly. I had completely forgotten him. "Sap," I said, "do you want to scare me to death?" He kept right on grinning. "Lucky you came up, though," I continued. "It has become odiously monotonous up here." He nodded a little and grinned some more. "Haven't got a deck of cards with you, have you?" I asked. He shook his head. I walked over to the window and looked out. There was a beautiful view. "Fine view, Harry. Come here." But he didn't come, and when I turned around, he had gone. I supposed he had gone for a deck of cards, and I waited accordingly. He didn't come back. In the morning I told the Duke what I thought of his haunted room. I told him that all I had seen was Harry. He looked as if you could have knocked him over with a feather. He's not so small, either. Lord Alving slowly lifted the cheroot he had been holding. "And what does that make of my idea of ghosts, Alving?" asked the Earl of Kent, smiling. "Where does the ghost part come in?" asked the Duchess of York. "Yes," said Lady Montrose. "Where is the ghost?" "It doesn't prove anything to me, Alving," said the Earl of Kent. "No, it didn't to me either until the Duke of Gloucester told me that Harry had died between 1 and 2 in the morning of a sudden stroke of apoplexy." The end of The Turret Room by August W. Dearlith. When the Dead Return by Percy B. Pryor. From Weird Tales, December 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Shorty's strange tale is When the Dead Return by Percy B. Pryor. Without a doubt, it is very disconcerting to meet a dead man, particularly if he chances to have been your husband. In the circumstance, it is no wonder that Marian screamed. As it was midday and on Broadway, the scream attracted a good deal of attention, and, with one exception, everyone in the vicinity rushed toward Marian, who was charming enough to merit the fullest sympathy. The one exception walked quickly around the corner of John Street and vanished. He had reason for doing this. He was a dead man. Normally, Marian might have thought there had been some mistake regarding her late husband's demise. But this was hardly possible. He had died in bed, and in her presence. Furthermore, the medical man, Dr. Henry Delaware, who had also been present, could doubtless swear that the dead man had shuffled off his mortal coil. Marian was 22 when she became a widow. It was a year later when she screamed on Broadway, and by that time she was no longer Mrs. Creed, relict of the late Mark Creed. She had become Mrs. James Turner. That was one reason why her scream had such a stricken note. It became really embarrassing to encounter a dead husband when one has no further use for him. What made the matter more disconcerting, and argued against the chance of delusion or of the dead man's having a double, was the fact that the newspapers had recently contained a number of circumstantial accounts of dead people having been seen. There was a veritable epidemic of apparitions. A psychic committee had formed itself to collate and record the evidence, and had investigated such incidents as that of Arthur Johnson, aged 24, who had died suddenly in a public city park. Some 6 months later, he had been seen by both his mother and sister near their residence, and when they had tried to speak to him, he had fled and boarded a streetcar post-haste. Then there was Mrs. Tumley, seen by her son leaving her favorite seat in a well-known New York picture palace. He had tried to trace her in the crowd, but had failed. That was 4 months after her death. Strangest of all, however, was the case of Felix Mulhauer, the French chef, who had been fatally stabbed in the neck by Henry Marzot, a malicious deed for which Marzot went to the electric chair. Some 7 months had elapsed when a man convincingly identified as Mulhauer, and having a scar on his neck exactly similar to the fatal wound, was arrested for vagrancy. He swore that he was not Mulhauer, but would give no particulars of himself. One point of doubt in this case was the fact that the arrested man had a scar on his chest, whereas no such mark was mentioned in the description of the deceased Mulhauer. With these circumstances in mind, it was not surprising that Marion Turner screamed when she caught sight of her dead first husband, who she had married when she was 18, and whose dog-like devotion she had found irritating rather than otherwise, and whom she had done her best to forget since she had been married to her wonderful James Turner. The instant she screamed, however, she realized that the position contained embarrassments, so when the passers-by crowded around her, she apologized. "It's all right," she explained. "I'm sorry to be so silly, but I was sure that car was going to run over that little child." And she pointed to the scene of the fictitious narrow escape. That evening she told her husband of the apparition, and together they consulted Dr. Delaware as to possible prenatal effects of such shock on a child-to-be. He reassured them, but they were still a little troubled as to the legal status of children if dead first husbands were going to make a practice of returning to life. It was at the same time that the authorities, in further investigation of the Mulhauer affair, decided to exhume the murdered man's body. The grave was opened. It contained an empty coffin. Mulhauer was missing. This made it look as if Marzot had been executed under false pretenses, though it was admittedly rather late to make amends. Even after this, the arrested vagrant still denied that he was the dead man, and he was released after a short detention. Thereupon he vanished. Following this exhumation, the undertaking firm of Interments, Inc., which had carried out the last rites on the murdered man, was interviewed by Detective Bowler, who had charge of the case. Mr. Marlowe, who seemed to be the whole firm, could offer no explanation. But it so chanced that this Mr. Marlowe was unpopular among the undertaking fraternity. A short while previously he had been struggling along, small, suburban, and mostly bankrupt. Then, without apparent reason, he had burst forth in a blaze of advertisements as Interments, Inc., and had taken a large establishment in the heart of New York. It was then that he became unpopular. He gave cut rates for funerals, and a fastidious competitor even remarked that he would next be introducing a cash-and-carry system to the profession. This unpopularity led to gossip, and it was then noticed that quite a number of the alleged apparitions were of people who had been inanimate patrons of Interments, Inc. That fact, combined with Mulhauer's empty coffin, furthered the police investigation, and eventually established the fact that not merely several, but every one of the apparitions had been buried by internment sink. Among other people interviewed by Detective Bowler during these inquiries was Maria Turner, not because there was any suspicion that she had seen her dead husband, but because his funeral had left the mortuary chapel of Internment Inc. instead of his late residence. Mrs. Turner stated that she had actually desired the cortege to leave the house, but that Mr. Marlowe had been so insistent that in the end she had agreed to its leaving his premises. Following this, Detective Bowler consulted the Registry of Companies and found that Marlowe was only a nominal shareholder in the firm, virtually all the shares being in the name of one Henry Delaware, medical practitioner. Before doing anything further, the officer decided to consult his chief, but about 11 o'clock that night a telephone message asked him to call immediately at the residence of Mr. James Turner. There he heard that Mrs. Turner had seen her first husband, supposed to be dead, as a very substantial apparition on Broadway a few days previously. Also that a second apparition had occurred scarcely an hour since. Mr. Turner, explaining this, stated that he and his wife had retired about 10 o'clock, but had not switched off the light. It was a sultry evening, and although the blinds were drawn, one window had been left open. Suddenly, Mrs. Turner had screamed and pointed to this window. Her husband looked quickly around, had seen the blind move. Jumping up, he had rushed outside to see a figure vanishing through the side gate. But though he gave chase, the figure eluded him. The morning papers recorded nothing of this. They had something more startling. Mysterious crime. Dr. Delaware murdered. Assailant attempts suicide. The details showed that the doctor had received an urgent call toward midnight at his residence, and going down had admitted someone to his surgery. A few minutes later his wife had heard a strange voice, loud and angry, and 2 shots had immediately followed. Running downstairs, she found the doctor lying on the floor, dead, and a strange man lying beside him with a terrible wound in his neck. The doctor had been shot through the heart. Detective Bowler, it was stated, had the case in hand. The evening papers were able to go one better and printed verbatim, in cold official phrases, the dying deposition of the wounded man, who had since succumbed. My name is Mark Creed. About a year ago I died. That is, I became unconscious, and awoke to find Dr. Delaware standing beside an operating table on which I was securely strapped. He had previously been attending me in my home. He told me I had died, and that he had brought me back to life. He made me swear that I would not reveal myself to anyone, not even my wife. He said his experiments must be secret for a while yet. He said he would not let me live unless I promised. I promised. After that, he treated me for about 6 months in a sanatorium. It took about an hour's ride to get to it. I don't know where it was. The car was closed. When he discharged me from there, he made me promise again that I would not see my wife. He told me she had married again, and that she was now very happy. A few days ago I saw her on Broadway. After that I could not keep my promise. I loitered about the house, hoping to see her. Last night I peeped beneath the window blind. That made me mad. They saw me, and a man gave chase. I got away among some trees. I then went to Dr. Delaware I cursed him. I cursed him for bringing me back to a life of torment. Then I shot him. The man had died almost immediately after signing this statement. Subsequent investigation at the doctor's surgery seemed to confirm quite clearly that he had been resuscitating the dead, apparently by a hypodermic injection of some unknown drug soon after death, followed by a surgical operation and actual massage of the heart, probably under electrical impetus. The reason for his association with Internments, Inc. is plain. He had financed the company and attracted business by reduced rates in order to get possession of subjects for his experiments, one of the most grisly business associations on record. The various apparitions were thus explained, and some strange reunions resulted. But they are not likely to recur. Dr. Delaware's astounding secret died with him, and Marion Turner, at least, will probably agree that it is just as well. A dead husband is such an embarrassing thing to be at large. The end of When the Dead Return by Percy B. Pryor. A Wireless Message by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Wireless Message by Ambrose Bierce. In the summer of 1896, Mr. William Holt, a wealthy manufacturer of Chicago, was living temporarily in a little town of central New York, the name of which the writer's memory has not retained. Mr. Holt had trouble with his wife, from whom he had parted a year before. Whether the trouble was anything more serious than incompatibility of temper, he is probably the only living person that knows. He is not addicted to the vice of confidences. Yet he has related the incident herein set down to at least one person without extracting a pledge of secrecy. He is now living in Europe. One evening he had left the house of a brother whom he was visiting, for a stroll in the country. It may be assumed, whatever the value of the assumption in connection with what was said to have occurred, that his mind was occupied with reflections on his domestic infidelities and the distressing changes that they had wrought in his life. Whatever may have been his thoughts, they so possessed him that he observed neither the lapse of time nor whither his feet were carrying him. He knew only that he had passed far beyond the town limits and was traversing a lonely region by a road which bore no resemblance to the one by which he left the village. In brief, he was lost. Realizing his mischance, he smiled. Central New York is not a region of perils, nor does one long remain lost in it. He turned about and went back the way he had come. Before he had gone far, he observed that the landscape was growing more distinct, was brightening. Everything was suffused with a soft red glow, in which he saw his shadow projected on the road before him. "The moon is rising," he said to himself. Then he remembered that it was about the time of the new moon, and if that tricksy orb was in one of its stages of visibility, it had set long before. He stopped and faced about, seeking the source of the rapidly broadening light. As he did so, his shadow turned and lay along the road in front of him as before. The light still came from behind him. That was surprising, he could not understand. Again he turned, and again, facing successively to every point of the horizon. Always the shadow was before, always the light behind, a still and awful red. Holt was astonished. Dumbfounded is the word that he used in telling it, yet seems to have retained a certain intelligent curiosity. To test the intensity of the light, whose nature and cause he could not determine, he took out his watch to see if he could make out the figures on the dial. They were plainly visible, and the hands indicated the hour of 11 o'clock and 25 minutes. At that moment the mysterious illumination suddenly flared into an intense and almost blinding splendor, flushing the entire sky, exhausting the stars, and throwing the monstrous shadow of himself athwart the landscape. In that unearthly illumination he saw near him, but apparently in the air at a considerable elevation, the figure of his wife, clad in her night-clothing, and holding to her breast the figure of his child. Her eyes were fixed upon his with an expression which he afterward professed himself unable to name or describe, further than it was not of this life. The flare was momentary, followed by black darkness, in which, however, the apparition still showed white and motionless. Then, by insensible degrees, it faded and vanished, like a bright image on the retina after the closing of the eyes. A peculiarity of the apparition, hardly noted at the time, but afterward recalled, was that it showed only the upper half of the woman's figure. Nothing was seen below the waist. The sudden darkness was comparative, not absolute, for gradually all the objects of his environment became again visible. In the dawn of the morning, Holt found himself entering the village at a point opposite to that which he had left it. He soon arrived at the house of his brother, who hardly knew him. He was wild-eyed, haggard, and gray as a rat. Almost incoherently, he related his night's experience. "Go to bed, my poor fellow," said his brother, "and wait. We shall hear more of this." An hour later came the predestined telegram. Holt's dwelling in one of the suburbs of Chicago had been destroyed by fire. Her escape cut off by the flames, his wife had appeared in an upper window, her child in her arms. There she had stood, motionless, apparently dazed. Just as the fireman had arrived with a ladder, the floor had given way, and she was seen no more. The moment of this culminating horror was 11 o'clock and 25 minutes, standard time. The end of A Wireless Message by Ambrose Bierce.